Good morning, honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start in 3 minutes time. Bonjour, honorables délégués, mesdames et messieurs. Nous allons bientôt commencer dans 3 minutes. Merci de prendre place.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it's 9:20, so I think it is high time for us to start this third and last day of our forum. A very warm welcome from my side. I can only wish that you could enjoy your evening and your night in Addis Ababa. We are now starting our third day with agenda item number 9, plenary high-level roundtable panel 3, which bears the following title: Harnessing Science, Innovation, and Frontier Technologies to Scale Up Transformative and Coordinated Actions for the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. Delegates and Excellencies, as we all know, science, innovation, and frontier technologies are powerful enablers. But this is only when they are applied to real development challenges. Investments in digital public infrastructure, data systems, and skills are essential to improve service delivery, productivity, and job creation. And at the same time, innovation ecosystems must be inclusive, locally grounded, and aligned with national development objectives, serve people, strengthen institutions, and accelerate delivery, and not widen divides. So this panel this morning will focus on practical pathways from science, innovation, and frontier technologies to impact. With that overview of the panel, It is now my great pleasure to welcome the moderator of the panel, the Director Liaison Office of the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization in Addis Ababa and representative to Ethiopia, and if you allow me, on a personal note, native from Mauritius, Mrs. Rita Bissounet. So I will ask Rita to introduce the speakers and panelists and take up her role as moderator of this panel. And I will remind everyone that this roundtable will last for 1 hour and 30 minutes. Rita, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you very much, Mr. Chair, the Deputy Minister from my country, from my home country, Mauritius. Very nice to have the chair from my own country. So ladies and gentlemen, science, technology, and innovation has just been highlighted, of course, crucial to effecting and accelerating the fulfillment of the 2030 agenda for the SDG goals, as well as the Agenda 2063. But we do know that the dual imperatives of the 2030 agenda, as well as the Agenda 2063, present a unique challenge and opportunity at the same time for our continent, Africa. So we know that there has been a 2-day sessions. I do hope that some of you have been able to join. We started on Sunday and on Monday, where we had the Africa Regional Forum on STI, science, technology, and innovation. So where we talked a lot about the different issues that were just highlighted by the minister. So I now have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Maktar Sek, the Chief of Emerging and Frontier Technologies, Innovation and Digital Transformation, to give us a presentation on the background report and the outcomes of the 8th Africa Region Science, Technology and Innovation Forum. Sir, you have 7 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rita, Madam Moderator. Good morning. Bonjour, assalamu alaikum. I'm going to give a presentation on the background report, as well as the key message of the 8th Science, Technology, Innovation Forum held from 26 and 27 here in Addis Ababa. We discussed a lot about how we can coordinate our action to better use this science, technology, innovation to achieve sustainable development goal, as well as the Agenda 2063 from African Union, the Africa we want. We also organized during this STI forum a global dialogue on artificial intelligence to define African priority to be taken into consideration for the next gathering in July in Geneva regarding this global dialogue on artificial intelligence. Let's come first for technology, innovation, emerging technology. We need to address this artificial intelligence and also the digital public infrastructure as a public asset. This requires coordinated implementation, policy framework, as well as technology, and to ensure that coherence, efficiency, and digital sovereignty. Very important, digital sovereignty, because Africa, all data provided by the continent, only 1% is us in the continent. And we need to coordinate our effort to make sure we can access to our digital sovereignty. AI governance in Africa also, it is a very important topic we discussed. I think we didn't have the slide. Please go to the next slide. AI governance in Africa should be built around a simple, stable, and shared baseline of global standard, and must be fundamentally African-centric and context-sensitive while ensuring data sovereignty and also strong ethical principles. When we talk about this emerging technology, we African, we have our own culture. We need this technology to reflect and to incorporate our culture, such as the ethics side. Access, very important for energy and for clean energy. This requires expanding decentralized and renewable energy solution, and also investment in transmission and distribution infrastructure. Also, very important, advancing this electric vehicle. We need to adopt in Africa this electronic vehicle, but for that, there is need to leveraging the continent critical energy transition, mineral to industrial, and to capture the added value of this electronic vehicle. Industry and innovation, infrastructure. If you want to, yeah. If you want to advance the progress in this area, we need to invest more in the resilient for sustainable and integrated system, especially in energy, transport, and digital to speed up the industrialization and develop local technology. Also, there is a need to develop industrial park and a special economic zone. As you know, Africa will host by 2050, 42% of the youth population will be Africa. Why is this innovation is very important to enable African development. Also to find access our youth to the global market. Water sanitation, very important access. This requires a strategic approach, and we need to prioritize technology-driven solution like nanotechnology or this digital monitoring, climate resilience technology infrastructure also. We need also to establish a dedicated financing mechanism with several partners and funding organizations. STI also play an important role for resilient and sustainable urban development, and this requires integrating AI and geospatial tools to enhance safe urban mobility, affordable connectivity, and inclusive settlement. Technical support also is needed for our statistical office using this mobile technology. As well, partnership and stakeholder collaboration is crucial for the implementation of the Agenda 2063 and the Agenda Africa wanted and all continental agenda. We have a continental framework we have across the continent. Science diplomacy also should be further developed to maximize Africa cross-continental STI cooperation and as well to promote innovation platform, because now the diplomacy is more focused on technology. Let's go now to the key recommendation. We agree on 5 key recommendations. The first is to strengthen our national and regional research and data ecosystem. We need the linking between industry, university, and policymaker to accelerate the commercialization of solutions in several areas. We talk water management, renewable energy, innovation, blockchain. We need this close collaboration. Also, what is important to build the capacity for our population through a system-wide approach. Then the other recommendation is to invest in digital public infrastructure. As you know, Africa, we have a 38% connectivity, and we need to accelerate this connectivity, as connectivity is necessary to achieve all SDG. And without connectivity, we can't take opportunity on this digital infrastructure, digital society. It's very important connectivity. And when we talk about DPI means we have to develop digital ID, e-commerce platform, e-service, and we are implementing the African free trade area. Without infrastructure, we are not going to reach to this expectation. Of course, we need to mobilize domestic resources and leverage blended and innovating financing mechanisms. We need also to harmonize our regional and continental policy. There is coordination. We have several policy across the continent. The REX has their own policy, country have several policy, and we need to coordinate all these policies to harmonize to ensure we can effectively and efficiently implement our continental strategy, like the Africa Digital Transformation Strategy, the Africa Artificial Intelligence Strategy, and the CISA 2034. It is a summary of our discussion during the last 2 days. And to conclude, technology, science, technology, innovation is key to enable Africa socio-development. And we need to integrate this science technology in innovation on our plan of development. We need to build the capacity of our citizens. We need also to collaborate between us first to develop this science technology for Africa to make sure Africa can play a key role in the world next year, for the next generation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mukhtar, especially for keeping time and for being brief and for highlighting the key messages that came out from the 8th Africa Regional Science, Technology and Innovation Forum about the importance of AI, especially about AI governance, underlining that it has to be African-centric, ensuring data sovereignty, and most importantly, ethical AI. You also highlighted the key messages about affordable and clean energy, industry innovation and infrastructure progress, science diplomacy, and also the African Union theme of the year, which is on water and sanitation for 2026. And as well, you highlighted the 5 key recommendations on the importance of data, skills development, the digital public infrastructure, domestic resources, innovative financing, as well as the importance of us collaborating and coordinating all together as partners. Thank you very much, Mr. Mukhtar. Allow me now to turn to His Excellency, Mr. Nuruddin Uda, the Minister of Knowledge, Economy, Startups and Micro Enterprises of Algeria. Sir, I hope we can see you online. And my question to you, can we see the Minister online?
Good morning, everyone. I don't know if you hear me, but I'm online.
Yes, you are online. Thank you very much, Your Excellency Minister. So my question to you, sir, from a strategic policy perspective, how is your ministry driving coordinated action to ensure that tech-driven startups are fully integrated into and transforming Algeria's manufacturing sectors to accelerate job creation and advance progress on STI-focused SDG indicators? Sir, you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I'm very glad to be among you in this 12th session on the African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development, and mainly this very hot topic, which is harnessing science, innovation, and frontiers technology to scale up transformative and coordinated actions for the Agenda 2030 and the 2063. So just before replying your question, let me just focus on this very important topic, which is harnessing science, innovation, and technology. And in our opinion, this topic might be containing 2 pillars. The first one is harnessing science and technology, and this comes mainly on a strong local R&D funding and also African funding. This is why in Algeria we did a lot of efforts on the local R&D funding incentives, and we are calling for activating an African funding process in order to have more and more strong science and technology ecosystem in the African continent. And then the second pillar, which is innovation, and this might be based on developing a local and helpful ecosystem for startups and innovation, and at the same time gathering the African countries' efforts around the same policy in order to have more exchange between the different ecosystems. Now, being back to your question, which is very important about what can be the actions to enable tech startups in Algeria and even in Africa also. This maybe the Algerian government has did a lot of actions during the last 5 years. But to be on time, I will focus on 2 main actions. The first one, as I have mentioned in my introduction talk, is the R&D expenses rate, which is a must for us. So to boost R&D expenses in Algeria, our government from 2023 has introduced in the financial law a serial of incentives for companies. So we started in 2023 introducing an incentive for research and development for companies, and then we added on it another layer, which is incentives on open innovation. What is the difference between the two is that research and development is mainly done in university, research centers, and even in corporates. But open innovation, it's a way to allow the companies having this R&D out of the company with a startup or with an incubator. So both mechanisms are complementary, and we put incentives for companies, even if they expand internally, hiring PhD and having an R&D department, or they can also use technology from startups and from incubators, and in this way they have incentives on their tax. After that, so we launched this in 2023, and in 2025 we promoting another mechanism which is much more impactful, what we call actually in Algeria innovate or pay tax. So today in Algeria, all the big companies have the choice between spending 1% of the benefits in funding research, development, or startups or incubators, so research and development or innovation. Otherwise, they will pay this tax to the government. So innovate or pay is this new mechanism which will maybe help the big companies in order to fund R&D. In the same time, we are boosting the startup ecosystem, the incubators business model, and making more technology development locally, and having more startups and tech sector companies involved with the big companies. I think the big companies are the most stakeholders that has this opportunity to work with technology, with startups, and to make that tech startups have an impact on the ecosystem. In the same time, this is what we try to do in Algeria, but in the same time, we still pledging for having such mechanism in Africa. And for that, we are pledging for enabling the AESTIF fund, which has been stated by the African Union, and Algeria is pushing with other countries in order to make this mechanism working, because if we want to talk really about South-South collaboration, we need to have an African fund, and this fund will allow to promote several countries, several African countries working on the same challenge. We can talk about energy or water or digitalization. The other part of my intervention is about venture creation. We are talking about creating tech startups and having an impact on the economy. Through another mechanism, which is NESDA, we have a public funding process for venture creation. And what we put in place in 2025 is that all the big infrastructure projects, industrial projects, and in the mining and oil and gas project, around all these projects, we put venture creation process funded by a public fund. This process will allow around all these projects to have an ecosystem of micro enterprises and startups. So we put through a platform, gave the opportunity to the project manager to express all the needs in terms of technology, in terms of manufacturing, but also in terms of services. And we will build around all the big projects a network of SMEs, of micro enterprises, and of startups. This way, we will allow that we have a strong and sustainable companies around the big projects, but in the same time, we will ensure that a part of the technology will be made in Algeria, the manufacturing will be done in local, and these companies will be a part of these big projects. So we think that building local system around the infrastructure project and big project is very important to have companies and startups local, which will master the technology and will be a part of this big project. In the other side, having a strong research and development funding process in Algeria, but also in Africa, will be very important if you want to go to this direction. So this is about this first question. Thank you very much, and I'm here.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Minister. Thank you very much for underlining what Algeria is doing and how Algeria is giving incentives for startups, incubators, and having tech up centers, but also very important to have this South-South collaboration. Thank you very much, sir. Let me now turn towards our second panelist, Your Excellency, the Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, Madam Monica Masanza, who was the former chair of the ASTIF, the Africa Regional Science, Technology, Innovation and Forum. Ma'am, nice to see you again. Online this time, we just met on Sunday. Uganda has taken a significant step with the launch of its technology needs assessment to translate STI priorities into actionable pathways. And this needs assessment emphasizes investment-ready solutions, strong national ownership, and coordinated action across sectors. My question to you, Madam Minister, is what are the most promising strategic investment areas that Uganda is prioritizing to translate this technology needs assessment into bankable, scalable projects that can accelerate progress on the SDGs as well as Agenda 2063? Madam Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me well. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Greetings to all of you. Yes, indeed, as I shared during the STI forum, we have taken some deliberate steps. Allow me, before I go into the specific areas, because we have been able to achieve what we are achieving because we are building on a certain platform. And before any country maybe chooses to follow the Uganda way, then you need to put down some fundamentals. The first fundamental is that in order to translate the aspirations about science, technology, and innovation in both the Africa we want, CITISA, and also in our national vision, we have had to shift to look at science, technology, and innovation not as a particular aspect or another sector, but we are looking at it as an approach to the economy. Now, when you look at it that way, it stops just being projects. This is a mistake we had previously made, that we are looking at science technology as a sector, and so we are looking at it in terms of big projects or small projects that we have to do. Then you finish the project, but then the system is not there. But when you look at it as an approach to the economy, then we build systems for it. And so that's one of the things that we have implemented, that we have defined how this system fits into the economy. Actually, we have uploaded what we call the knowledge economy onto science, technology, and innovation. And so we will be increasingly uploading, our different sectors more to move into this knowledge economy. And that then explains our priorities. And once we have defined that, what we have now, we use them to build the systems. So when I'm running a project now, I'm using it to build a system which other projects will run on, not just this particular project. So I'm building infrastructure, I'm building human capital, I'm building investment infrastructure, I am building policy, and I'm building the entire ecosystem in the country to be able to support that particular area. How have we selected our priorities? We have used a very scientific approach to select these priorities so that you don't just eyeball or look at international recommendations, but we have had to go through a very systematic process. One, we have decided, since we are put our science as an approach to the economy, then we are looking at the economic end. We believe in Uganda that pursuing particular SDGs without looking at what drives them is not going to take us anywhere. So SDG achievement is going to be a consequence or an outcome of particular transformations which are occurring in the economy. So when we look at what's the global market, because STI is for economy, we are looking for market. Developed nations sell goods which have higher value. So we are looking very boldly at that. What is the global value? What is the potential that we could be able to sell this? Secondly, can we achieve some import substitution of what we are importing now? Thirdly, do we have some resources, some natural resources, or are there some things that we are producing in the country that will give us advantage if we pursue that particular thing? And then fourthly, is it of national strategic importance that positions us in the global ecosystem? So we are looking at and then addressing national needs and trying to address national needs. So looking at this, for our startup, this is not all that we'll do, but for us to start up, we have particular specific industries. One, Industry 4.0 plus, that's where we have the artificial intelligence and all those electronics which we require. Two, we have chosen mobility, specifically focusing on the electric mobility. We have chosen to be part of the African initiatives on space so that we take advantage of that because there is that initiative all over. Fourthly, we have chosen to focus on what we call pathogen economy, or to make sure that we are self-sufficient and we are able to receive the rest of what Africa can produce in terms of healthcare, in terms of medicines, diagnostics. This really arose out of the heat we got from COVID, and we are building it. And lastly, we are focusing on adding value to what we produce and being able to see how we can then produce high-value goods from that. So that really sums up our philosophy and our strategy and our approach. It is an economy-wide approach, not just thinking about STI as projects. And so in some of those, we are moving to try and share what we are doing with the global infrastructure, because if you don't have the global infrastructure to support you, for example, if the funders, the people who give money to our Ministry of Finance consider STI as a consumption, then we find problems with being allocated resources with our Ministry of Health. So that is the major engagement that we are taking. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. I will have to log off because I have to go and run a national activity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Minister. It's always a pleasure to listen to you. And most importantly, I really like the fact that you underlined that STI is not a project, but it is an approach to the economy and how do we build a system which leads to knowledge, to a knowledge economy, and on investment and infrastructure. Thank you again, Madam Minister. This is very, it is always very nice and always inspiring to listen to you. I will just have to go away from the program that we have. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I will just go back to the Minister of Algeria because he has to leave, and I will just give him 3 minutes just for him to make his brief comments before he leaves us. Monsieur le Ministre, vous avez la parole.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup, Madame. Thank you very much. I appreciated also the knowledge economy aspect highlighted by His Excellency Minister. As in Algeria, we have knowledge economy ministry. So we are aligned on this aspect. So in these 3 minutes, I will talk more about digitalization and artificial intelligence, which is actually a very hot topic all over the world, but especially in Africa, talking about the African content and having AI dedicated to our continent. So talking about digital transformation, I will share with you briefly the Algerian experience. The first one is that we started in 2020 by having a Ministry of Digitalization. But in 2022, we make it as a High Council of Digitalization, which is linked to the President of the Republic. And this way, the digitalization goes more and more faster in Algeria. So digitalization is a transversal process which will concern all the sectors, and it's better to have national institutions in the presidency or at the prime minister level, more efficient than have it as a ministry. And this is what we experienced here in Algeria. And actually, it is working really much better than before. The other point is talking about artificial intelligence. We put in place with the higher education and the business sector in 2023 a national board of experts, composed only of experts, and many of the experts, the majority of the experts were from our community abroad, and the experts from the industry, and 13% of them from university and research centers. And this board put in place the first stone, which is the national strategy that has been presented in 2024 during the African Setup Conference. Why I'm saying this? Because it was in the same year where the African Union put in place also the African AI strategy. So artificial intelligence today, it's an important topic. It's the topic of sovereignty. So having a local strategy and then being harmonized with the African strategy will make Africa going quickly through the digitalization and the artificial intelligence process adoption. And talking about AI, our national strategy is focusing on the sovereignty, of course, because we have to put in place African AI with our models, with our culture, and with our data, as it has been said in the introduction talk. But in the same time, we are talking about boosting tech startups in this domain, which is very important. Today, when we see all over the world, the highest rate of fundraising is dedicated to AI startups. So we have to push in Africa AI startups native from Africa, with African data and with African culture and African mindset. So our strategy is focused on harnessing innovation. In the same time, we are talking about infrastructure. So today the lack in Africa is compute hardware, which is important for having a local model. And we have to work together as African countries in order to create hubs of infrastructure, especially GPU and hardware for AI. I think we will go faster if we gather our efforts and try to have models that are developed and trained in African infrastructure. We are pledging for this. We put in place in Algeria several incentives for data centers deployment and investment in data centers. But once again, we are asking to have an African strategy in order to bridge in this gap of access to GPU and hardware, which is a must for developing an African AI. So once again, thank you very much for this change in the program. I appreciate, and hopefully I have to log off for the governmental activity. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, for underlining the importance of AI startups and African data. Thank you again for your time. Allow me now, ladies and gentlemen, to turn to our next panelist, who is the Minister, the Honorable Minister from Sierra Leone, the Deputy Minister of Technical and Higher Education, the Honorable Sojua Aziz Kamara. Sir, welcome and thank you for coming here. My question to you is, as Sierra Leone advances its higher education and innovation agenda, how is your government leveraging STI, including emerging technologies such as AI and digital public infrastructure, to strengthen skills development systems, enhance research capacity, and ensure equitable access to quality learning across Sierra Leone? Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Moderator Rita and Excellencies. I bring you greetings from my Honorable Minister, Dr. Hajara Matulaiwuri, who could not make it, so I'm here representing her. The Sierra Leone experience, I'm going to anchor my response to the question on 5 main pillars. One, how we have tried to establish the digital public infrastructure as the foundation. Secondly, also ensuring affordable high-speed internet connectivity. Thirdly, embedding artificial intelligence and data literacy across board, not only the higher education sector. Fourth, promoting research excellence driven by shared digital infrastructure and open science practices. And then lastly, building on the governance architecture for science, technology, and innovation in Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone's ambition in higher education and in innovation require more than the introduction of artificial intelligence tools. They demand a coordinated integration of AI with digital public infrastructure to address systemic gaps in access, quality, and relevance. The priority is to build a resilient, inclusive digital education ecosystem that directly supports skills development, research excellence, equitable learning opportunities, but also drive sustainable national development. The aim, therefore, is to establish a strong digital public infrastructure foundation for education. This includes ensuring interoperable systems for digital identity, student records, and learning management. This requires platforms such as Moodle to be deployed nationally and customized for local needs, ensuring continuity between institutions while maintaining flexibility. These systems are being optimized for low bandwidth environments to ensure accessibility across rural and underserved areas. Also, expanding on this, an important step has been to have an affordable high-speed internet connectivity. A critical approach is strengthening institutional networks through the Sierra Leone Research and Education Network in collaboration with the West African Central African Research and Education Network to provide universities and research centers with reliable internet and access to global academic resources. Extending this connectivity to teacher training colleges and technical institutions also helps in bridging the urban-rural divide. AI and data literacy must be embedded across all levels of education, and that's what we aim to do in Sierra Leone. A tiered approach is practical. Basic digital and AI awareness for all students, applied AI within specific disciplines, and advanced training in machine learning and data science. Partnerships with global platforms like Coursera, edX can accelerate capacity building, but also content should be localized for the Sierra Leone to reflect the Sierra Leone socioeconomic context. Undoubtedly, this is expensive, hence mobilizing finance to implement is critical. So from the Sierra Leone experience, we're fortunate to have a World Bank funding for digital transformation projects. Also having a political will and commitment that believes in digital transformation in our presidency, His Excellency, retired Brigadier Dr. Julius Maatha Bio, who has invested hugely on education, but believing that digital transformation is the way forward in catching up with the 21st century. Research excellence should be driven by shared digital infrastructure and open science practices. Therefore, establishing national data repositories, cloud-based computing resources, and competitive research grants aligned with national priorities, such as agriculture, health, and climate resilience, will strengthen innovation. So in Sierra Leone, we have National Development Plan, which is charged around, we call the Big Five Game Changers, having agriculture as a priority, building on human capital development gains since 2018, generating 500,000 jobs for our young people, but also investing strongly on tech, innovation, and infrastructure have been key in driving, and we believe that building on digital infrastructure and AI would help us in achieving our national development aspirations. So therefore, aligning frameworks with UNESCO can enhance collaboration and global visibility, so we maintain a strong coordination and collaboration, learning from best practices as well. Equity must remain central. Targeted interventions such as subsidized devices, community digital hubs, and offline learning solutions are necessary to ensure inclusion of disadvantaged and rural population, because we have to narrow the digital divide. Gender sensitivity policies should also be integrated to avoid reinforcing existing inequalities. It's important also to note that effective governance is essential. Having clear policies on data protection, ethical AI use, and institutional accountability will build trust and guide sustainable implementation. By aligning infrastructure, skills development, and research within a coherent national strategy, Sierra Leone can leverage artificial intelligence and the digital public infrastructure to transform its higher education system into a driver of inclusive growth and innovation. Importantly, as a ministry under the leadership of my minister, Dr. Hajar Mutulawuri, we're urging higher education institutions to think beyond, to reimagine education, about education transformation, to think beyond just education research, but to emerge into an environment where they drive innovation and industrialization. Before I close, let me mention that Sierra Leone is making progress with optimism as a result of strong political commitment of our president, His Excellency, President Bio, who is a strong advocate of education and digitalization. He has demonstrated this since 2018 by having a Chief Innovation Officer, but having the Directorate of Science, Technology, and Innovation seated at the Office of the Presidency, and of recent, with the establishment of a new Ministry of Communication, Technology, and Innovation. I thank you, Moderator.
Thank you very much, Minister. And thank you very much to His Excellency, the President of Sierra Leone, for always being a champion of education. And we know that he has been a champion of several reports of UNESCO and with the African Union. But I think the most important is, how are you reimagining? You're reimagining education, aligning innovation and industrialization. But I think the most important is that we cannot have AI without high-speed connectivity, and really congratulations to Sierra Leone for doing this. Thank you very much, sir. Allow me now to turn towards the Permanent Secretary of the Republic of Central Africa from the Ministry of Post and Digital Economy, Mr. Adolphe Niquez Samafo. Monsieur, comment est-ce que votre ministère utilise-t-il la science, la technologie et l'innovation pour stimuler la transformation structurelle, renforcer la productivité et développer des industries à forte valeur ajoutée dans le but de réduire les inégalités et de créer des emplois plus variés et de meilleure qualité? Monsieur, vous avez la parole.
Je vous remercie, madame. Avant de me prononcer sur la question, j'aimerais tout d'abord reprendre mes civilités au nom de la République centrafricaine, remercier les éminentes personnalités ici, madame, messieurs les ministres, le secrétaire exécutif de la CEA, l'Union africaine, la Banque africaine de développement, les organismes et tout le système, ainsi que les experts ici mobilisés pour cette session. Je ne pourrais pas répondre immédiatement sans pour autant retracer très brièvement le processus de transformation digitale de la République centrafricaine. Avec le retour à l'ordre constitutionnel en 2016, la République centrafricaine donc, a mis en place un plan national stratégique aligné sur les objectifs de développement durable de 2030. Ce plan national stratégique tire sa source de la lettre de mission adressée à son Excellence Monsieur le ministre de l'économie numérique, des postes et télécommunications, et axée sur 3 piliers, notamment le renforcement du cadre juridique et institutionnel, le développement des infrastructures, les compétences, le développement des services et l'innovation. Effectivement, sur cette base, nous avons tiré l'expérience de certains pays autour de nous qui ont pris de l'avance déjà dans le cadre de la digitalisation, de la transformation numérique de leur pays. C'est ce pourquoi, avec le déploiement du projet CAB, composante 2, pour la zone Afrique centrale, la République centrafricaine a pu mener en marge des travaux du projet des études d'application. Et en cela, pour régler le problème de résilience, de la cohésion sociale et d'inclusion sociale, le gouvernement a axé ses activités sur la transformation numérique des zones rurales placées sur les tracés de déploiement de la fibre optique avec la création et la construction des centres communautaires numériques. Ceci pour encadrer les jeunes diplômés qui sont dans les différentes localités et renforcer aussi le secteur de l'élevage, de l'agriculture, renforcer effectivement l'autonomisation des femmes et des désœuvrés. En marge de cela, la République centrafricaine a mené un plaidoyer assez approfondi avec l'Union internationale des télécommunications qui s'est donc engagée à renforcer les écoles dans les zones rurales, les établissements scolaires en équipement VSAT. Ceci pour résorber un peu le déficit de cadres professionnels enseignants. Mais l'État est en train de régler ce problème déjà en intégrant massivement des enseignants pour encadrer les élèves dans les milieux ruraux. Je dis ici que la solution VSAT vient aussi résoudre le problème de certaines filières, la carence d'enseignants dans certaines filières, notamment les filières techniques, mathématiques, et même pour régler le problème de pauvreté, réduire le taux de mortalité, il y aura la connexion, l'interconnexion des centres hospitaliers au niveau des zones rurales. Au niveau central, nous avons construit le centre de formation digitale avec les incubateurs et start-up, ceci pour renforcer la capacité des jeunes étudiants. Ce centre a été donc construit au sein de l'université de Bangui. Nous avons construit au niveau du lycée technique dans la capitale un centre d'apprentissage et de maintenance du matériel des équipements optiques. Ce même centre a été construit à l'École nationale supérieure. Effectivement, comme je le disais tout à l'heure, la République centrafricaine a tiré leçon de l'expérience des pays qui sont tout autour de lui dans la sous-région, notamment les pays de l'Afrique centrale. C'est ce qui nous a permis de passer déjà l'audit du régulateur. L'audit du régulateur nous a permis de mesurer le niveau inférieur de compétences, de renforcer la capacité du régulateur qui n'était qu'une agence de régulation des télécommunications. Nous avons relevé ce niveau en autorité de régulation des télécommunications et de la poste. Effectivement, puisque nous sommes en train de digitaliser les services postaux en créant donc la banque postale et le système de paiement, de e-paiement. Au niveau national, nous sommes en train de faire la synchronisation, donc l'interconnexion des institutions de la République et de certains ministères clés. C'est pourquoi nous avons pu collecter les cadres qui sont des points focaux au niveau des différents départements ministériels pour remonter le niveau des réflexions afin que nous puissions mettre à profit les retombées de la transformation digitale du pays. Je voudrais vous exprimer ici, vous passer un exemple patent en ce qui concerne la République centrafricaine, en ce qui concerne l'expérience et le profit que nous avons tiré du renforcement de la capacité du régulateur. C'est que, au départ, les redevances, c'est un exemple que je voudrais souligner ici juste pour éclairer vos lanternes. Les redevances sont payées sur déclaration des opérateurs. Vous voyez que c'est un paradoxe. Et donc, avec le renforcement de capacité du régulateur, nous avons pu acquérir des équipements sur fonds propres du gouvernement et créer donc l'unité spéciale de contrôle de communication électronique qui nous donne à temps réel les données et les indications sur les trafics de télécommunications. Ceci a permis effectivement de facturer et de produire donc une facturation contradictoire en accord avec les opérateurs. Nous avons mis en place Donc, en relevant, pour relever le défi de la connectivité, nous avons mis en marche le Fonds de service universel. Le Fonds de service universel est donc ressourcé par les 2% des revenus, donc des chiffres d'affaires des opérateurs. Et nous avons mis en place une formation, un comité de gestion qui inclut les opérateurs, qui inclut les représentants des 7 régions en raison du découpage administratif du pays. Nous avons déjà déployé, nous avons nommé 7 directeurs régionaux pour accompagner les zones rurales, les différentes régions dans le déploiement des infrastructures optiques et le haut débit, l'utilisation du haut débit. À partir de cela, sur la base du Fonds de service universel, le comité de gestion s'emploie désormais à déployer les infrastructures et équipements des télécommunications et haut débit à l'intérieur du pays pour comment on appelle ça là, pour régler le problème de disparité dans l'accès au haut débit. Et c'est ce pourquoi nous sommes ici à la fois pour parler du sujet, pour répondre à votre question, mais nous sommes à la fois ici pour lancer un vibrant appel, parce que nous voudrions, pour l'industrie, nous voudrions d'abord commencer par développer l'industrie du numérique. Comment développer l'industrie du numérique? C'est par l'acquisition des équipements. Nous savons déjà, au niveau du Bujumbura, par exemple, le pays voisin, comme le Gabon, a mis en place l'autorité de gouvernance et de gestion des données. Vous savez que c'est une niche de ressources qui peut renforcer l'État et lui permettre d'autofinancer certaines branches d'activité. Nous avons aussi la gouvernance de l'intelligence artificielle, qui est un concept qui est en train de nous mettre dans tous les sens. Au niveau du pays, les réflexions sont en train de pousser pour que nous ayons cela comme un segment d'activité qui puisse nous aider à mobiliser les ressources propres au niveau interne. Nous sortons donc d'une zone de crise quand je parlais du rétablissement de l'ordre institutionnel en 2016. Et donc cela implique une résilience avec tout le mécanisme et les vertus qu'il faut. Cela implique la cohésion sociale et pour le développement durable, il faudrait intégrer toutes les couches sociales en tenant compte des couches vulnérables. Voilà en résumé, Madame, Monsieur le ministre d'Excellence, si j'ai dépassé un peu le temps, c'est juste pour profiter de ce temps-là, puisque la République centrafricaine vient de réintégrer le plateau. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Samafou, de nous expliquer qu'est-ce que votre pays, la République de Centrafrique, fait par rapport au développement des infrastructures et surtout le plaidoyer pour les télécommunications dans les zones rurales et comment est-ce que vous digitalisez les systèmes au niveau national. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Samafou. I will now turn towards our next speaker, Dr. Jide Okeke, who is the Director of the Regional Program for Africa from the UNDP. Dr. Jide, what are the best practices learned to successfully deploy integrated and cross-cutting STI projects, specifically those where finance, resilience, and industrial policy meet to avoid the siloed implementation that has previously slowed down the progress on SDG 9? Dr. Jide.
Thank you very much, moderator, and good morning to distinguished participants here. And of course, I stand on existing protocols. I think first in thinking about best practices, I would want to recognize what we have heard so far this morning. I think there's enough data in terms of the reflections that have been provided by the honorable ministers that seem to suggest that quite a lot are happening on the ground. So I would want to first acknowledge and congratulate the following countries. Uganda for the excellent work you're doing in respect to the approach of integration. Of course, we heard from Algeria in terms of what they're doing in terms of digital acceleration. And my brother, the deputy minister, spoke about digital acceleration in Sierra Leone. And of course, what we've just heard from Central African Republic now on rural education. I think these are all phenomenal best practices that we need to harness and we need to talk about. In the last few days, one consensus that have emerged emerged from our conversations here has to do with how we rethink finance. There is a clear acknowledgement that development finance funding is reducing, but we could use that reduction as a catalyst and as a leverage for unlocking development financing, whether it's in the area of industrialization, entrepreneurship, education, and of course, technology and innovation then becomes an accelerator for that to happen. Let me then use this opportunity to just highlight two important best practices in terms of the how. How do we make this happen at scale? I think this is really the important question to ask. The first point I want to raise is that if we really want to scale, if we really want to institutionalize, we need to break away, and this is really an important point, we need to break away from this short-term approach that are often project-based. I run a program with about 42 regional projects, and we tend to have our projects that are tied to development funding. So usually they do not exceed 4 years. I think it's important that we link those projects with country-based infrastructure, like what we have heard from the various countries so far. I think if we do this, we would promote ownership, we would promote sustainability, and we would promote scale. And we are already doing this as UNDP. If I think about what we're doing with the university innovation ports, where we are working with universities at the national level to establish innovation spaces for ideation. And I think this is an important point to raise. The second point is that as we think about solutions, especially in the technology and innovation space, I think we should stop designing solutions in silos. We should stop designing solutions in silos. And I think it was the Honorable Minister from Uganda that made this important point. If you think about industrialization in Africa, we think it's an imperative, right? We cannot solve for industrialization without digitalization. We cannot solve for industrialization without entrepreneurship. We cannot solve for industrialization without education. And so thinking in this siloed based approach is not going to help anybody. We need to be more integrated in terms of how we promote a systems thinking that would help us transform our societies. And that is why in UNDP, I'll just give one example. In the case of the Zambia, we worked together with the government of Zambia to establish a green transition finance facility. It's not a lot of money. It's about $50 million. However, the precondition for accessing such finance has to be based on an integrated approach. So we would link education with industrialization, we'll link education with critical minerals. And I think this is really the approach that we need to adopt as we think about financing going ahead. I would just like to make a last point, that as we think about the ambition of technology and innovation across the African continent, I think a lot has been happening, and we are, as UNDP, we are relying on the leadership of the African Union. And that is why, together with the African Union, we are establishing a new program on digital public infrastructure. The idea is that we need to, of course, promote artificial intelligence, we need to promote connectivity, but for all of that to happen, you have to have the right infrastructure, and that is why it is going to be important for us to establish digital infrastructure programming that could help us address this structural barrier to digital transformation on the African continent. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jide, especially for being very succinct, and I think for being really up to the point. But I really like the fact that you said that we need to break away from short-term approach and stop working only on projects, but aligning ourselves with what the country has in terms of infrastructure. And we need to stop working in silos and have a more integrated approach. And I'm very happy to hear about this project of DPI with the African Union. This is very interesting, and I'm sure that many people would like to hear more about this project. Thank you very much again, Dr. Jide. And I turn now towards Madame Kumba Dien Sao, who is the resident coordinator from Togo. Madam, what practical changes are needed at country level within the UN system and government structures to ensure that science, technology, and innovation as solutions are no longer fragmented pilot projects, but systematically embedded into planning, budgeting, and public service delivery systems? Madam, you have the floor.
Chair, honorable ministers, distinguished participants, good morning. Thank you, Madam Moderator, for the question. And I'd like also to thank Dr. Maktasek for his presentation of the report and also the continued support that UNECA has provided for the past years to the country where I serve as a resident coordinator, and particularly to the ministry in charge of digitalization, which now changed name and became the Minister of Efficiency, and it's part of the response that I will be providing. Permettez-moi de poursuivre en français, Madame la modératrice. À partir de l'expérience du Togo, je dirais que la réponse à la question de savoir si nous sommes capables de faire passer la science, la technologie et l'innovation de la périphérie des pratiques de développement au cœur des mécanismes de l'État et du système des Nations Unies, c'est clairement oui. Mais nous avons beaucoup de défis importants et persistants. Et pour la première question donc, que vous me posez, le changement pratique, au niveau des pays, il a consisté, en ce qui concerne le Togo, à cesser de considérer l'innovation comme une succession de projets pilotes et à la traiter comme une composante intégrée des systèmes nationaux de planification, de financement, de prestation des services publics. Je voudrais mettre un peu de contexte dans ce que je vais dire. Hier, j'ai présenté le VNR du Togo où je disais que le Togo, en termes de score global pour les ODD, était environ à 60% sur 100, alors que l'ODD 9 reste en retard. C'est quasiment celui qui est le plus en retard avec 23,7 relevé par le dernier VNR, et donc une urgence afin de passer d'initiatives isolées à une transformation systémique avec un engagement du gouvernement. Alors, conscient de ce décalage, le Togo a fait de l'innovation et de la technologie un levier stratégique de développement. C'est devenu une obligation. Et aujourd'hui, le taux de pénétration de l'Internet a atteint 68,5% et celui de la téléphonie mobile 87,6%, et ce qui offre une base numérique solide pour une transformation. Et également, le pays avec mission 300 est en voie d'atteindre les 100% d'électrification d'ici à 2030. Permettez-moi, dans les éléments de contexte que je vais donner, d'être un peu plus concret. Je vais prendre le premier exemple, le port de Lomé. Le Togo dispose de cet atout stratégique majeur qui est le port de Lomé, l'un des hubs maritimes les plus performants d'Afrique de l'Ouest, 4e en performance sur l'Afrique, et le seul port capable dans cette région de recevoir les plus grands bateaux jusqu'à 24 000 conteneurs. Mes collègues de Djibouti en savent aussi quelque chose. Et ce port est essentiel dans l'approvisionnement des pays enclavés du Sahel, que ce soit le Burkina Faso, le Mali, le Niger. Les activités maritimes et côtières représentent 75% des recettes fiscales. Donc, pour rester compétitif, notamment dans la perspective de la ZLECAf, il a été indispensable pour le Togo d'intégrer les STI dans le fonctionnement même de ce port. Mise en place d'un guichet unique maritime, guichet unique du commerce extérieur avec la mise en place d'une zone spéciale économique, comme le disait tout à l'heure Dr Seck, digitalisation de bout en bout des procédures et du déclaratif au paiement, et renforcement de la transparence et de la mobilisation des ressources à travers des paiements digitalisés. Et ici, la technologie n'est pas un pilote, elle est au cœur de la gouvernance économique, et je rejoins ici ce que disait tout à l'heure Madame la ministre Massanza de l'Ouganda, elle l'a éloquemment expliqué. Deuxième exemple que je voudrais donner, c'est le climat des affaires et les services publics. En 2024 et 2025, le classement Be Ready de la Banque mondiale, qui était le Doing Business avant, a positionné le Togo premier en Afrique de l'Ouest et troisième en Afrique derrière Maurice et le Rwanda. Mais l'attractivité repose désormais sur l'énergie, la connectivité et l'efficacité administrative. Et donc, nous avons commencé à travailler sur la dématérialisation. Plus de 200 procédures administratives ont déjà été digitalisées sur une plateforme unifiée. La transformation numérique, utilisant également l'intelligence artificielle de plusieurs ministères, énergie, tourisme, affaires étrangères, sont déjà achevées. Et en cours, nous avons d'autres. Par exemple, le PNUD travaille sur le ministère de l'Environnement. Il y a également la jeunesse qui va venir avec UNFPA. À travers Togo Digital 2025 et la politique nationale de recherche et d'innovation, la STI est désormais un accélérateur de gouvernance, d'inclusion et de prestation de services. Mais pour que cela soit vraiment systémique, il a fallu travailler sur 4 leviers clés. L'intégration de la STI dans la planification et la budgétisation nationale. Quand je dis 75% des recettes fiscales, c'est obligatoirement que l'infrastructure que l'on doit mettre en place pour numériser le port passe par une loi des finances très forte. Deuxièmement, le renforcement de la coordination institutionnelle, notamment interministérielle. Je disais qu'avant, nous avions un ministère de la digitalisation. Maintenant, nous avons un ministère de l'efficacité qui crée une plateforme où tous les ministères peuvent travailler ensemble sur la numérisation et particulièrement maintenant sur l'utilisation de l'intelligence artificielle. Troisièmement, l'utilisation stratégique de la commande publique comme levier d'innovation. On n'y pense pas toujours, mais le rapport STI a été très clair sur ça. Les systèmes de passation des marchés publics peuvent catalyser les économies, les écosystèmes nationaux d'innovation en intégrant des exigences de contenu local, booster donc l'entrepreneurship national, transfert de technologies, de partenariat avec les institutions de recherche et renforcement de capacités dans les grands contrats publics. Et cette approche est particulièrement déterminante au Togo dans les secteurs tels que l'énergie. Je parlais tout à l'heure de Mission 300 et du vœu d'électrifier tout le pays d'ici 2030. L'agriculture aussi, la santé, avec la mise en place récemment d'un hôpital digital qui est en train d'être construit avec le gouvernement, le soutien très important du PNUD et de l'OMS, mais également sur les infrastructures. Je vais m'en arrêter là pour cette question, madame. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Madame So. Surtout, vous nous parlez de Togo Digital et comment est-ce que les STI sont un accélérateur de gouvernance au cœur des affaires, mais surtout intégrés dans le commerce extérieur et maritime. Merci beaucoup, Madame So. I will now turn to our last panelist, but not least, Professor Kem Kumba, who is the Director of the STI Policy from the African Academy of Sciences. Professor Kem, how can African academic institutions and academies of science more effectively facilitate the transition from theoretical research to the commercialization of locally relevant technologies, and in doing so contribute to building a robust, innovation-driven knowledge economy? Professor Kem.
All right. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Thank you very much. And good morning to everybody. So first, a quick word on the academy. The African Academy of Science is Africa's largest body of leading practicing scholars, about 800 in numbers. They are a peer-selected group, and they pride themselves in representing all disciplines, 10 in total, from the mathematical sciences, medical science, policy, agriculture, humanities, social sciences. They span the whole spectrum of higher education and research. And if I may, we're here at the ECA. Your former executive secretary, Carlos Lopez, is one of our fellows, our friend here from Sierra Leone. his minister, Haja Wuri, is a fellow. That's just to give you the caliber of human capital in that academy. It's Africa's most consequential community of leading scholars and practitioners. They get together as a community to support African development in all its dimensions. Even though we call ourselves Academy of Sciences, science is just a word applied to everything. We cover all disciplines. Our fellows organize themselves into groups of practitioners to serve as think tanks to address the various challenges that face the continent. Matters of war and peace, health and life, you name it. Everything, the expertise is in there. So our strength on this conversation is how we leverage this body of scholars on any topical issue. In doing that, we understand most of the things that are being discussed here. I recognize that even though we can prescribe one or two things, look at how at the operational level, at the mechanical level, what should or should not be done. We recognize that the majority of these problems are political. There's leadership issues. Our continent is not where it is because of lack of ideas at the center or expertise. We have institutions here that lead different expertise. But most of these issues are political. So on the question of science and technology and moving from theoretical to more applied sciences and how to leverage our university products, graduates, PhDs, masters, postdocs to become entrepreneurs for the continent. I'll give you one quick background. It is only about 20, 30 years ago. Most countries got independence in the 60s. It's only, so what? That's about 70, 80 years now. It's only about 20, 30 years ago that our continent started emphasizing sciences. Before that, it was mostly humanities and social sciences for the bureaucracies that run the continent, for the ministries. Even up to now, that sector still dominates our employment and aspirations for our graduates and certification. So we think a key part is the culture of higher education itself, the culture. The theoretical dominance in our offerings is because we've always been doing these other subjects that didn't quite lend themselves to commercial products. But in this transition, we have over 2,000 universities on the continent. And just about, well, that's public universities. There are now private ones coming up. And just about each university now has what we call a tech transfer unit, where their aspirations in establishing those tech transfer units, or vice chancellors for cooperation, dealing with stakeholders and industry. And the intent in creating those is to do this translation of research to commercial products. And there are plenty of work being done there, plenty of technology being produced. Our postdoc researchers, when they leave the continent, they do better outside. But within the continent, the aspect that I called political at the beginning is that many of their products do not see the light of day. Because our very politicians who want to industrialize, they make room for imports that undermine these products taken off as industrial solutions. Look at our markets. We need mechanisms that protect local industry. Sometimes it's called import substitution. But then look at our markets. There's hardly any quality control. There's hardly any kind of mechanism that says, if you have produced this product that is good for a phone, our own government procurement systems will not go and import foreign solutions for that, foreign contracts. Much of our university graduates in the engineering sector, STI sector, they should be the ones constructing our national infrastructure. But then our government at the political level still provide major contracting arrangements to foreign entities in keeping our own graduates at the side. They cannot participate in those industries to take off their own work and contribute to national development. They cannot have agency. They cannot have sovereignty. Our lead speaker mentioned about sovereignty in these issues. Sovereignty means you own it. You produce it. You're an actor in that picture. The issues that take the majority of our national budgets are not in the hands of our graduates. They are on expatriates. Our roads, for example, our airports, all the hierarchies that are done our organized cities, urbanization. There's an instinct for expatriate competency and financing appropriately. So those things significantly distort or depress our graduates' ability to use their own talents to provide solutions for their own communities and their own industries. There's a big misalignment there, and it's political. It's policy-wise. It's not so much about no one knowing what to do at the lower level. We think that's a very big thing that out of these conversations, we should have our leaders rethink procurement. Industrial and STI policy is procurement and trade policy, because these products that we produce are sold through trade arrangements. And if those trade arrangements do not protect domestic markets, then nothing can take off, especially when we are departing from a point of disadvantage vis-a-vis other parts of the world. So that's one key one. All right, I'll make it short. An aspect that can be thought of, especially when we now have the free trade area to support intra-Africa trade, and we hear discussions of it's supposed to leave the continent from a $3 to $9 trillion economy. Well, it means that these our university graduates, their work, and they do, and I mean, there's plenty of work being done. We say in academia, we have the research, but we don't have the development. The research is there. The solutions are there. The tech is there. You go to their own conferences, you see what they are displaying as products. You'll be amazed. But there's no market space for takeoff. Not only the financing, but this trade arrangement. It's something to consider, say, for the free trade area. It's something like this. How come the whole continent, under the free trade area, put barriers or put some tariffs on import into the continent, and then make it easier for intracontinental product distribution to be free? So you protect intracontinental trade and solutions, as opposed to letting cheap ones from outside. We've seen lots of this. In northern Nigeria, the textile industry was blooming, just trade depression by foreign import. So for us, we have our fellows. They work on these things all the time, and we are very willing to compose ourselves into more working groups to support this work. But trade policy is a big issue that makes it difficult for our S&T to support industrial policy.
Thank you very much, sir. I know that you could have talked a lot, but unfortunately time is of constraint. But thank you very much for telling us about how you are leveraging your body of scholars and the think tanks to address the challenges that we face in the African continent. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, we have time. We have maybe like 5-6 minutes to take 3 questions. Please raise your hands if you want to ask a question. Very brief, one minute. And so we'll take the first question. Okay, so we'll start with Malawi. Sir, briefly.
Thank you very much, Simon Munda again from Malawi. It's difficult to ask a question, Madam Chair, because basically I'll be asking, what are you doing to ensure persons with disabilities benefit? But I would best contribute to the conversation in the sense that issues of technological advancement are a great opportunity to us as persons with disabilities. Hence our call to all those that are in this particular sector to ensure that as they are coming up with those kind of advancements, I liked what the panelists from UNDP said, that the innovations have to be sort of like integrated, cover different areas. What we have liked most and advanced most in the disability sector are those kind of innovations that take into consideration the universal design principles, so that those kind of designs or innovations can be used by different people, including persons with disabilities. So whoever or all those kind of players and actors, if they can be doing those kind of designs with the universal principles into consideration, there may be cases where the innovations or designs can target particular disabilities. That would be fine. But in a nutshell, what I'm saying is that it is important to really advance this kind of thinking, that this is an opportunity that will help quite a lot in the elimination of the barriers that persons with disabilities face, so that when we eliminate, we allow persons with disabilities participate in various aspects of life fully and effectively. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have one lady at the back. Can you stand up? We'll only take one. The lady with the glasses, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Claire Nasike. I am from Christian Aid. And my question is, as investment in AI and tech startups grows across Africa, how are governments and partners ensuring that the water-intensive data infrastructure respects national and community sovereignty over natural resources, especially land and the scarce water resource that is needed for food production and pastoralist communities, and avoids extractive patterns that place undue pressure on local communities? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, madam. We will take to be fair. We'll take one question here from my right, sir. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I just want. My name is Fode Njai. I was resident coordinator in Rwanda and retired. And I've set up a center of excellence for leadership and management for Africa's development. I really want to support what Professor Kumba said. It's about leadership, but I dare to add, it's about a combination of leadership and management, contextualized and innovative. Contextualized, grounded on our history and our culture, but forward-looking for the fourth industrial revolution, to translate the clear vision into reality that transforms the continent by and for its citizens. I don't have time, but I just want to say, what is your take, given the fact that currently Africa has only 1% of the global patents, only 25% of students are in STEM, and if you look at the capitalization of Nigeria, it's a 5 trillion compared to 3.4 trillion USD for the whole Africa. What is your take in making education from kindergarten up to university work for the transformation that is innovative and that is taking into account what we are discussing? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, we do not have time to take more questions, but I do encourage you afterwards to come and talk to the panelists who will be most happy to talk to you. So what I will ask is, I will ask each panelist to either respond to your question and also at the same time make their key recommendation and as their closing remarks. So we will start with Madame So. In 1 minute, please. Can you give us your closing remark or any recommendation or answer the questions? Thank you, Madam.
Merci beaucoup. Je vais évidemment parler de ce que mon grand frère Fodé, coordonnateur résident à la retraite du Rwanda, a parlé. L'enrôlement dans les filières scientifiques est très faible encore. J'avais noté que pour le Rwanda, le Togo, pardon, par exemple, nous étions à 39,4% des élèves en terminale en 2024 qui sont dans une filière scientifique. Et je sais que c'est devenu une priorité nationale afin que l'on puisse autant que possible augmenter ce pourcentage, mais également les inégalités de genre qui sont relativement prononcées. Dans notre cas, on est à 37,4% des enfants des élèves qui sont en terminale scientifique. Pour conclure, il y a un point dont nous n'avons pas parlé et que je voudrais quand même souligner ici, c'est la sécurité numérique. Parce que j'en parlais tout à l'heure avec mon cher Dr Sek, on est en train de faire de l'infrastructure publique numérique une priorité centrale. Identité numérique, interopérabilité, échange de données, plateforme de services. Mais qu'en est-il de la sécurité numérique avec la numérisation de tous nos ministères, de l'Assemblée des parlements, des services publics? Et pour cela, il nous faut absolument protéger les systèmes informatiques, réseaux et données contre les cyberattaques et dommages ou accès non autorisés. Le Togo a fait le pari de la cybersécurité et est devenu le pays à réaliser la progression la plus rapide en matière de cybersécurité dans le monde depuis 2018, avec un score éloquent de 88,8 aujourd'hui, et ça a pu être fait avec également le soutien de UNECA. C'est avec ces mots que je voudrais donc remercier l'ensemble de l'audience pour les contributions et l'expérience et tout ce que nous avons pu apprendre et que nous amènerons avec nous dans les pays d'où nous venons. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Madame So. Je me tourne maintenant vers Monsieur Samafou pour votre conclusion, Monsieur.
Oui, merci, Madame. Pour conclure, je voudrais tout simplement dire que nos esprits, tout ce que nous avons à concevoir, doit migrer vers des projets intégrateurs prioritaires. Je pense qu'il va falloir synchroniser les orientations. Si je me rappelle bien, lorsque nous suivons à travers les médias que dans certains pays les plus nantis en matière du numérique, il y a des plaintes puisque l'intégration des jeunes n'est pas encadrée. Et à ce jour, nous sommes en train de faire marche arrière pour voir comment encadrer l'utilisation du numérique ou de l'intégration des jeunes. C'est ce pourquoi je suis pour que des réflexions puissent être menées à travers des projets prioritaires intégrateurs. C'est-à-dire que réunir toutes les intelligences et voir comment procéder par les mesures d'encadrement avant le déploiement du système. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur. Honorable Minister Camara.
Thank you, moderator. And for the Sierra Leone experience, I think from what we've had, the various presentations from panel and the time that we've been here, and contributions also from participants, I think access is key. So when we're trying to drive implementation of Agenda 2063, the Africa we want translates directly to the countries that we want, translates to sovereignty. So I think access and equity is key, that we're able to carry everyone along. Affordability is key as well. Partnership and collaboration. We have to co-create, we have to co-deliver, we have to co-own. I think from government's perspective, we tend to speak of whole of government approach, but I think it's a whole of Africa approach. Let's aim to share best practices across board. And then attainment of Agenda 2063 aligned to 2030. In Sierra Leone, what we have done essentially is to have what we call the big 5 game changes, a deep dive into what the challenges are that we must feed ourselves, import substitution, we must move towards export, also building on the human capital development gains, education hugely, but more importantly, ensuring that if we're building on our youth demographic dividend, then we have to train them. We have to ensure that they have skills that are ready for industry and private sector. So I think those are key. And then I think as we go back, let's reflect on our engagements here and focus. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Dr. Jide.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rita, and thanks for the questions. Let us imagine that in the next 10 years, we are able to establish at least 1,000 startups. And these 1,000 startups would be estimated at least $1 billion. And they would be, hopefully, they would benefit at least 100 million people in Africa. That's the journey that we're trying to work with government to realize with Timbuktu. And Timbuktu for us is a tech-enabled startup ecosystem, and it does three things. The first is that we want to connect talent with markets, and that is why we have established 36 university innovation pods. The RC from Togo can tell you more about the value proposition of our Unipod in Togo. And I think there are others that would also provide success stories as well. The second thing that we want to do with Timbuktu is to connect ideas, to ensure that ideas become companies. And this is why we have established thematic hubs. We have 6 thematic hubs today, a creative hub in South Africa. Here in Ethiopia, we have the manufacturing tech hub. We've established the fintech hub in Nigeria, and I can go on and on. I would want you to interact with that. And my last point is that once these tech hubs are created and once they build capabilities, we need to connect these capabilities with capital. And that is why we are working to establish the investment arm of Timbuktu, which is the Timbuktu Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, we've heard from the experts in terms of the data. 20 million people get into the workforce in Africa every year. We are only able to create 3 million jobs. This is according to ECA. We cannot create all the jobs through government, through the private sector. We also need to find ways of promoting self-employment. And this is why Timbuktu is important. So let me end by saying, please interact with UNDP. And on behalf of my boss, who was supposed to be here, Matthias Knapp, I would want to thank you, and you can count on UNDP to continue to support and realize this journey on development that we are together working on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Jide. Professor Kemp.
Thank you. Really quickly, to our brother who asked the question directly about who complimented my remarks and asked a question about leadership. I would encourage people, again, the time is short, just a quick soundbite, to visit the Academy's website or have a chat with me afterwards. These are the things that we handle. We have an array of this. Leadership, indeed, is the issue, is key. And because of that, at the Academy, given the human capital in our community, this year we are launching a few things. One, an executive education practice, where we leverage our fellows as human capital to train the top 1-2% leaders of our continent, public, industrial, and civil. Our ministers, our parliamentarians, many of them, even maybe some people sitting here, many go abroad to Harvard, to Singapore, to go get executive education. When you arrive there, the instructors are no better than what we have in our academy. So we want to customize our own executive education by ourselves, continental scholars, to our own continental leadership. That's one, so that these leadership things are addressed, including management. Two, we are launching another program just this year to place our fellows, especially the scientists, in African parliaments. These discussions have parliamentary dimensions. Parliamentarians are the ones who deliberate national agendas and allocate resources. They are aware and what is their background and competencies in handling these issues. So we want to provide, really use our fellows to provide training, exposure for our leaders. It's the way all leaders around the world do. Nobody does this thing just like that. So that's just two of the things that I'd like to share. And one last thing, with the South African Ministry of Science and Technology and NEPAD, under STISA, one other thing that we're launching, actually we'll launch it in July, is what we call the African Research Technology Organizations Network. Last time I checked, there are over 400 companies that gross $1 billion on this continent. Those 400 companies are the ones that we are looking at supporting them. If you are a $1 billion company, can you become a $10 billion company under the free trade and dominate the markets? We need African companies to dominate African markets, not external big conglomerates coming and taking it from us. When the big companies grow from $1 million cap to $20 million cap, these innovations grow within those companies for them to expand and increase their market share and productivity. We have to upgrade our corporate sector's operations so that they compete with the big ones that come on the continent and take over our mining companies and take over our most consequential industries. We have to upgrade them. And the RTOs that we're putting together is to bring the chief tech officers of these big companies together so they can, from the corporate sector, address these industrial issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Kem. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived at the end of our session. Just briefly to just highlight some of the key messages that we have heard from our dear panelists is that we cannot have an economic development or industrialization for the Africa we want without having science, technology, and innovation and education. STI is key if we want to foster economic growth. And we have seen a lot of examples how our different member states, our countries are building skills in our continent, which is very key. And we want our youth of today, of tomorrow, not to be job seekers, but to be job creators. We have also heard how we can build domestic scientific and technological capacity, make sure that we have a lot of collaboration with national research and development institutions. We have also heard how it is important to work with the rural areas. And we have heard also examples of governments having incentives on how to transform rural areas into innovation hubs that can harness local assets such as land, such as natural resources. We have also heard from our panelists that we cannot work in silos, that we need an integrated approach, and that governments are doing a lot in adopting a coordinated and integrated approach to technology development. How do we align the new technologies with existing infrastructure? How do we make sure that we are making sure that ethics is at the forefront of having artificial intelligence? How do we work with the private sector? How do we make them invest in science, technology, and innovation? So strong partnerships with the private sector is key if we want to fund innovation, commercialize research, and drive employment, especially for the youth of our country. But most importantly, we should not forget that capacity building is key if we want to really move along, as well as political will. So really, this 8th African Science, Technology, and Innovation Forum has really been the platform that has enabled us to discuss, to align ourselves on the commitments to share transformative lessons and mobilize partnerships which are necessary to build a resilient, prosperous, and self-reliant future for all of us Africans. Before I give the floor to our chair, allow me to thank our dear panelists. Can we give them a round of applause? Thank you very much, dear panelists, for your time and chair. The Honorable Minister, you have the last word.
Thank you, Rita. I would like to myself as well thank all our high-value panelists and distinguished delegates for their contribution to this very rich discussion. And special thanks to Rita for her very able steering of this debate. I will now adjourn our sitting for a 15 minutes coffee break, and we will resume at 11:15 sharp, so kindly be on time. And while we are leaving for this coffee break, I will invite our panelists for a group picture. Thank you.
Chair, if I may, beg your indulgence just for a second. To all our delegates, may I just request that on your desks are evaluation forms. So perhaps you could use the coffee break or the lunch break to fill out the evaluation form. It has links to it in French and English, and QR codes will be displayed. We'd really like to get your sense whether we've accomplished a lot thematically at this 12th edition of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. So please just share your insights, your comments, and your suggestions on the evaluation form. Thank you.
The knowledge fair is very important because it allows us to showcase the work that ECA is doing, but also how it's involving its partners in delivering progress on the Sustainable Development Goals at a very difficult moment for humanity, where resources are hard to come by, but therefore where it's even more important to show some of the actions that are taking place, that are taking us closer to the SDGs, and which can be scaled up.
It is important that we continue to produce knowledge that would inform how policies are designed, but also how we implement programs on the ground to advance Agenda 2030, but also Agenda 2063.
One of the challenges is that the knowledge fair only lasts for a certain period. How do we keep this going? I think one opportunity might be using digital platforms to encourage people maybe throughout the year to add their stories, to share their stories on actions that are making a difference and which can be scaled up.
Knowledge fair should go beyond the traditional stakeholders that we invite. Yes, it was important to see a few young people participating in the knowledge fair, but again, if this is a young continent, as we repeatedly say, I think we would need to see more young people, more young voices, really advocating the recommendations emanating from some of the knowledge products that we are constantly producing. I think in future, we should not just have UN entities amplifying their knowledge products, but we should also connect this with communities and also demonstrate how the knowledge that is being produced are meaningful to the communities that we serve.
So one word around what knowledge fair brings, I would say it brings knowledge. It's about sharing knowledge and sharing stories.
Innovative.
Mesdames et messieurs, je n'ai malheureusement pas de tête.
Distinguished delegates, Use the iPhone on Samsung.
Snap me avec. Don't snap your bag, Jenna. Oh yeah, business.
Merci, je vous prends en photo.
En tout cas, on doit attendre le président mauricien, qui est le ministre mauricien. C'est lui qui va nous. Mais c'est très bien qu'on se positionne.
30 minutes, on aurait. C'est la meilleure chose qui nous arrive.
Voilà.
On prend une photo avec elle.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you can take your seats, please, we're going to be starting. On commence? Can you please take your seats? Please take your seats. We're going to start the next session. Welcome back, honorable delegates and distinguished participants from the coffee break. We are now on agenda item 10, plenary high-level roundtable panel 4 on sustaining the gains made in relation to the 2030 agenda, African considerations on shaping the post-2030 United Nations framework for sustainable development. Distinguished participants, as we look to and beyond 2030, Africa must engage early and speak with one voice in shaping the future of global development framework. This engagement should build on existing commitment while addressing unfinished business, including inequality, vulnerability, resilience, and means of implementation. Africa's experience, priorities, and leadership are essential to designing a framework that is credible, inclusive, and implementable. This forum is an important step in shaping that collective position. With that overview of the panel, it is now my great pleasure to welcome the moderator of the panel, the Director of Policy Monitoring and Advocacy, Office of Special Advisor of Secretary General on Africa, Jean-Paul Adam. I request him to introduce the speakers and panelists and take up his role as moderator of this panel. The roundtable panel will last for 2 hours. Mr. Jean-Paul Adam, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Your Excellencies, heads of delegations, dear colleagues and friends, thank you very much for joining us for this very important discussion on Africa's priorities for the post-2030 agenda. I am Jean-Paul Adam, and the Chair has already introduced me as being the Director in the Office of the Special Advisor on Africa, and I'm a former member also of ECA, so I'm very happy to be back in what I consider my second home of Addis Ababa. In today's discussion, we want to reflect, first of all, on Africa's implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, recognizing that there have been severe challenges in implementation, while also not neglecting that there has been progress and that there has been significant African leadership in not only the development of the Sustainable Development Goals, but also arguably in expanding the vision and ambition, notably by referencing Agenda 2063, which has a very transformative agenda. One of the key issues that we will be reflecting on is how to transform African economies structurally, recognizing that while progress has been made in a number of areas, unless we can completely restructure the way in which value is created across the African continent, African countries tend to be price takers rather than price makers. In that context, we will be hearing from a number of distinguished panelists. We have a total of 6 panelists. We had previously aimed to structure this into 2 dialogues, but we will take the 2 dialogues together. And I will be asking each panelist to intervene for no more than 5 minutes in response to some questions, after which we will take questions and comments from the participants in the hall. And following that, we will then have a summary of key messages before concluding the session. I will ask all of the panelists to kindly stick to the no more than 5 minutes, which allows the maximum time for discussion, and also to remind that once we have had some comments from the floor, we will give panelists the chance also to respond. We will start with our first panelist, who is a member of parliament from the Democratic Republic of Congo, the Honorable André Mbata Mangu. Thank you very much for reminding me that we also have we are setting the scene. We are setting the scene with an intervention from Guy Ryder, who is the Undersecretary General, who will be presenting some of the key messages around, some of the key considerations around the development of the post-2030 agenda, including the form in which the United Nations is undertaking consultations to ensure that we have maximum inclusion of these issues. So we will go first to the recording before going to the panel. And thank you very much to my colleagues for having reminded me of this setting the scene. And I would now ask for us to project the recording from Undersecretary General for Policy in the Department of Economic and Social Affairs, Guy Ryder.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues and partners, it's an honor to address this 12th session of the African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development, and I thank the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, the African Union Commission, the African Development Bank, and all partners for convening this very important forum. And this year's theme, Turning the Tide, Transformative and Coordinated Actions for the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063, captures both the urgency of our challenges and the scale of our ambition. Across Africa, we see extraordinary leadership and innovation, from expanding renewable energy to reimagining cities to harnessing digital transformation. Africa is shaping solutions that inspire the world. Yet we also know some harsh realities. Progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals remains uneven, and in some areas, it's even reversing. Climate shocks are intensifying. Financing gaps are widening. Inequalities persist. And for millions, the promise of sustainable development remains very much unfinished business. So turning the tide requires true transformation, anchored in national ownership, driven by partnerships, and strengthened by coordinated multilateral action. And that transformation must be reflected in how we finance development, in how we deploy science, technology, and innovation, and fundamentally, in how we work together, across sectors, across borders, and across generations. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, in 2024, member states adopted the Pact for the Future as a recommitment to multilateral cooperation organized around 5 pillars: sustainable development and financing, international peace and security, science, technology, innovation and digital cooperation, youth and future generations, and finally, global governance. And together with its annexes, the Global Digital Compact and the Declaration on Future Generations, The pact reflects a shared understanding. Today's challenges are interconnected, and our responses must be equally coherent and ambitious. So our task now is delivery. We must ensure the pact's commitments translate into tangible progress on the ground, accelerating the Sustainable Development Goals in Africa and across the world. And that means advancing reforms of the international financial architecture, unlocking scaled up and affordable financing, and strengthening support for countries facing systemic vulnerabilities. In parallel, the United Nations 80 initiative, UN80, launched by the Secretary General a year ago, is our effort to adapt the UN system to these complex challenges so that we can better serve member states and people everywhere. At its core, UN80 is about impact on the ground, simplifying and streamlining how we work, strengthening coordination, reducing duplication, and focusing capabilities and resources where they matter the most, so that the UN remains effective, relevant, and ready to respond. Excellencies, dear colleagues, the goals under review at this forum on water, energy, infrastructure, sustainable cities, and on partnerships are powerful levers for transformation. They align very closely with key actions under the Pact, including poverty eradication, social protection, employment, environmental sustainability, development finance, and reform of the international financial architecture. And these goals are also central to Africa's development trajectory, as well as the African Union's Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. And Agenda 2063 offers a vision of prosperity, integration, and peace, shaped and led by Africans and rooted in the rights and aspirations of people across the continent. It resonates deeply with the Pact's call for action today that strengthens resilience and opportunities for generations to come. Because, Excellencies, Africa is the youngest continent in the world, and its young people are already redefining what is possible. Across the continent, youth are leading climate movements, advancing digital solutions, and strengthening their communities. They're not just asking for a future, they're building it. And our responsibility is to match their ambition with opportunities in quality education, decent work opportunities, social protection, and a meaningful seat at the table where decisions are made. Under the Pact, we recently launched the core principles for meaningful youth participation to strengthen that meaningful, representative, inclusive, and safe youth engagement across the work of the United Nations. Because when we invest in young people's capabilities and their voices, we advance intergenerational equity and accelerate progress across both the SDGs and Agenda 2063. And we must also look beyond the horizon. The Declaration on Future Generations reminds us that the decisions we take or we delay today will shape and have an impact across generations as yet unborn. So embedding long-term thinking and intergenerational dialogue into policy making is no longer optional. And here too, Africa is already leading the way. Kenya has embedded strategic foresight into its legislature through a bipartisan Senate Futures Caucus. Nigeria has launched an anticipatory governance and foresight program in partnership with our colleagues in UNICEF. Cameroon has appointed an indigenous commissioner for future generations and sustainability. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues, this forum is where evidence meets policy, where partnerships are forged, and where accountability is strengthened. It is also a vital platform for Africa's voice in shaping global conversations and processes. From the high-level political forum to the 2026 United Nations Water Conference to the future framework for sustainable development beyond 2030. So let us use this moment to move from fragmentation to coherence, from commitments to implementation, and from ambition to results. This is how we turn the tide together. And I wish you a very successful and impactful forum. Thank you.
We thank Undersecretary General Guy Ryder for those remarks and for framing the discussion that we are about to undertake, and particularly to highlight the priorities for African countries in terms of the post-2030 agenda, addressing structural transformation issues, climate resilience, and ensuring that youth are fully included in those reflections. We'll move now to our panelist discussion, and I'll just briefly introduce each panelist. We will start with some comments from the Member of National Assembly from the Democratic Republic of Congo, Mr. André Mbata Mangu. We are also joined by former Deputy Minister of Finance of Namibia, Maureen Bwende. We are also joined by the Regional Director for Eastern and Southern Africa Regional Hub of the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Marcel Akpovo, as well as joining us online, the Director for Regional Integration at the African Development Bank, Dr. Joy Kategekwa, the Managing Director for Programs at the Open Society Foundation, Brian Kagoro, and the President for the International Institute for Sustainable Development in Africa at the University of Kadi Ayad, Marrakesh, Morocco, Professor Fatima Arib. So those are our panelists for today, and I will introduce them more specifically as we go to them with their specific questions. Votre honorable André Mbata Mangu, si je peux commencer avec vous. Nous savons que certains pays africains, notamment la République démocratique du Congo, ont le potentiel de devenir de véritables pays solutions pour le développement durable. Quels sont les principaux défis rencontrés dans la mise en œuvre de l'Agenda 2030 et quels sont les éléments clés susceptibles de permettre l'émergence de solutions efficaces dans le cadre de l'agenda de développement post-2030? Honorable, 5 minutes si vous pouvez.
The mic. Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, I will send on the protocols being observed and speak in French. Je tiens d'abord à vous remercier, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, et chers collègues, pour l'invitation qui nous a été adressée de prendre part à cette 12e session du Forum régional africain sur le développement durable. Comme vous, donc, je viens de l'Afrique, et plus précisément de la République démocratique du Congo. Je ne pense pas du tout que l'Afrique soit le plus jeune continent. En réalité, c'est le plus vieux continent. Le plus vieux continent qui a dominé les 3 premiers millénaires de l'humanité, suivant les thèses de l'historien Cheikh Anta Diop, parce que l'Afrique a exercé un véritable impérialisme durant les 3 premiers millénaires, mais c'est un continent qui a été colonisé, récolonisé, exploité, surexploité. Je viens précisément du centre du continent africain, de la République démocratique du Congo. Mes remarques vont donc être basées sur mon propre profil comme député national élu représentant d'un peuple, celui de la République démocratique du Congo. Lorsqu'on regarde les objectifs, les 17 objectifs du développement durable, ou même les aspirations que l'on trouve dans l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine, on se rend évidemment compte que la République démocratique du Congo devait jouer un très grand rôle dans le développement, non seulement du continent, mais du monde entier. Monsieur le modérateur, vous avez eu raison de le souligner. Je viens d'un pays qui est un pays solution à plusieurs problèmes de développement durable que nous rencontrons. La République démocratique du Congo, c'est un pays solution à plusieurs problèmes, notamment, par exemple, je cite l'objectif de développement durable 2, mettre un terme à la fin, vous avez ici 2 345 000 km², avec d'innombrables kilomètres carrés de forêts, de tourbières, des ressources naturelles qui font pratiquement de ce pays l'un des plus riches de la planète. La République démocratique du Congo, s'il faut parler de la nutrition, elle est en mesure de nourrir l'ensemble du continent, même une partie de l'Europe. En ce qui concerne la transition écologique, la République démocratique du Congo renferme tous ces minerais importants pour la transition écologique. Le cuivre, le cobalt, le lithium. Donc l'industrie de demain même repose en grande partie sur ces ressources innombrables qu'on trouve dans mon pays, la République démocratique du Congo. Mais le problème est que la République démocratique du Congo, dont Franck Fanon décrivait comme étant la gâchette du revolver Afrique, la République démocratique du Congo, pendant plusieurs décennies, pendant plusieurs années maintenant, n'a pas su délivrer ou bien n'a pas su servir de gâchette au développement de tout le continent. L'une des raisons fondamentales, c'est la guerre. Notre pays, la République démocratique du Congo, est depuis environ maintenant 2 décennies victime d'une agression de la part du Rwanda, c'est que c'est documenté par les Nations Unies. Et depuis plusieurs années, les ressources sont exploitées anarchiquement et illégalement. C'est fait plus de 10 millions de morts. Et cette guerre, cette agression étrangère empêche la République démocratique du Congo de jouer son rôle. Et nous parlons ici du programme de l'agenda de 2030, c'est-à-dire dans 4 années seulement. Est-ce qu'on peut encore parler de développement durable en Afrique à partir de la République démocratique du Congo? Non. Tout simplement parce que la République démocratique du Congo continue d'être victime de cette agression dans le silence presque total de la communauté internationale. Et ici, les questions de gouvernance se posent non seulement au niveau de la gouvernance mondiale, mais au niveau de la gouvernance africaine. La République démocratique du Congo est membre des Nations Unies, membre de l'Union africaine, membre de plusieurs organisations sous-régionales, la SADC, la communauté africaine des États de l'Afrique de l'Est, la communauté des États de l'Afrique centrale. Malgré tous ces organismes, la République démocratique du Congo continue à être victime de cette agression qui l'empêche de donner au monde, de donner à l'Afrique tout le potentiel qui peut permettre le continent, le développement du continent. Donc pour nous, parler même de l'après 2030, mais c'est un problème. Parce que qu'est-ce qui se passe maintenant? Est-ce que nous sommes vraiment en train de nous développer ou en train de nous sous-développer? Donc l'un des projets, l'un des défis majeurs auxquels nous sommes confrontés, c'est la guerre et la guerre d'agression. Si le monde veut un développement durable, si l'Afrique veut un développement durable partant de la République démocratique du Congo, on doit mettre fin à cette agression, on doit mettre fin à la guerre. Nous devons en finir un peu avec cette hypocrisie au niveau de la diplomatie internationale. Alors que tout va mal, on va vous dire que tout va bien. On doit en finir avec l'hypocrisie et toucher le problème du doigt si on voudrait vraiment être réel et si on veut contribuer au développement durable. Donc il y a cela. La paix n'existe pas à cause de l'agression. Il y a également le problème d'investissement. Comment vous pouvez le faire? D'abord, dans la guerre, vous ne pouvez rien entreprendre. Vous ne pouvez pas faire l'agriculture. Vous ne pouvez pas mettre fin, faire l'élevage. Vous ne pouvez pas exploiter vos ressources. Donc la guerre vous empêche de tout entreprendre. Il y a aussi le problème d'investissement. On n'a pas le temps pour le développement durable. Mais malgré que le pays, c'est un pays solution, mais qu'est-ce que nous retrouvons en matière de... Il y a un déficit énorme d'investissement, par exemple en ce qui concerne la lutte pour le réchauffement climatique. Le Brésil, l'Amérique bénéficient plus, reçoit plus que les pays comme la République démocratique du Congo, alors que la République démocratique du Congo a beaucoup à offrir. Et les financements même, ils sont minables. On vous donne quelques 20 millions, 30 millions, et puis on applaudit sur les chaînes de télévision et de radio, alors qu'ailleurs, les financements se font. J'en donne pour exemple le cas, par exemple, de ce qui se passe actuellement en Ukraine. Ce sont des milliards, des centaines de milliards donnés à l'Ukraine pour la guerre. Mais qu'est-ce qu'on donne à l'Afrique? Ce sont des miettes. Donc le développement continue à être inégal et les discours dans les organisations internationales devraient tenir compte de cette situation-là que l'Afrique, on doit se tourner davantage vers l'Afrique. Et nous aussi, comme Africains, nous devons comprendre un principe, c'est qu'on ne développe pas, on se développe. Et en fait, comme disait Samir Amin il y a quelques années, dans sa théorie du centre et de la périphérie, le développement du reste du monde pendant plusieurs années est devenu tributaire du sous-développement de l'Afrique et dans le cas précis de la guerre. La guerre en République démocratique du Congo, c'est une sorte de business qui sert à plusieurs compagnies étrangères, même à des puissances extérieures, si bien que beaucoup ne se préoccupent pas d'y mettre fin, parce que la guerre ici, c'est le business. Donc voilà, nous avons ce défi majeur qui demande qu'aujourd'hui, si nous voulons vraiment penser développement durable, on doit sérieusement se regarder dans les yeux. On doit sérieusement cesser avec cette diplomatie hypocrite pour que nous puissions mettre un terme à la guerre et en même temps aussi essayer d'investir pour permettre le développement durable non seulement de la RDC, mais de toute la région et de l'Afrique d'une façon générale. Nous aussi, comme Africains, même comme Congolais, nous devons comprendre ce principe que j'ai énoncé tout à l'heure. On ne développe pas, on se développe. Tant qu'au niveau de l'Afrique, nous n'aurons pas pris conscience de notre propre situation, nous resterons toujours à la traîne du monde et le développement durable dont nous parlons. 2030, c'est déjà demain. Il n'y aura pas eu de développement durable. Et même avec l'agenda 2063 des Nations Unies, on risque d'en rester tout simplement aux aspirations sans être capable de transformer ces aspirations en réalité. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, honorable Mbata. Et je crois que surtout vous avez mis l'accent sur la nécessité que l'Afrique se développe. J'ai manqué de vous présenter en détail. Alors excusez-moi, mais de rappeler à tous nos participants que le professeur André Mbata Mangou est un éminent juriste et intellectuel africain, professeur de droit en plusieurs universités africaines, avec des expériences d'enseignement et de recherche en France et en Éthiopie, spécialiste du constitutionnalisme et de la démocratie, des droits humains et de la gouvernance en Afrique, et aussi auteur prolifique et un consultant auprès de grandes organisations internationales. Et il est également rédacteur en chef du Journal africain de la démocratie et de la gouvernance et membre de l'Assemblée nationale de la RDC, où il préside la commission juridique. Merci beaucoup, honorable, pour vos propos. We'll now proceed directly to our next panelist, and I would like to invite the former Deputy Minister of Finance of Namibia, Maureen Bwende. And Ms. Maureen Bwende is a seasoned public finance and governance professional who served as a Member of Parliament in Namibia from 2015 to 25, and as Deputy Minister across several portfolios, including finance, public enterprises, home affairs, and international relations. With a strong background in finance, banking, and institutional management, she has championed anti-corruption efforts and the fair management of natural resources. She is also vice chair of a Namibian NGO promoting Pan-African values and has recently served on a special assignment as acting managing director of Namibia's national oil company. So, Your Excellency, based also on the previous intervention, how can Africa properly capture the value of its resources in the context of the negotiations of the post-2030 agenda? 5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, distinguished guests and delegates. Allow me to begin by, first of all, acknowledging that the theme of this 12th sitting that talks about turning, not just changing, but turning the tide. We are at a tipping point, and as we shape the post-2030 framework, let us focus, or our focus, on the SDG 9, part of industries, SDG 17 on partnerships, be grounded in the harsh quantitative realities of the African continent. I wish to highlight 3 critical areas that requires fundamental rethinking to ensure that we do not just record progress, but preserve it for the future. The first elephant in the house, I'll call it redefining the domestic resource mobilization. We must acknowledge that while gains have been made, funding gaps remained wide because our measurements for domestic resources often ignores the intricacies of Africa's economy, especially the mix of formal, informal, rural versus urban discrepancies, and the realities of internal displacement. To turn the tide, we must narrow the gaps that are funds that are currently chauffeured away by systematic flaws, not just by corruption. Illicit financial flaws. It is estimated that Africa lost between 50 billion and 88.6 billion annually to illicit financial flaws, a figure that nearly matches the total development assistance the continent receives. In the extractive sector alone, according to the UNECA report, it records 40 billion losses per year. To narrow this gap and to give human face to capitalism, we must pivot on 4 fronts. Ethics over profit. Curbing tax evasion and illicit financial flows requires our global partners to move beyond rhetorics. We need to coordinated international controls and real consequences for transfer pricing and under-declaration of imports and exports. Repatriation and restitution. We propose that penalty payments derived from unfair trade benefits be repatriated to the country of origin to compensate of economic losses. Ending incentive dependencies. We must review tax systems to limit the aggressive demand for tax incentives as a prerequisite for foreign direct investment. These demands often create the very financial gaps that we are trying to close. The human face to tax reform. They are just not numbers. They represent a lack of economic bucket equal to 1.7% of Africa's GDP. We demand a shift of the exploitative double taxation agreements to a shared tax right, ensuring revenue stays where value is created. The international tax landscape must shift for African resource countries to be in line with the OECD initiative regarding the digital economy towards a shared taxation rights framework. This must be a multilateral imperative, moving away from exploitative one-sided bilateral agreements. The second elephant in the room, mining, or rather the critical minerals as a standalone pillar. A strategic asset, Africa must be an equal partner in this transition, moving from talk shop to tangible coordinated industrial specifics. It is time that we move the conversation from generalized emphasis on industrialization to tangible specifics. Africa is a custodian of the world's critical earth minerals, yet we shy away from positioning mining as a standalone game changer alongside agriculture and the blue economy. Equal partnership must change how we finance, exploit, and benefit from these minerals. We must end the blacklisting of resources like gold and diamonds and cobalt, like in DRC, for example, which fuels conflicts while destination countries reap the profits. Penalties must be instituted to compensate the source nations. Africa must be an equal partner in development, not just as a source for raw material. Statistics says it that Africa holds approximately 30% of the world's critical minerals reserves, including approximately 70% of the world's cobalt. The value gap, despite holding these vast reserves, Yet Africa attracts less than 10% of the global exploration investment. Africa cannot afford to remain on the bottom of the value chain. As the world transition to green economy with demand for critical minerals rising rapidly, representing a multi-trillion-dollar opportunities. I would jump over to say that the last one that I want to talk about is the preservation of future through sovereign wealth funds and environment. Allow me to speak to sustaining gains without mechanisms for the future. Preservation is an ethical and environmental obligation. And developmental obligation. This requires a deliberate creation and investment in sovereign wealth funds to insulate our economies from volatility and provide for the youth of tomorrow. As a Namibian and a country that is shaped by desert ecosystems, I must emphasize that environmental sustainability is not optional, it is fundamental. Economic growth that ignores environmental limits is not progress, it is postponement of crisis. In conclusion, distinguished guests, to truly turn the tide, we must confront these structural challenges with boldness and clarity. Post-2030 framework must not simply extend the present, it must correct its imbalances. This means fairer global financial systems and trade, transparent resources management, a stronger voice for Africa in shaping its own development, because sustainable development is not just about progress, it is about continuation of the status quo, not about the continuation of status quo, but about urgent radical shift towards equity, transparency, and African agency. It is about preserving that progress for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, and particularly for emphasizing how resources can be mobilized based on those that are not being captured by Africa, whether they be IFFs, dealing with taxation issues. And I will just very quickly say that research that we have done at my office has shown that by plugging some of these gaps, African countries can mobilize 13.6% of GDP additionally. And these are resources, and by emphasizing that in the post-2030 agenda, we are empowering African countries. Let me move to our next panelist, who is the Regional Director for Eastern and Southern Africa Regional Hub in the Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, Mr. Marcel Akpovo. And he's a senior human rights lawyer and international expert with over 3 decades in rule of law, peace, security, and protection. 3 decades of experience in rule of law, peace, security, and protection. He's a national of Benin, and he serves as the regional director for Eastern and Southern Africa in the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights, and he's also the representative to the African Union for his organization, and has held senior leadership positions in UN peace operations and human rights missions across the continent, and also worked with international civil society organizations, academia, and the media. So, Marcel, how should progress on the SDGs be evaluated in the 2027 review, and what lessons from past implementation should inform the post-2030 framework? And if you can reflect also on the emerging challenges that should be included as core priorities in the new development agenda.
Thank you. Thank you. Merci beaucoup, Jean-Paul. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for the opportunity to be part of this conversation. I think that the USD rider has set the tone, and I think that he has provided much the bigger picture on how we are faring on our SDG ambitions globally, but particularly zeroing in Africa situation. And then I think that our experience clearly shows that tremendous effort, as he rightly said, have been made by states as an engine for this SDG to be realized. And no doubt about it. In my role, I travel a lot, and then I also know definitely that on the continent, the system, the UN system, our resident coordinators have been tirelessly working with government to advance that, first of all, to be faithful to cooperation framework that advance the development priorities and then help the state to pursue their own ambition in implementing SDG. And then, of course, that this effort have been identified and then acknowledged by all of us. And the USG also clearly indicated that progress has been uneven, and that in some situations it has been reversal as well. And the same thing that I hear yesterday when we were on the same panel talking about SDGs and having a very interesting conversation on water, where the Commissioner on Water of the African Union has, in a very interesting presentation, also clearly told us how much uneven this progress has been made. So, the African experience in data contest, I strongly believe that has shown definitely that the counting outputs is not enough. Counting output is not enough. Progress, as you asked me, Jean-Paul, must be evaluated through impact on human rights, human dignity, equality, and the realization of a human right, particularly for those furthest behind. And there's a report our office has presented to the Council, the Human Rights Council. I think there's this, I don't know if my colleagues have shared this with you. There's a QR code on this card that you can see where we reflect on this. This report of the Human Rights Council has analyzed what we have done in the first decade for the implementation of SDG. What did this tell us, this report? That development gains that are not people-centered, grounded in human rights, equity, and accountability are fragile and easily reversible. That's one of the very important conclusions that the report tells us. The report also demonstrates that the most impactful solution to development challenges are grounded in human rights with high rewards on improving data quality, smarter spending, building public trust, and protecting those in need. And it is clear that when I have observed it in my interaction with people across the continent, where participation was strengthened, civic space protected, access to justice ensured, and fiscal and budgetary policy aligned with a human rights obligation, we see that the progress proved more inclusive and sustainable. Conversely, persistent gap in accountability, access to information, and inclusive decision-making explain why key targets, particularly under Goal 16, remain off track. And it's very clear for us that human rights provide the normative foundation that gives sustainable development, meaning legitimacy and continuity beyond fixed timelines. From an African perspective, of course, we have invested a lot in resource mobilization, and then also in the progress, we've observed a lot of progress made on infrastructural development. But a post-2030 framework must therefore retain the human right as a fundamental pillar, not an added one, as it is now, but as a core to truly reflecting people's lived reality, especially the poorest and the most marginalized, and to tackling emerging challenges. And for the review that you talk about, Jean-Paul, the 27 review, I think that it should be therefore assess not only what was delivered, but how actions impacted on people on the planet, and those rights, whose rights were realized, and then whose were excluded, and then why this has happened. The second thing that I would want also to quickly highlight is the emerging challenges that should be included as a core priority in a new development agenda. I will not go into the details because I know that we have a time constraint here, but let me name them very quickly to you. The first one, we believe, and I strongly believe that this fiscal space, financing and debt must be addressed explicitly as development and human rights issues. Second, inequality and discrimination must be confronted more systematically. I was hearing of the Minister for Environment from Uganda yesterday, and he was very much developing the pro-poor policy that they have put in place to advance their aspirational agenda on the SDG. The third is corporate accountability must receive a greater prominence. Our report that I was talking about has made a very, very important stride on this, and then we need to shape it in a new thinking that goes to the new planning process. The fourth is about digital transformation. Artificial intelligence and surveillance technology present both opportunity and then significant risk, and we need to factor that into a new thinking process. This trend will have, of course, a major implication for development pathway in Africa and must be addressed through right-based regulations and governance trajectory. Finally, the demographic change, youth employment, climate justice, and then rapid urbanization will shape Africa's future. And therefore, it's very clear that a post-2030 agenda must look forward, must be forward-looking and intergenerational, fully integrating human rights to clean, healthy, and sustainable environment in supporting just transition in line with Africa priority under the Agenda 2060. In conclusion, I strongly believe that we must accelerate action now to deliver on Agenda 2030. Of course, that is a fact. But while shaping the future vision, anchoring human rights, equity, and accountability, only then will sustainable development be both meaningful and lasting. And my organization, OSCHR, remains committed to working closely with member states and all other partners to retain human rights as a fundamental pillar, especially for the poorest and the most marginalized people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marcel, and for underlining how human rights must be central to all of the priorities that are identified for the post-2030 agenda. We'll go to our next speaker who will join us from Speaking Online. Dr. Joy Kategekwa is a leading expert in international trade law, regional integration, and development policy, with more than 2 decades of experience shaping Africa's trade-led transformation. The Ugandan national, she serves as the director of the African Development Bank's Regional Integration Coordination Office, advancing cross-border infrastructure, policy harmonization, and effective implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area. She has previously held senior leadership roles within UNDP, UNCTAD, and the WTO, advising African governments and institutions on trade negotiations, industrialization, and inclusive growth. And she is also a distinguished and published scholar. Dr. Kategekwa, if you can share with us from your perspectives what are the coordination, follow-up, and review mechanisms between the UN, the African Union, regional economic communities, member states, and other stakeholders have shown the most promise, and how can they be scaled post-2030? And also, how can the post-2030 frame reflect the long-term vision and build on the implementation plans of Agenda 2063 to address Africa's priorities beyond 2030? Dr. Joy, the floor is yours. We seem to have a little bit of an issue of connecting to Dr. Joy. I was told that she is connected, so perhaps we can try and address that. And in the interim, I could go to our next speaker while we try to just make sure that she is connected. And we can go to our next speaker, who is Brian Kagoro. Brian is a prominent African activist on human rights, a constitutional lawyer, Pan-African advocate with extensive experience in governance, justice, and civil society leadership, who has played key roles in constitutional reform and regional advocacy, currently serving as managing director of programs at the Open Society Foundations, advancing global justice, human rights, and democratic governance initiatives. Oh, I see Dr. Joy online. So Brian, Just hold on. We'll go to you, Dr. Joy. Thank you. Thank you so much sorry for that little delay between the room and the virtual, and over to you.
Thank you very much, Jean-Paul, and it's such a pleasure to see you and distinguished, esteemed colleagues. You've asked me 2 critical questions that you want me to answer in 3 minutes. So let's try and do magic. The first one is really about...
I'm allowing 5, but if you could stick to 5, thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. So the first one is around this issue of the method coordination, follow-up, etc., that have worked well and could scale. And the second piece is around reflecting Africa's interests in the post-2030. So on the first one, I was reflecting on our report card first out of the SDGs. And when you see it, it's inevitable to not be somewhat depressed in the sense that you talk about 5 regressing, you talk about 12 out of 17 going slow. But at the same time, when we're thinking about coordination mechanisms, we have to look first at what it is we're trying to coordinate. And therefore, my mind went to the shoots of transformation. So beyond that progress report or that report card, there is a good story coming out of Africa, even in the SDG dispensation. This is the story of an Africa starting to manufacture. This is the story of an Africa with a free trade area that posits us well to start thinking about industrialization seriously. This is the story of an Africa whose value-added content right now from a recent World Bank report called Integrating Africa is at 60%. I recall the days when colleagues like Stephen Karingi and others produced reports that talked about the value-add at 48%. Now we're talking about 60%. And therefore, when we think about what we should be coordinating, the models, we should first pre-anchor it with a question on coordinating what? Coordinating what works. And so when we think about what is driving that is trade. What is driving that is industrialization. What is driving that is investments in infrastructure. And so when you think about it like that, and look on the side of opportunity, I would like to suggest that we think about models that coordinate in 3 particular ways. Coordinate positioning, a common African position on the post-2030 agenda. And this is very clearly Agenda 2063 and its second 10-year implementation plan, to make the point that the North Star is clear. The second part about coordination should be to put a foot on the pedal around accelerating implementation of those shoots of transformation. This means we go big on the financing question. And the African Development Bank Group is offering this new African financial architecture for development. The third model we should look at is coordination in the realm of keeping track of metrics of progress. We have a great platform, the Africa Forum for Sustainable Development. The question is, how are we thinking about reporting on progress? And so data systems become very important. Investing in what works to ensure that we're also keeping track of the regional level is key. Let me now try to go to the second question, which is around how do we ensure that the post-2030 agenda reflects Africa's long-term sort of transformation? Here, I'd like to make 2 quick points, Jean-Paul. The first one is alignment. A lot about alignment. This is not the time to think about, well, what is Africa's interest? We know Africa's interest. We have it very clearly in Agenda 2063. If the SDGs were a 15-year sprint, Agenda 2063 is a 50-year marathon. We've done 12 of those years, a lot more to go, but at least we know where we want to go. So alignment is critical, and moving in that direction is the first piece. The second piece is really around this idea of sequencing. In order to reflect our interests well, we must ensure that we go back on perhaps the mistake we made in the 2015 process, where we think about where do we want to go, then let's talk financing later. Or we think about where we want to go, then let's think about the drivers of that. The point is that we must put trade, AFCFTA as a structural level, the heart of the conversation. It must be at the heart of that, because when you do that, you bring industrialization in at big scale. You bring the jobs in, you bring infrastructure in, you bring innovation. And the final piece is around financing. Gone are the days when we can think about a financing structure that is going to come and invest solidly at scale in Africa's development. At the African Development Bank Group, this new African financial architecture for development mobilizes the entirety of Africa's $4 trillion in assets under management and domestic savings to fill that gap of 400 billion annually in financing. And so Africa is not capital poor. It is mobilization weak. And therefore, we have to think about financing as the penultimate starting point of our conversation in the post-2030 dispensation. Thank you very much, Jean-Paul.
Thank you so much, Dr. Joy, and thank you so much for having remained within the time. And we might come back to you with some queries, if that's okay, if you can remain online. Because I think we all appreciated the fact that you have underlined how trade, and particularly trade driven by Africans themselves, will actually lead this structural change, lead to this faster pace of industrialization. And there is cause for hope by citing the figures that you have, that already in the short time that we have adopted the AFCFTA, things are moving. There are missing links, but the effort is there. And through the determination on how we can generate the resources by African countries themselves. And I think this echoes things that have come from all of our panelists so far. So thank you so much for that intervention. I'll now go to Brian, who's been waiting very, very patiently. And I know he's going to abuse my 5-minute deadline. I've already introduced him. And Brian, if I can put the question to you, that I think this follows logically from what we've just heard, that Africa has made progress on the 2030 agenda, but structural transformation has not taken place to the extent that we would want. Therefore, Africa remains vulnerable to external shocks. So what are the missing ingredients that we need to bring in the post-2030 agenda, particularly thinking about national, regional, and global architectures? And as a second part of that consideration, what are the most important elements to deliver accountability in the post-2030 agenda? And how do we ensure that the design, implementation, and decision-making is as inclusive as possible? So Brian, over to you.
Thank you so much. You know, as the colleagues were making presentations, I was reminded of a story that I was told by my father. This is a story of a caretaker who was told that he had to lock the gate at a school every day at 6 p.m. So the caretaker would lock the gate faithfully at 6 p.m. And then some locals came, or foreigners or externals, nobody knows, came during the night, they stole the fence to the school. But the caretaker continued to lock the gate faithfully at 6 p.m. I want to suggest to Africa, and in response to your question, that someone has taken the fence. And so locking the gate, whilst it's a useful exercise, may not be the most appropriate action. What is the fence that's been stolen? Over the last 5 years, what we have seen and described on this panel severally is a world that's in crisis, an international cooperation system that's in tatters, the global consensus around which we cohered to construct Agenda 2030 under threat. And therefore, when you then consider this in light of SDG 3 on health lagging behind SDG 9 on infrastructure, SDG 16, and you look at the plight of women, 1 in 3 women experience violence, child marriage, 1 in 5, economic empowerment, 68% in terms of startup, women's unpaid care work, digital divide, and etc. You have to say the missing link is that you need a particular type of state, you need a particular type of market on the continent, and not just the production of goods not linked to social aspiration. So the integration of social policy and economic policy becomes central. This is not a new realization. But what is the condition of the African state at the moment, as the state that emerged out of the structural adjustment program? Number one, the policy autonomy of the state is highly compromised by factors that others have mentioned. I won't dwell on that. And then second, it's governance. The classical approach to governance was about ensuring that you had good governance for market efficiency, for the reduction of transaction cost, and then you have these state and institutional capabilities. I want to suggest that the African state that I envisage as necessary to address structural issues whose genesis is not entirely indigenous, whose genesis are in both colonialism, imperialism, and neoliberalism, that kind of African state that you need is a state that has to adopt a developmental posture. And within that developmental posture, find ways of being inclusive, of being accountable. And it essentially means that part of what I envisage as the missing link is governance that is focused not on delivery of tick boxes, but on real wealth redistribution that benefits Africans, so that at the end, Africans can become owners of their economies, owners of their natural resources, and owners of their destiny, not just fully compliant with global orthodoxy, with donor orthodoxy. And essentially that means Africans may have to dance out of tune on several things in a world where tariffs have been imposed on them, and we say that their young people are the most potent force for measuring the success of Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063. The condition at the moment, if you're looking at young people and say how many are out of employment, okay? How many? We'll have about 830 million young people in Africa by 2050. 270 million of those young people are not in employment, they're not in training, or they're in informal jobs. And so in essence, if the potential of Africa lies with African women and African youth, the measurement of whether we are making progress is not only what we are doing now, it's the future-focused investments we are making in preparing those who are between the ages of 8 and 25 to become the captains of industry, the manufacturers, to become the leaders in IT, in digital. And I think that we are not making sufficient investment in the sectors that will make Africans leaders of their own destiny, which essentially means, and let me prepare to land, if you take Pan-Africanism and sovereignty as linked, it essentially means our countries need to come together on the question of what are future fit skills. If you think that we need to address the question of underdevelopment on the continent, I think that the fundamental thing that you need to address has already been mentioned by others. It's how do we turn 67% of the population in neglected rural areas that are rich in natural resources into a productive force. And I hear a lot of Africans focusing on what do we do with the urban bulge. As an African, I want to suggest that the land for producing the food we eat in order to reduce our food import bill is in rural areas, right? The water resources that we need to be water secure is mostly in the rural areas. So in essence, we are neglecting the core asset because a colonial program of development that emphasized urbanity, that emphasized routes to the port, as opposed to building. Who needs to be linked is the cross-border women traders from rural areas with others. If we can convert that asset, then intra-African trade is about also creating wealth, not just exchanging goods. So lastly, sir, it seems to me that therefore, if you look at this, you have to ask what knowledge is going to drive this. I don't think there will be structural transformation without investing in tertiary and in higher education at a much more higher level than we have done so far. And I want to suggest to you that we now have a crisis not just of unemployment, we have a crisis where there's an increase in numeracy and literacy and not necessarily in the ability to do the things that are required for transformation. Why is this crisis real? It's because under structural adjustment programs, we were told not to invest in these things because it was cheaper to have it done by others. Now that our students can't go to those overseas places that we had been told would train them, Africa has an urgent need right now to build today the skills that must drive African industry. Otherwise, Chair, what will happen? Workers from elsewhere in the world will be the skilled workers in the African mines that will be adding value locally, but driven by foreign labor. Thank you.
Perfect, Brian. Thank you so much. And I know that your comments will stimulate a lot of discussion. But I think we are all
aligned around the idea of a capable state in Africa. And this requires rethinking the role of the state in the post-2030 agenda. And this, of course, is things that Africans must do themselves, but also there needs to be that enabling environment and that understanding of those structural constraints that you have listed. And I particularly would like to emphasize the emphasis that you've placed on the role that young people and women will play for us to be able to achieve this transformation that we're looking for. I'll now go to our next panelist, our final panelist before we have some interventions both from online and in the room. J'ai le plaisir de présenter la professeure Fatima Rib, qui est une économiste marocaine et professeure à l'université de Kadi Ayad à Marrakech, disposant de plus de 25 ans d'expérience dans l'analyse des politiques publiques et le développement en Afrique. Elle est la présidente fondatrice de l'Institut international pour la transition durable en Afrique, à travers lequel elle contribue à une réflexion stratégique sur les transitions économiques, écologiques et sociales. Ses travaux portent sur le développement durable et les politiques de transformation structurantes en appui à des réponses inclusives et adaptées au contexte africain par la recherche, l'enseignement et la collaboration avec les institutions publiques et des organisations internationales. Alors, professeur, quels sont les défis émergents au niveau mondial, régional, national et local qui doivent être intégrés comme priorité centrale dans un nouvel agenda de développement? Et si vous pouvez aussi réfléchir comment le prochain cadre peut-il mieux intégrer les enjeux de long terme et orienter vers l'avenir, y compris l'équité intergénérationnelle et la préparation au risque. À vous la parole pour 5 minutes, s'il vous plaît.
Oui, merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Excellences, Mesdames, Messieurs, je suis honorée d'être parmi vous et prendre part à ce débat très important. Donc, merci encore pour ces questions, des questions essentielles, en particulier à ce stade des travaux de ce forum, et pour y apporter des éléments de réponse, parce que pour répondre, il faut un peu plus de temps, mais permettez-moi de partir d'un constat que nous partageons toutes et tous ici, c'est que l'agenda 2030 a profondément, bien sûr, transformé la manière de penser, la manière de piloter le développement en Afrique. Il a permis de mobiliser les acteurs, d'aligner les priorités, de structurer l'action publique et surtout de produire des résultats qui sont concrets dans de nombreux domaines et dans de nombreux pays africains. Mais à l'approche de la date d'examen, la question de la consolidation des acquis reste une question centrale et plus importante que jamais. La question la plus décisive que nous posons au sein de notre institut, c'est finalement comment faire en sorte que ces acquis, comment faire en sorte que ces résultats soient durables. Pourquoi cette question ? Parce que tout simplement, et vous serez encore une fois d'accord avec moi si je vous dis que ces acquis qui sont importants, bien sûr, ça on ne le discute pas, ils sont importants dans leur contexte, mais ces acquis restent dans de nombreux contextes africains fragiles et parfois réversibles et fortement exposés à des chocs et des chocs qui sont multiples, les chocs climatiques, économiques et financiers et géopolitiques. Donc ce constat, bien sûr, ne remet pas en cause les efforts déployés, mais c'est une manière d'approfondir notre lecture de développement. Et le développement, c'est une dynamique, ce n'est pas seulement des résultats. Parce que jusqu'à présent, nous avons évalué les politiques à travers les résultats obtenus. Bien sûr, ça c'est très important, c'est indispensable, mais il ne suffit pas toujours à expliquer pourquoi certains pays, certains progrès se maintiennent dans le temps et d'autres non. Et vous le savez, vous serez aussi d'accord si je vous dis que bien sûr les résultats sont essentiels, mais si on prend deux résultats dans deux pays qui se ressemblent à court terme, mais ça ne veut pas dire que les deux trajectoires sont résilientes et sont en termes de stabilité, ils sont aussi forts et importantes. Donc, nous avons appris à produire des résultats, mais nous avons encore du mal à sécuriser les trajectoires qui les produisent, à sécuriser les trajectoires qui les portent. Et c'est précisément là que je trouve les deux questions posées par Monsieur le Président comme des questions qui ont tout leur sens ici. Donc, les défis, bien sûr, les défis, ils sont nombreux, ils sont mondiaux, ils sont régionaux, nationaux, nationaux, mais le plus important, c'est que ces défis sont plus systémiques, ils sont plus interdépendants et surtout, ils sont incertains. Donc, nous faisons face aujourd'hui à une nouvelle génération de contraintes, les changements climatiques qui redéfinissent même les bases de développement, les vulnérabilités financières, les transformations technologiques qui deviennent de plus en plus rapides et surtout, ces inégalités persistantes qui fragilise la cohésion sociale. Donc, au-delà de cette diversité de défis, cette diversité des contraintes, le véritable défi, à mon sens, se trouve dans la capacité de nos économies africaines à surmonter les défis, à absorber les chocs, tout en maintenant des trajectoires de développement cohérentes dans le temps. Autrement dit, les défis ne sont pas uniquement sectoriels, ils sont des tests de résilience, mais dans nos travaux, on les considère comme des tests de crédibilité des trajectoires de développement. Et c'est dans ce cadre que je propose cette lecture en termes de crédibilité. L'idée est simple, mais c'est une idée très structurante. Le développement ne repose pas uniquement sur les résultats ponctuels ou des réformes isolées, mais sur la capacité de nos systèmes à produire dans la durée une cohérence crédible de l'action publique. Et cette crédibilité se construit progressivement à travers les orientations stratégiques, à travers les décisions publiques et à travers les résultats. Donc, cette crédibilité, elle réduit l'incertitude, stabilise les anticipations et oriente les investissements dans le temps. Et cette boucle que je vais vous présenter, qui est une dynamique cumulative très puissante. La cohérence des politiques renforce la crédibilité et la crédibilité stabilise les anticipations et les anticipations soutiennent l'investissement et l'investissement renforce les capacités productives. Donc c'est cette boucle qui fait la différence entre une trajectoire fragile et une trajectoire robuste. Et dans nos travaux, on prend le cas de mon pays, le Maroc, pour illustrer concrètement ce mécanisme et où on observe une trajectoire qui est caractérisée par une continuité stratégique et dans plusieurs secteurs, notamment dans les secteurs des infrastructures, l'industrie et les énergies renouvelables. Donc aujourd'hui, la question en termes d'objectifs, le développement en termes d'objectifs à atteindre, c'est la façon ou la manière dont on pense le développement, mais les enjeux de demain exigent que nous le pensions davantage en termes de trajectoire à maintenir. Et c'est là où j'arrive à la deuxième question de Monsieur le Président par rapport à la question de l'équité intergénérationnelle qui ne dépend pas uniquement des résultats présents, mais de la capacité à inscrire l'action publique dans des trajectoires soutenables dans le temps. Et j'arrive aussi à la question de la préparation au risque qui ne peut pas être uniquement une réactive, elle dépend de la robustesse des trajectoires de nos économies face à la question de l'incertitude, à la question de risque. Et cet alignement entre ambition, entre capacité, entre décision au sein des pays, je parle des trajectoires nationales, qu'on peut produire ce qu'on appelle la crédibilité et qui cette crédibilité qui rend possible ce long terme. Donc, le cadre post-2030 qui nous intéresse et qui nous réunit aujourd'hui doit évoluer. Il ne s'agit plus de définir de nouvelles priorités, mais de renforcer la capacité de nos systèmes à maintenir la cohérence dans le temps et cela implique à évoluer aussi nos outils de travail. Donc, ce qui est important, c'est qu'il y a pas mal d'outils de travail qui ont été développés et ça, je présente juste le nom de notre outil que nous avons présenté dans plusieurs policy papers, policy briefs. C'est la trajectoire prévisionnelle de compétitivité africaine, TRAPRA, qui nous propose de penser le développement non comme une successive d'objectifs, mais comme une trajectoire cumulative, cohérente et crédible dans le temps. Donc, pour résumer, parce que je vois que le temps presse, et il ne s'agit pas de remplacer les indicateurs dont on dispose, les indicateurs qui existent, mais de les compléter et d'intégrer un indicateur très important qui est la cohérence des trajectoires et la question des réformes et surtout cette question d'alignement ou ce qu'on peut appeler aussi qualifier de cohérence entre engagement et capacité. Donc, pour conclure, une question simple, un résultat peut-il être durable s'il n'est pas adossé à une trajectoire crédible? Et l'enjeu post-2030 est là. Il ne s'agit pas seulement de produire et de mesurer les résultats, il s'agit de construire, il s'agit de structurer, renforcer les trajectoires nationales, capables de les soutenir dans le temps. Donc, pour résumer, la contribution ici, même s'il est rapide, c'est une invitation à changer de perspective, passer d'une logique de résultat, passer d'une logique de performance, surtout performance quantitative, à une logique de crédibilité cumulative des trajectoires de développement. Et je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup, professeur. Nous avons l'occasion maintenant de prendre quelques interventions de la salle, quelques questions. Mais avant de venir à la salle, je voudrais en ligne inviter le directeur général de l'Institution nationale de la statistique de Cameroun, M. Joseph Tédou, de très brièvement partager avec nous quelques propos et réflexions vis-à-vis l'évolution de l'agenda post-2030. Monsieur le directeur général, si vous êtes en ligne, je sais que vous avez transmis aussi une présentation. Nous n'avons pas l'occasion, parce que nous voulons privilégier les conversations et les échanges. Nous ne pouvons pas faire la présentation, mais nous sommes à l'écoute si vous pouvez partager avec nous quelques propos et réflexions.
Le Cameroun. Allô, merci. Bonjour, est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Nous vous entendons parfaitement. Allez-y.
Merci beaucoup, merci monsieur le modérateur. J'ai voulu partager avec les autres panélistes et les participants 3 points que nous avons pu dégager relativement à la thématique. C'est les leçons tirées de la mise en œuvre de l'agenda 2030 et de l'agenda 2063 de l'Union africaine. Et puis, rapidement, l'expérience du Cameroun. Et enfin, nous avons suggéré quelques priorités pour le plan cadre post-2030. S'agissant des leçons tirées, nous pouvons d'ailleurs conclure sur la base des informations que nous avons tirées des publications de la Commission des Nations Unies pour l'Afrique et de Paris 21 sur le fait que sur la période, la mise en œuvre des objectifs de développement durable aura souffert des déficits d'information pour le suivi des progrès pour la définition des politiques. À titre d'exemple, lorsque nous avons examiné le rapport de la CEA, sur 100 pays, il n'y a que 9% des pays qui ont renseigné les 35% des indicateurs qui sont retenus. 83% des pays ont produit entre 35 et 50% d'indicateurs et rien que 8 pays ont pu renseigner plus de 50% d'indicateurs. Donc, vous voyez bien que par rapport à ces déficits en information, il est tout à fait compréhensible que les politiques qui sont mises en œuvre pour l'atteinte des objectifs ne soient pas bien renseignées parce que les situations de référence dans les pays ne sont pas bien connues, les cibles ne sont pas bien définies et même les allocations de ressources en souffrent. Donc, c'est pour cette raison que nous avons pensé sur la base de cela que la première des leçons que nous pouvons tirer de la mise en œuvre des programmes 2030 et du programme 2063, c'est la faiblesse qu'on a constatée dans l'affectation de ressources au système statistique des pays. Donc, pour nous, l'une des priorités qui devra être considérée par la CEA, c'est de considérer la statistique comme l'un des secteurs prioritaires dans le plan cadre de développement. et au niveau de chaque pays, que la statistique soit aussi considérée comme l'un des piliers dans les stratégies nationales de développement. L'expérience du Cameroun n'est pas différente des autres pays, bien que nous ayons, depuis 2018, produit des rapports sur les ODD d'année en année, mais la difficulté que nous avons pu identifier, c'est toujours un problème des financements, de la production des statistiques. Et donc, pour aller rapidement, Monsieur le modérateur, ce que nous avons suggéré par rapport à la revue de la situation africaine, c'est que par rapport au plan cadre post-2030, que le financement de la statistique soit considéré comme priorité et que surtout ces financements soient durables. Deuxième chose, c'est que le financement de la statistique devrait davantage reposer sur les ressources des pays et non sur les ressources des partenaires, parce que l'une des difficultés, c'est que d'année en année, lorsque le budget de l'État sont défaillants, seulement les systèmes statistiques nationaux sont dans l'incapacité de renseigner les progrès atteints dans le cadre des ODD. L'autre élément de priorité que nous avons...
Monsieur le directeur général, je pense que vous êtes en train de terminer, mais si vous pouvez résumer dans 1 minute. Merci.
Oui, donc c'est profiter, n'est-ce pas, du contexte actuel de la transformation numérique et de nouvelles sources de données pour renseigner le maximum d'indicateurs des EDD et enfin renseigner davantage les plans locaux de développement dans différents pays membres au lieu de rester seulement au niveau central. Voilà les quelques suggestions que nous avons proposées s'agissant du développement de la statistique au niveau africain. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Directeur Général. L'importance que vous avez mise sur la question des indicateurs et le renforcement des capacités africaines est très bien notée, et aussi que nous ne devons pas dépendre des donateurs et plutôt de mobiliser les ressources. La salle est ouverte pour des commentaires, des questions. Je commence avec le représentant de l'Algérie. Je demande à tout le monde qui voudrait prendre la parole de lever la main, et nous allons passer peut-être à 5 à 6 intervenants. Excellence.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je me présente Professeur Selani from Algeria. Thanks to the panelists. From my point of view, basic evidence regarding Africa development post 2030 is that the solution must come from Africa. If I take the example of energy, despite record global investment in renewables, a 40% increase since 2020 and 50 gigawatts of new capacities added in 2024, electrification rate in Africa remain very slow, 45%, and 70 to 80% of the population have access to clean cooking, leading to severe air pollution and desertification. So in our point of view, from Algeria, the highest priority is at political level, how to utilize capacities, how to strengthen capacities. And here I can give basic example of Algeria. We launched many cooperation with Niger, with Nigeria, with Burkina Faso, and many other countries, that the solution is to take the situation as it is. We haven't to wait for its contribution and so on, to strengthen our capacities. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, and thank you for underlining the importance of intra-African cooperation. We have Mozambique. I will ask each speaker to speak for no more than 2 minutes, and so it gives us time to go back to the panel.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Kantol Ponja. I'm Secretary of the Mozambican Forum of Persons with Disability, and also I am member of the African Disability Forum, ADF. Thank you for the panelists for these important informations. I would like to talk about accessibility. That is a key for participation of persons with disability. I was looking for the African country. They are fast, some developing, even in infrastructure, including Addis Ababa, where we are now. But when we look for the aspect of accessibility is very critical. So many of people with disability, they can't participate, they can't go to school if we don't look at the accessibility issues. My question is that we are planning looking for the diversity. We are planning looking for the policy that the governments approve it to implement for disability people. The second one is about assistive devices. Can we use the natural resource in Africa to build the factor of the assistive device so that people with disability, they can use it and they can participate in equal rights, and we can reduce importing this assistive device. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and thank you particularly for underlining this very important aspect of the post-2030 agenda. And I think some of our panelists will probably reflect a little bit more on that. So I have a few speakers that have raised the floor. I would ask if there's anyone else, please raise your hand now because we will not have time after, so that I know. We're going to start with Zimbabwe, then we have South Africa, and we have a couple of others that will come after. But let's Zimbabwe and then South Africa.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Zimbabwe aligns itself with the importance of this forward-looking discussion on sustaining the gains of the 2030 agenda and shaping a post-2030 United Nations framework for sustainable development that reflects Africa's realities and aspirations. As we approach 2030, it is clear that while progress has been made, significant gaps remain. For Africa, the priority is not only to accelerate implementation in the remaining years, but also to ensure that the post-2030 framework builds on lessons learned, addresses structural constraints, and sustains development gains. Chairperson, Zimbabwe's experience highlights several key considerations for Africa in shaping the post-2030 agenda. First, there is a need for a stronger focus on structural transformation. Sustainable development must be anchored in industrialization, value addition, infrastructure development, and economic diversification to move African economies from primary commodity dependence to resilient productive systems. Second, the post-2030 framework must prioritize resilience and sustainability, particularly in the context of climate change, economic shocks, and global uncertainties. This includes strengthening food systems, energy security, water resilience, and social protection systems. Third, financing for development remains a central challenge. There is need for a more equitable global financial architecture, enhanced access to concessional finance, and scaled-up investment in sustainable infrastructure and human development. Fourth, data, science, and innovation must be at the core of the next development framework. Strengthening national statistical systems, promoting digital transformation, and investing in research and development will be critical for evidence-based policymaking and accelerated progress. Zimbabwe also emphasizes the importance of localization and inclusivity. The post-2030 framework must empower local authorities, communities, women and young people as key drivers of development.
Your Excellency, if we can ask you to conclude in sort of 30 seconds.
Yes.
I'm giving 2 minutes to each participant. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. As reflected in the Pact for the Future, there is a timely opportunity to reposition sustainable development at the center of global priorities. Africa must speak with a unified voice to ensure that its priorities, which are industrialization, resilience, financing, and equality and equity, are fully reflected in the post-20 framework. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency, in particular for identifying the nexus between food, water, energy systems, and the link that this has also with mobilizing the necessary finance. We now have South Africa, followed by Cameroon, followed by UN Women, and then the Pan-African Movement from Kenya, and we close the list after that. So South Africa, 2 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair. My question is that since SDG started 2015 till to date, how can we track the SDG funding in Africa? Number one. Number two, our associations want to launch an anti-corruption SDG campaign in Africa. How can the UN be in help of that for that campaign? Thirdly, how can the civil society in Africa participate, those with the ECOSOC status, partnering with the United Nations SDG offices to achieve SDG goals in Africa in the next 4 years? Fourthly, and then international associations of world peace advocate is a world-class organized ready to partner with the United Nations SDG offices to achieve the implementation in Africa. What can we do to get it done? Lastly, fifth, now that we have 4 years left remaining to the SDG, can we say that Africa has achieved the SDG success in all African countries? Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we can go now to the next speaker, Cameroon.
Thank you for giving me the floor. My name is Marguerite Belobo Belidi, come from Cameroon. I work for Site Service. My question is to Mr. Brian. You said Africa should own its natural resources. And you also mentioned that we should turn the population in rural area as workforce, as it is in rural area that we have natural resources. And my question is, could you advise, do you have a specific example where this is already happening in one country, as we know that it will allow development, provide employment for young people, and specifically, when we talk about development, we talk about inclusive development where we have young people involved, women, and especially people with disabilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. UN Women, and then the Pan-African Movement from Kenya.
Thank you so much, moderator. My name is Janet Kem, UN Women representative to Ethiopia. Thank you to the speakers for really bringing this insightful foresight and forethought into what we will do post 2030 agenda. For us, I heard the call for women and youth, and I really want to emphasize the fact that for us going forward, we need to bring women and youth from the peripheries into the center of all what we've discussed here, be it industry, be it infrastructure, food systems, water, care industry, and I cannot agree more with Brian about the specific skills that we need moving the agenda going forward. We need to really revisit the skill sets that our children are obtaining in school. The second for me is we've been calling for domestic resource mobilization, and we all know that where resources are leaking in Africa is where we must put emphasis. Illicit financial flows, especially in the manufacturing, in the mines, in the critical minerals. That's what I wanted to come to. And I heard my sister Maureen talking seriously about that. And I really want us to put an emphasis on that. And the third and most important for me is talking development in Africa within African culture. We've been talking here all this while. There is no cultural perspective, no leaders, no traditional leaders here to say what they are facing in our communities and how they are promoting development. I think African development should really address
the issues of Africa from our cultural perspective. And we need to start integrating our cultural leaders and cultural institutions, not just seeing them as enemy to development, but seeing how we leverage them for development. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And the final speaker, the Pan-African movement in Kenya. 2 minutes, please.
Thank you so much. My name is Winnie Ogwen. I'm the president of Pan-African Movement, Africa and the Diaspora from Kenya. My question to DRC, actually the UN Women has just spoken exactly what I wanted to say, because we as Africans know our own problems, like in the DRC. Do we have Africa-led solutions for DRC? What are the reconciliatory processes that you are doing in the DRC to make sure that people are reconciling and that we get to the grassroots of the real issue in the DRC? And also, are you using the traditional leaders? Because as people, we listen more to our traditional leaders. How are you working with the traditional leaders to make sure that there is peace in the DRC? Like putting people into clusters, let's say, of chiefs, and trying to reconcile them and trying to preach peace in the DRC. And then how sure are we that the foreign powers then are able to help us with the peace in the DRC? Instead of looking for our own Africa-led programs, I think that is the way forward for DRC. And for Comrade Brian, or the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, when you spoke about the common wananchi being able to trade within themselves in the continent, I suggest that we empower our African chambers of commerce, because they are the ones that are in touch with the real business people of Africa. So then when we empower the chambers of commerce and make sure that they are efficient enough, then we will be able to reach even the grassroots peoples in our community. But thank you so much, Winnie.
Thank you so much. And thank you to everyone who has intervened and for these questions, in some cases reflections, all of which helps us to put together some very important messages. Before I go back to the panelists, I would just like to very briefly invite my colleague Karima Ben Sultan, who is the director of the African Institute for Economic Development and Planning based in Dakar, who was chairing and facilitating the discussion among major groups that also address this specific subject. And she will share with us in 5 minutes or less, if possible, some of the key findings of that discussion. And then I will go to the panelists to respond to some of the points that have been raised and with some key takeaways. So Karima, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, moderator, for giving me the opportunity to convey the voice of the multi-stakeholders and other groups. And I think that this is very consistent with the regular calls for a more integrated and participatory approach to development. We met on the theme Shaping the Post-2030 Development Agenda, and we looked at the stakeholder perspectives. A report is being prepared, of course, with details, but I will just highlight some of the main elements, and some of them much in line with what distinguished participants have alluded to, and I think that some of them are really worth repeating. The presentation, discussion, and recommendation revolved around two main areas. One was the process itself, building on the lessons learned from MDGs that led to Africa Common Position 2015, the assessment of the current assessment of the progress of the SDGs, and of course, the first 10-year and second 10-year of Agenda 2063. And the second group of issues was about priorities, achievements, and the development agenda. Regarding the process, basically, the recommendation was that we have an African common position with an alignment of the Pact for the Future with Agenda 2063. Call was for broad-based coalition and including dialogue among stakeholders and generation to shape a shared vision of the Africa we want beyond 2030. Clearer and more systematic ways to involve the African stakeholders at country level, regionally, and in the global processes. Again, something was said, which is to make the people-centered objective a reality and not a slogan. And we thought that from a process point of view, it was an opportunity to reflect on the stakeholders' positioning vis-à-vis the UN reform, rebuild trust in multilateralism, strengthening Africa's position and voice,
in this difficult environment. Now, regarding the areas of particular interest, and this is just some of the elements, again, the notion of people-centered issue has been repeated, and in this context, the recommendation was to go beyond GDP and have indicators that would ensure that development agenda really make a difference in people's lives. A call for a shift of power and resources to local actors, recognizing them as central drivers of implementation and innovation, and together with an improved short and long-term spatial planning and management, looking at, of course, the question of urbanization, but at the same time, the involvement of remote communities. Readiness for the future was also discussed, looking at future-ready jobs, issues, industrialization, regional integration, digital transformation, risk anticipation and management. It was noted that today's youth may not be tomorrow's, and we need to rethink the way we address the demographic dividend, and we should be considering aging-related issues in areas such as social protection, pension funds, etc. STI, it has been repeatedly referred to, with stronger integration of academia and technical expertise. Again, improved production access management, transparency of data, climate change and justice. So one important element was
just to flag, Karima, we had 4 minutes, so if you can finish in 1 minute.
In terms of capacity development, human institutional, domestic resource mobilization, going beyond only the financial aspect, but looking at other aspects of the resources. Governance, of course, this has been said, so I will not dwell on it, and new forms of partnership. Finally, we ended with a question, noting that for the MDGs, we had 8 MDGs. For the SDGs, there were 17. And the question was it again to move from 8 to 17 with a more detailed, nuanced approach, or did it dilute the impact by spreading the attention, the efforts, the resources in too many directions? So this is in a nutshell what has come up from the town hall. Thank you again for giving me the floor.
Thank you so much, Karima, and thank you for reflecting these very important conversations that were happening among the stakeholders, and which is very important for our reflection. I will now be inviting each panelist to respond to some of the issues that have been raised, and perhaps to flag one key takeaway that they would like to prioritize. I would like to ask the panelists to remain within 2 minutes, and I will be less flexible on the second round because we do need to make sure that we conclude and also gain time if we can. I'd like to start with Dr. Joy, if that is possible, because since she's online, we can hear from her first and then take the in-person panelists. If Dr. Joy, you are available to respond. There are a number of comments that we've heard about, for example, the need for reinforced intra-African cooperation, strengthening the ability of African countries to raise their own resources, strengthening the ability for trade within the continent, looking at investment in the nexus between food, energy, food systems and energy systems, with the means to also mobilizing financing for investing in those sectors. We've heard about the importance of addressing accessibility and inclusion of persons with disabilities, but ensuring that they are not only included, but that they are leading the process, that we also track SDG financing more effectively, that there are several entry points and appropriate entry points for civil society participation, while also looking at how we are creating jobs in rural areas and in urban areas, and that we are championing also indigenous culture across the continent, that we are using that as an asset for the post-20 agenda. Just summarizing some of the points that have come up. Dr. Joy, you can respond to any of those points, and if I could hear from you one takeaway.
Thank you very much, Jean-Paul, and thank you to all of the esteemed participants for the rich reflections. I think we're on to something powerful. What I see with Africa going into the post-2030 reflection is that we have to maintain agency. Agency is critical. We've learned that it has to be homegrown. That's the first thing, agency. The second thing is this idea around a capable state, that the governments are going to have to play a critical role, not just in the enabling environment, but in really creating the financing that is going to drive this. The third is people. People at the heart of this. The African is at the heart of this. And so we have to go into this process much more confident that we're not scattered about the what, we're not scattered about the why. We even know a little bit about the how. And so I'd like to land on the how, leave my takeaway really about the how. I propose to you that let us consider a structural lever called boosting intra-African trade as what's new, what's most dynamic, what will take us furthest. Why this is important is because the AFCFTA will be a magnet that allows us to invest in productive infrastructure, productive capacity building, financial integration, people mobility, jobs, etc. Then we capture the demographic dividend. So the way we're thinking about it at the bank is to say, given we are known as an infrastructure bank, we invest a lot in Africa's infrastructure. We will be looking going forward at investing in an integrated approach that has industrialization at its core. And so when you think about the Lobito corridor, for example, you're not just thinking about the rail, you're thinking about how we ensure that you have economic zones on there, manufacturing zones, logistics hubs, power interconnectors, trade finance put in there for SMEs. So AFCFTA is my final message. Boosting intra-African trade and AFCFTA has the capacity to take Africa forward. It has the capacity to make the post-2030 agenda people-centered, a place where Africa creates wealth for the African people. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Joy. Very powerful message. I'll go to Honorable Mbata on my far left. Honorable, si vous pouvez résumer peut-être une priorité pour l'agenda post-30 en 2 minutes. Merci.
Merci beaucoup et merci à ceux qui ont posé des questions. Ce qui m'intéresse surtout aussi, c'est la question de la coopération. J'ai l'impression qu'on risque d'aller d'un agenda à un autre et on répète les mêmes choses dans les forums internationaux. Où est l'intégration africaine? On n'a pas le temps. On a créé des structures sous-régionales. Où en est-on avec l'intégration africaine? Et quelqu'un l'a dit, l'Afrique ne fait pas le commerce avec elle-même. On reste un continent extraverti. Et à ce moment-là, le développement durable risque d'être très long. Et puis, qui fixe l'agenda du développement durable? Il nous est fixé de l'extérieur. L'Afrique ne se connaît même pas elle-même. Elle ne connaît pas ses priorités. C'est ainsi que j'ai évoqué le cas de la République démocratique du Congo. On ne connaît pas les conflits, les problèmes majeurs d'un pays qui peut servir de base, des solutions au développement durable du continent. Mais ce sont des questions qu'on minimise. Et comment on peut espérer demain? Demain, s'établir comme un continent viable, un continent développé. Ça, nous avons donc un long chemin à faire. On doit y travailler longuement. Mais comme je l'ai dit au départ, le développement durable de l'Afrique ne viendra pas de l'extérieur. Si nous ne nous organisons pas à l'interne, nous irons de forum en forum. Il y aura l'agenda 63. Après 63, il y aura tel autre agenda, des agendas qui sont d'ailleurs fixés par l'extérieur. Donc, l'Afrique et les Africains doivent prendre conscience d'eux-mêmes, de leurs ressources et de leurs potentialités. Et enfin, la vision africaine de l'Afrique. Est-ce que c'est facile pour l'Afrique d'avoir une seule voix? C'est ça un problème. Ou la vision commune de l'Afrique, sinon on reste tout simplement dans des slogans. Si on devrait aller au-delà des slogans, au-delà des aspirations, si nous voulons vraiment que ce continent se développe. Et comme je l'ai dit, dans ce développement, la République démocratique du Congo a un très grand rôle à jouer. Il faut qu'on voit ces problèmes qui sont là-bas et que la coopération entre nos États se substitue aux agressions et aux autres conflits qui existent sur le continent. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Excellence. Et nous avons bien noté que c'est entre les mains des Africains eux-mêmes et de passer des conflits à aller à la coopération. I will now go to Brian on my far right. If you can summarize a key takeaway in 2 minutes. And of course, I know there are a number of questions directed to you. If you can respond as well. Thank you.
Let me start with the takeaway. I think aligning myself with the comrade from Zimbabwe, what we must stop is to stop underdevelopment, exploitation, insecurity, and vulnerability by building what I referred to as states that are entrepreneurial, that are developmental, and that are democratic in the sense of being inclusive. I think that's pretty straightforward. The driver of development as the state, and relatedly build a patriotic, Pan-Africanist minded private sector. Without a commitment to the development of own nations and own continents, the private sector could simply become another exploitative class. And that is also building within civil society the same Pan-Africanist consciousness. What should we continue doing? Developing collective agency for industrialization, for economic diversification and economic transformation. And the areas of manufacturing, agriculture, energy, and etc. have been. And lastly, what does this look like? My call, and this is my takeaway, don't talk generically about the people. If you go to China, where they did focus a bit on rural development, and Vietnam, you have to ask, what is the most proximate, productive opportunity that's there for the rural populace? And I've suggested that we've had a lot of development agencies, funders talk about localization. And that localization continues to talk about the local people as a social project, the local people as a charity project. So what I tried, and I am trying to say is, until we turn our rural areas into sites of production and start thinking about manufacturing happening within those rural areas, and then asking ourselves, are we training the right sort of skills, competencies, and capacities within those areas? When you answer that question, you answer the last thing I want to say, the question of how are we governing at a local level and at a national level and at a regional level to ensure that there is a long-term view to what we do. It'll change how we negotiate mining contracts. It'll change what sort of deals we get into bilaterally and internationally. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Brian, and thank you for having both given a message and also respond to those questions. Professeur Fatima Harib, si vous pouvez résumer peut-être la priorité pour vous pour justement changer cette trajectoire.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Donc, ce que j'aimerais dire pour compléter un peu ce que j'avais présenté tout à l'heure, c'est que pour consolider les acquis post-2030, il faut, je recommande d'éviter deux idées fréquentes. La première, c'est qu'on croit que les progrès sont irréversibles. Ça, c'est très important à discuter parce que là, la question de la réversibilité des acquis fait l'objet de débats. La deuxième idée, c'est de dépendre excessivement des solutions qui nous viennent de l'extérieur. C'est pour dire que la consolidation des acquis suppose des structures, mais des structures et des systèmes nationaux solides qui sont adaptatifs et qui sont ancrés localement. Et pour arriver à mon idée principale, c'est le local dans tout ce qu'on fait pour la durabilité. Et j'insiste sur l'importance du développement de solutions, bien sûr, des solutions innovantes, des solutions durables, mais des solutions qui prennent en considération les spécificités locales, les diversités locales aussi en Afrique, parce que l'Afrique, c'est une mosaïque en termes de pratiques et en termes aussi de solutions, et l'importance de l'impact local. Donc la question de local, pour moi, c'est un mot-clé à prendre en considération dans ces efforts de consolidation des acquis post-2030. Et merci.
Merci beaucoup, professeur, et merci beaucoup de nous avoir dirigés dans le sens de ces priorités. I will now go to Her Excellency, the Foreign Minister of Finance of Namibia, Maureen Wende. If you can summarize your key takeaway and, of course, respond to any questions in 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to first of all say thank you for the participants, those that could share their views, but also those that are present in the hall. I want to just comment one on the youth that talk about anti-corruption. I know the question was around cooperation of the UN, but I think it is an important phenomenon that young people talk about the capital greed that takes over. And the fact that when we are youth, we talk of the frontline youth, that we should also address the youth behind. I want to encourage advocacy work around Pan-African views, and also maybe around the discussions of arts and culture. Allow me to just mention that the biggest contradiction we have in society is from the legal phenomenon saying that you are innocent until proven guilty versus doing what is right. And I think it is important that youth engage around the issue of inclusion for people with disabilities. I want to acknowledge that I have encountered few people here. I have seen people that are doing sign language interpretation, and I think it is little gains that we have to record. Definitely not enough. And it is also important that we do things, we contextualize the measurements that are put in place to gauge progress. So we must, in every environment, so I'm just encouraging you to raise the voice and raise awareness of presence. But I would, if you allow me, come back to the emphasis I was saying that in the earlier discussions, when we talk about domestic finance mobilization, we're talking about taxing the already strained local economies. And I want us to really drive the issue of illicit financial flows, underpricing, and the lack of real value that comes to Africa, even for the raw material. For me, the value of gold at the moment, for example, and if you hear what on the continent what is being sold for, it does not talk to each other. So mining needs to become a standalone as a measurement tool. And the issue of illicit financial flows and the double taxation avoidance, tax incentives, it strains the economies. And we want to exhaust the local economy, already people that are poor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Minister. And we will have the final comment and response from my colleague Marcel Apovo. Marcel, in 2 minutes, what's your key takeaway? And of course, please respond to any of the issues.
Thank you, Jean-Paul, and thank you. I'm glad that I'm given the floor to conclude this conversation, because my take has been to read trajectory on the continent along human rights, but more importantly, along people. And then I wanted to take from where my colleagues, the panelists, Maureen, say the challenge of the illicit financial flow. We are talking about, and this is my first point, we are talking about how the SDG implementation has suffered under financing. And we also have been very much talking about how the global financial architecture has been unfair. The debt burden has been unfair on the continent to mobilize the resources to address a fundamental systemic challenge that we're facing. But at the same time, we do have a fiscal inequity that are taking place on our continent, and the ability that our states have to confront, for example, the whole phenomenon of illicit financial flow is one of them. I agree with Dr. Joy that yes, we are not a capital poor, but we are mobilization weak, and this is what has been emerging so far, that Africa needs to mobilize its own resources to address it, to confront its development challenges. But how do we do that without the lens of a human rights economy? This is the thought that I leave you with, and I think that this is very critical. The second one is about inequality, discrimination, which I say must be structurally confronted. It's to bring back the development to our people. And this is very crucial. I know that one of the defining principles that has really driven our ability to deliver SDG to our people is really they leave no one behind. But it has been too theoretical at being addressed. It's just a token. We talk about it and we don't systematize in how we develop guidance, check and balance principle and developing trajectory analysis and an assessment to reflect how people who are most furthest left behind indeed count in the way we assess our progress. And then I echo the intervener from Mozambique that this has to be very fundamentally part of the next review. If we are not inclusive, if we don't look at how we include those who are left behind through system-based approach, we have no development whatsoever, and then we have no tangible SDG to take us anywhere in Africa. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Marcel. And if I could ask everyone, please thank all the panelists, because I think they've given us fantastic insights into the post-2030 agenda. Thank you so much. I now have a very difficult job of concluding, and I will not try to resume or to summarize all of the messages. I would just cover a few points. But I would like to just mention that in the original program, this summary was to be delivered by the resident coordinator of the UN system in Mali. And of course, understandably, she has had to travel in view of the urgency of the situation there. And I think it's just important that we recognize how important the role of the United Nations is precisely in that moment, in these difficult moments for Africa. A few key takeaways before I hand over to His Excellency the Chair. Firstly, Africa must lead the post-2030 agenda, the post-30 transition, and not just respond to it. The Agenda 2063 is our guiding light in that regard. Secondly, Agenda 2063 should anchor Africa's engagement in the post-2030 agenda. Thirdly, structural transformation must be central to sustaining development gains. Fourthly, financing architecture must enable long-term investment in resilience, and this includes addressing issues such as illicit financial flows, dealing with taxation issues, having a global approach to taxation, enabling African industries, including around critical minerals, and empowering an African private sector. Fifthly, ensuring that there is accountability and that institutions are built for a capable state. Institutions are essential for sustainable and resilient outcomes. Sixthly, multilateralism must better support national ownership and risk management. Seventhly, regional coordination is a strategic enabler of post-2030 delivery and part of delivering African ownership. And eighth and finally, a future-orientated agenda must internalize risk and intergenerational equity and unleash Africa's demographic dividend. I will share more detailed notes. This is a very brief summary. I thank all the panelists once again, and I thank all of the participants. I hand over back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for the panelists and the moderator, please. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the panelists and delegates for a very rich, truly very rich discussion and the able steering of the discussion by the moderator, Jean-Paul Adam. I suggest we adjourn for lunch and come back here at 2:30 sharp. But before we go, two things. Number one, I would like to give the floor to the Secretariat for any announcement, if there is any. Secretariat? Okay, all right. And number two, before we go, for the panelists and the chair and the moderator, a family picture. But please, Secretariat, we go.
Thank you very much, Chair. I don't want to keep you, I don't want to stand between you and your lunch, but just want to give you an understanding of the program after lunch, which is why we'd really urge you to please be back within the hour. Please, please, please. As you know, the 11th edition of this forum was in Kampala, Uganda, and it resulted in the Kampala Declaration, which we believe really sets something foundational for peer-to-peer learning more collaboration, knowledge sharing, and how technically to go about utilizing evidence-based data in pursuance of the SDGs. So we're going to have a special conversation and dialogue around building from the Kampala Declaration onto what's transpired here in Addis and going forward, especially with that 4.5-year deadline. So please don't miss that conversation, which will begin promptly at 2:30. And then subsequent to that conversation is really the statutory matter of the day. We've had 3 days of deliberations. We need to have a declaration for this 12th edition, resolutions, and any other administrative and statutory issues, which now need all ministers and appointed representatives to be present. So please, can we adjourn for lunch as the chair of the session has advised? Could we be back by 2:30 to begin with a conversation of linking 11th edition to 12th edition, throwing forward, and then we conclude the forum with the statutory matters that have to be tabulated as well. And then please, just a reminder, the evaluation forms, they're available on your tables. QR codes are on the screen behind us. The evaluations are in English and French. Tell us what you've thought of this 12th edition, what we could do better, and if it was excellent, just write excellent. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Secretary. Let's adjourn now for lunch. For the panelists and the moderator, family picture. Thank you.
Yes. Hay kamera be. Hay di kamera tinin to be.
The knowledge fair is very important because it allows us to showcase the work that ECA is doing, but also how it's involving its partners in delivering progress on the Sustainable Development Goals at a very difficult moment for humanity, where resources are hard to come by, but therefore where it's even more important to show some of the actions that are taking place, that are taking us closer to the SDGs, and which can be scaled up.
It is important that we continue to produce knowledge that would inform how policies are designed, but also how we implement programs on the ground to advance Agenda 2030, but also Agenda 2063.
One of the challenges is that the knowledge fair only lasts for a certain period. How do we keep this going? I think one opportunity might be using digital platforms to encourage people maybe throughout the year to add their stories, to share their stories, on actions that are making a difference and which can be scaled up?
Knowledge fair should go beyond the traditional stakeholders that we invite. Yes, it was important to see a few young people participating in the knowledge fair, but again, if this is a young continent, as we repeatedly say, I think we would need to see more young people, more young voices, really advocating the recommendations emanating from some of the knowledge products that we are constantly producing. I think in future, we should not just have UN entities amplifying their knowledge products, but we should also connect this with communities and also demonstrate how the knowledge that is being produced are meaningful to the communities that we serve.
So one word around what knowledge fair brings, I would say it brings knowledge. It's about sharing knowledge and sharing stories.
Innovative.
So can you take me again? Yes. Yes, 1, 2. Yes. Yes. Yes, 1, 2. Belamna. Sadakche. Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for making your way back into the plenary hall. As we said, we have a special event this afternoon where we really link up the Kampala Declaration, forged at the 11th edition of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. And then we're carrying it forward into this 12th edition and seeing where we have synergies, where there can be peer learning, mutual commitments, and then exchange of further ideas. That's just a really simplified synthesis of what's going to be happening now. Just by way of preparing for this session, may I invite our panelists to join us on stage so that we don't waste any more time, and then I'll introduce the session to you officially. So if your name is the Honorable Gilles Fabrice David, who is our current Bureau Chair, please could you join us on stage. If you are the Honorable Oliver Bamenju Ago, from the National Assembly of Cameroon, please would you join us on stage. Mr. Siring Falu Njie, from the Gambia, the Office of the President, please could you also join us on stage. From the RC in Uganda, Leonard Zulu, please would you join us on stage. And Mubarak Low, please would you join us on stage. And all names should be properly displayed so you will know where you're seated. Yeah. Okay, Leonard. So we're just playing musical chairs so that we don't do that once the session has officially gotten underway. Thank you. Thank you. And so, honorable ministers, your excellencies, distinguished guests, thank you so much for joining us in what is the penultimate high-level conversation before we go into all the official statutory issues that will round up and close up the 12th edition of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. This year, as you well know, we've been focused on aligning the values embedded in Vision 2030, the UN values around the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, with the African Union's Agenda 2063. And really, we've been talking about working towards finding mechanisms to create a common framework to pursue these common goals, especially given the constraints of time, with 4 years and 8 months to go to the realization of Vision 2030. And so that has been the essence of this forum and this 12th edition. Last year, the forum met in Kampala, Uganda, for the 11th edition. And there we were focused on driving job creation, economic growth through sustainable, inclusive, Science and Evidence-Based Solutions. Basically a forum that emphasized some of the sub-themes of this year's forum, which is, can we draft policy and pursue interventions that are data-driven, innovative, and more technical in terms of the solutions that we are pursuing, empirically based solutions. The 2025 forum culminated in the adoption of the Kampala Declaration, and that presented a key set of messages which articulated priority actions as to the implementation of the SDGs and the support for Agenda 2063, or the synergy for Agenda 2063. A lot of issues were put forward, from enhanced domestic resource mobilization, that's also come up here. Revenue collection needs to be stronger, perhaps launching capital markets, and really we need to see a lot more public investment by national governments. They also spoke to issues of value addition and industrialization, something that's also come up quite clearly and coherently in this 12th edition. And I think, really simply put, how do we unblock the potential for manufacturing production and creating core industrial infrastructure on the African continent? Job creation, I suppose, from where I sit, is the greatest issue of our time, given the agitation of the youth across many geographies. And how do we create high growth economies that lead to jobs? Science and learning was also ventilated last year, referring to innovation, and something that hasn't really come up. But do you know, we don't really have the strongest legal systems for intellectual property on the continent, and how to register IPs. And if we did that, there'd be so much more creation and co-creation and innovation, especially in the science and tech space. Public accountability has come up strongly, and it was referred to quite strongly last year. And we heard quite a few municipal managers talk about the need to build trust. You need strong institutions, but people need to believe in those institutions and the laws that buttress those institutions. That came up. And of course, partnerships have been emphasized. They're also embedded in the SDGs, and they came up strongly in Kampala as to collective action that can be pursued on the continent. So in this particular high-level roundtable, we want to showcase some of those concrete actions, what has been undertaken since the adoption of the Kampala Declaration, what are countries doing to strengthen some of their institutions, their partnerships, their collaboration, and of course, let's showcase good examples, best practice that emanates from the continent itself, and some of the models that can be emulated, homegrown solutions to replicate in pursuance of these SDGs and the delivery timeline of 4 years and 8 months. So that is really, panelists, what we're trying to do here is say what can be harnessed, what models can be emulated, what practices can be deployed, and how do we just get the SDG delivery models on track. As we enter into this conversation, it is my greatest pleasure to warmly welcome two of our key speakers this afternoon. I will first defer to the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, and then of course, the Right Honorable Justine Kasule Lumumba. I will introduce her later on because she is the custodian, by and large, of the Kampala Declaration. But first off, please could we warmly welcome the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic for Africa and the United Nations Under Secretary General, Clever Gatete.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I first of all want to thank everyone here. We've been here since Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and today. And this is really, really incredible. This is the great amount of work that you've done together with us. And I want to thank the chair really for leading us through this process. It's really wonderful. It is also a great honor to participate in this special event convened under the leadership of Uganda at a defining moment in Africa's development trajectory. I would like to extend profound appreciation to Her Excellency, the Prime Minister who was here with us, and the Minister of General Duties who has been with us ever since pre-Kampala, during Kampala, and now. Thank you very much really for the leadership that you provided on behalf of Uganda. I would also like to extend profound appreciation to the government of Uganda, especially, and to the whole entire outgoing bureau for their effective leadership throughout the past year. Their stewardship not only delivered a successful forum in Kampala, but also emphasized the imperative that Africa's development agenda must be measured by tangible outcomes rather than stated intentions. And the Kampala Declaration clearly articulated the transition. It prioritized employment, value addition, innovation, data, and sustainable financing as key elements in Africa's approach to the realization of the 2030 Agenda. Additionally, it emphasized the regional commitments. It emphasized that regional commitments hold significance only when they are effectively implemented through national action and sustained progress. So congratulations again, Uganda, for having shown that. However, this is only a part of the overall story. As we meet today, Excellencies, we have less than 5 years remaining to reach 2030. The situation we face is that progress towards attaining the sustainable development goals in Africa remains too slow, too uneven, and in some cases reversing, as you have seen. Climate shocks, conflict, rising debt vulnerabilities, food and energy insecurity, as well as shrinking fiscal space are now daily realities, shaping national policy choices across our continent. Although achieving consistent and scalable outcomes in a world with growing constraints is challenging, it is important to highlight that Africa has both the ambition and the strategic direction, as outlined in Agenda 2063, national development plans, and regional frameworks to drive positive change. It is therefore fitting that the theme of this special event, from commitment and planning to delivery, results, and impact, speaks directly to this imperative. Too frequently, there is a significant gap between what is planned and the impact of those plans on the people's lives. Often declarations are adopted, strategies are launched, but the impact on jobs, incomes, services, and resilience is slower than required. However, Uganda's experience as chair of the Africa Regional Forum Sustainable Development Bureau provides an outstanding example of addressing this challenge effectively. Through the establishment of a national performance review conference and systematic monitoring of the Kampala Declaration's implementation, Uganda has demonstrated that regional outcomes can and must be aligned with national coordination and delivery mechanisms. This is the kind of follow-through that converts commitments into measurable progress and builds public trust. Encouragingly, we are seeing similar signals across the continent. Countries are enhancing coordination mechanisms, aligning national plans with continental priorities, and upgrading data systems. Peer-to-peer learning is also emerging as a practical and cost-effective way to accelerate reform, avoid costly mistakes, and replicate what works. However, the reality is that although these successes are encouraging, they are still the exception instead of the norm. Ongoing fragmentation, weak implementation capacity, and misaligned financing continue to reduce overall effectiveness. In the context of rising debt service costs, rapidly growing urban population, and young people demanding opportunity, not explanations, Africa simply cannot afford to postpone action. Therefore, Excellencies, as we enter the final stretch toward 2030, kindly permit me to propose 3 priorities to guide our collective action. First, Africa needs to enhance its national delivery systems. This requires a clear institutional leadership effective coordination across government, and a relentless focus on outcomes rather than processes. Delivery units, performance reviews, and accountability mechanisms are indispensable in this regard. Second, it's essential to mobilize and coordinate large-scale financing. Public funds should be channeled into investments that create jobs, build resilience, and add value to Africa's resources. At ECA, we are supporting innovative approaches to sustainable financing and domestic resource mobilization, advancing fair assessments of African economies through the Africa Credit Rating Agency, and also actively supporting the full implementation of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area as a key driver of structural transformation. Third, we must invest in data infrastructure, accountability mechanism, and continuous learning. What we measure, we manage. Robust data systems, transparent monitoring, and platforms for peer learning, such as this special event, are critical for identifying bottlenecks, sharing best practices, and sustaining momentum. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this special session convened under Uganda's leadership provided a timely opportunity to reinforce a results-oriented culture across our continent. The 2030 agenda, the 2030 agenda, with 2030 fast approaching, the measure of our success will be the difference we make in people's lives. The Economic Commission for Africa will continue to work with member states and partners to ensure that strategies yield outcomes that are visible, sustained, and impactful across the continent. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Clever Gatete, Executive Secretary. I'd now like to yield the floor to the Right Honourable Justine Kasule Lumumba, Minister for General Duties in the Office of the Prime Minister of Uganda, also the Bureau Chair for the 11th edition of the Africa Regional Forum of Sustainable Development, and this was where the Kampala Declaration was adopted, very much under her guidance and leadership. Thank you, and please welcome the Right Honourable Justine Kasule Lumumba.
Thank you so much, MC. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I bring you warm greetings from His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, and Right Honorable Robin Anabanja, who was here and left yesterday, the Prime Minister and Leader of Government Business in Parliament, and the people of the Republic of Uganda. It is my honor to address you as the outgoing chair of the Bureau of the 11th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. Uganda assumed this responsibility in April 2025, following the successful hosting of the Bureau in Kampala. Over the past year, we have had the privilege to serve our continent at a critical moment when the urgency to deliver on sustainable development has never been greater. Our focus through this tenure has been clear and deliberate to move Africa from commitments to action and from dialogue to measurable results. Excellencies, during this period, we worked closely with the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, which served as the Secretariat, to strengthen regional coordination and ensure sustained follow-ups on our collective commitments. We convened our Bureau meetings, the most recent of which was held alongside Uganda National Annual Performance Review Conference on Development Agenda, held in April 2026. And my colleagues, Bureau Ministers, and the ICA leadership were invited to take stock of progress and align regional priorities with national implementation. In this conference, we convened all local government leaders, cabinet ministers, parliamentarians, ministers of state, departments and agencies to take stock of the Kampala Declaration vis-à-vis National Development Plan. So we had both government actors and non-state actors. Amongst the non-state actors, they included religious, cultural leaders, civil society organizations and non-government organizations, private sector, the youth, but we also had the UN family and donors and development partners. So we evaluated ourselves for 3 days as people who are charged with the responsibility to make Uganda better. These engagements ensured that the outcomes of the Kampala Forum did not remain declarations, but became part of ongoing national and regional action. Allow me to highlight key areas of progress. First, we advanced the implementation of the Kampala Declaration, which prioritizes job creation, inclusive growth, climate resilience, science, technology and innovation, and financing for development. In Uganda, over 96% of SDG targets are aligned with the 4th National Development Plan, ensuring that global commitments are embedded in the national planning frameworks. And our planning is done at program level. At one time we were at project, we left, so we are no longer operating in silos, we operate as groups. Second, we strengthened data and accountability systems. Uganda increased its usable SDG indicators from 127 to 149, enhancing our capacity to track progress, inform policy. This reinforces a simple but powerful principle. What gets measured gets done. Third, we promoted integrated and partnership-driven approaches to implementation. And that's why in our annual review, performance review, we invited also the donors and development agencies so that we evaluate ourselves together. We, the implementers, together with those who support us in terms of mobilizing resources. In Uganda, this has translated into tangible outcomes. Institutionalized coordination platforms, such as the National Partnership Forum and the Local Government Partners Group, enhancing alignment and accountability. Climate financing pipeline projects valued at $590.2 million, supported by strong partnerships. Foreign direct investment inflows increased to $3.56 billion in the financial year 2024-2025, reflecting growing investor confidence. Major public partnership projects, including the Kampala-Jinja Express, advancing regional connectivity. Improved domestic resource mobilization, with the tax to GDP ratio rising from 14.2% and projected to reach 14.7%. Allow me to also reflect on Uganda's experience in leading this bureau. This progress has been anchored on strong leadership at the highest level. His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, the President of the Republic of Uganda, has provided strategic direction and financing, while the Right Honorable Prime Minister has ensured effective coordination to government and SDG implementation, supported by myself as the Minister responsible for SDGs. In Uganda, we have the SDG Secretariat, and it is domiciled in the office of the Prime Minister, because the Prime Minister has the responsibility of coordinating service delivery, but also coordinating with the non-state actors. So that's why we placed it under the office of the Prime Minister to ease coordination and avoid duplication. At the technical level, we maintain active engagement through the SDG Secretariat and continuous interaction with the Bureau members and partners. I want to introduce Dr. Albert, who is my coordinator heading the SDG Secretariat, Dr. Albert Biamugisha. Over time, this collaboration evolved beyond formal processes into a strong, trust-based working relationship. This spirit of unity and openness has been a defining strength of our tenure. As we hand over, I encourage the incoming Bureau to sustain this model of leadership, coordination, and vigorous, dedicated, continuous engagement. We also ensure that Africa's voice remained strong at the global level. Our collective position, anchored in the Kampala Declaration, was advanced at key global platforms, including the High-Level Political Forum in July 2025 in New York, as well as other global forums. And to give it a notch higher, whenever I would go to present, it will be our Prime Minister to lead us so that we take it at that level as a sign of serious commitment as a country. Through these platforms, Africa has consistently called for a reform of the global financial architecture, B, fair and transparent credit rating systems, 3, scaled up climate financing and technology transfer. Excellencies, however, we must confront the realities that continue to constrain our progress. Africa faces a high debt burden, and the cost of capital remains significantly high, with African countries borrowing at rates often 3 to 5 times higher than developed countries. At the same time, persistent inequalities within and across countries continue to slow inclusive growth, particularly affecting women, youth, and vulnerable populations. I strongly believe that as Africa, we are not doing enough to boost intra-Africa trade, and we are not promoting markets among ourselves. We continue to impose restrictive barriers on trade, both tariff and non-tariff barriers, with fellow African countries, while often making greater concessions to facilitate trade with other countries. This needs to be addressed. Those who managed to go during April 2025, those who managed to make it to Jinja, the source of the Nile, you are taken to Chira Motors, where we are manufacturing buses as Uganda. But when we were talking to colleagues in Kampala, it sounded like it is new. It can't be so. But we've gone ahead using this platform, and we had to take 10 buses to South Africa to promote the Ugandan product, the African product. As we talk now, South African government has made an order of 1,000 buses. So we are now struggling to make sure we don't let ourselves in that area as Africans. Several important lessons have emerged from our tenure. First, strong and consistent political leadership is indispensable. Secondly, coordination is fundamental. Effective collaboration across institutions ensures coherence, reduces duplication, and enhances impact. Third, data must drive decision-making. Strengthening statistical systems and integrating data into planning cycles is essential for accountability. Fourth, financing models must evolve. We must scale up innovative financing, deepen public-private partnership, and address structural barriers such as the high cost of capital. And above all, the overarching lesson is this: we must now accelerate implementation with urgency and discipline. As we enter the final stretch to 2030, our priorities must be clear. Accelerating climate action and resilience, leveraging science, technology, and innovation, driving industrialization and value addition, investing in infrastructure and connectivity, expanding intra-African trade under the African Continental Free Trade. And lastly, we should also learn to work together as a continent when it comes to negotiating with other blocs, especially on issues of accessing capital. The bigger voice simplifies and softens a lot, but when you go it alone, you face it alone. So if you have not been so successful, you still face the impact as a country. Yet we are all one and the same, faced with the same challenges. As I conclude my tenure as chair, Uganda hands over this responsibility peacefully, proudly, and with confidence in Africa's future. We thank all Bureau members, the Secretariat, and our partners for their unwavering support. Allow me to conclude with a message to our continent. Africa's transformation depends on the choices we make today. We must prioritize peace and stability, for without peace, development cannot be sustained. We must deepen partnerships, recognizing that collaboration is the engine of progress. We must fully embrace the African continental free trade area, unlocking trade, industrialization, and jobs for our people. Like my president stressed at the official opening, we should stop exporting unprocessed products, because when we export, we are denying our people jobs and offering jobs to those who are going to process and offer jobs to their people. And yet when we process, we are able to negotiate and get better value for our products. And we must invest boldly in infrastructure, transport, energy, and digital systems to reduce the cost of doing business and connect our economies. Above all, we must act with unity, urgency, and purpose. Africa has the vision, Africa has the potential. What is required now is bold and accelerated implementation. Before I end my submission, allow me to take this opportunity to introduce the team I've been working with. My first vice chairperson is Honorable Gilles Fabrice David, who is now the current chairperson who has taken over from Mauritius, representing Southern Africa. Thank you for your cooperation as vice chairperson. Also have Honorable Njie from Gambia, from the Office of the Vice President. As the second vice chairperson, we have Honorable Oliver Awong is a member of parliament and from Cameroon. The rapporteur, Honorable Ahmed, the Minister of Finance from Mauritania, representing Northern Africa, has not been able to make it today. Lastly, let's move forward together from commitments to results and from aspirations to transformation, fulfilling what we all stand for under SDGs, leaving nobody behind, serving the farthest first. For God and my country, thank you so much.
Thank you very much to you, Right Honorable Justine Kasule Lumumba. Quite a few things were said, and I think the first is to recognize that where there is a political will, there is a way. And you've just really described to us that level of high-level commitment and will in the leadership of Uganda, from the president to the prime minister and head of government. You've also comprehensively gone through the essence and the tenets of the Kampala Declaration and the various synergies with the SDGs that must be prioritized and pursued. And then finally, I'm really encouraged to hear that when I go back home to South Africa, I can expect to ride a clean energy Ugandan bus. That's called connecting African markets. Thank you. Now we're going to just interrogate some of the issues that have been raised that emanate from the Kampala Declaration. And I'm going to try to merge some of the questions in the interest of time to the panelists so that we preserve time and can conclude the session in, ambitiously, I'm going to say in less than 30 minutes so that we can do the statutory work. But let me introduce to you the Honorable Gilles Fabrice David, Junior Minister in the Ministry of Agro-Industry, Food Security, Blue Economy and Fisheries, Mauritius. So for the last 3 days, he has been presiding over the 12th session as the newly installed Bureau Chair, but he enters this conversation by and large as a minister and a leader in the government of Mauritius. We also have the Honorable Oliver Bamenyu Ayo, a Member of Parliament and National Assembly of Cameroon. We also have Mr. Sering Falunjie, the Development Advisor in the Office of the Vice President in the Gambia. Mr. Leonard Zulu is the United Nations Resident and Humanitarian Coordinator in Uganda. And Mr. Mubarak Low is the President of the Emergence Institute. I thank you all panelists for your time and for your willingness to share with us your insights. By way of just really picking your mind, I'm going to ask this question to everyone, and I'm going to ask that you answer it in less than 2 minutes. Less than 2 minutes, just give us a sense of your thoughts. When we say, what concrete actions has your country or your institution taken to implement regional SDG commitments? What have you done? And when you answer that, the second question is, where you've experienced challenges, what do you attribute those challenges to be? And what have you done to overcome the challenges? So what have you done, concrete actions? When you've experienced an impediment, how have you overcome it? And what are those challenges? So let's begin with you, Right Honourable Gilles Fabrice David.
Thank you, moderator. When it comes to actions, I have to share with you that since 2015 now, Mauritius has embarked with strong commitment on the ambitious journey to achieve the 17 Sustainable Development Goals of Agenda 2030, which are fully integrated in our national development priorities. So far, Mauritius has presented 2 voluntary national reviews, one in 2019, and the second one, which is the latest one, in 2024. And we are currently preparing our 3rd VNR report following the installation of a new government end of 2024, new government of which I am a member. And I will make it a point that during this 1-year mandate for Mauritius as the chair of the 12th session of ARFSD, our 3rd voluntary national review report will be submitted. And at the regional level, Mauritius has aligned national policies with both 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. During the first 10-year implementation plan of Agenda 2063 from the African Union, Mauritius submitted 2 country reports and achieved performances scores of 50% in 2021 and 55% in 2023. And a few weeks ago, beginning of this year, 2026, we presented our very first report under the second 10-year implementation plan, 2024-2033 of Agenda 2063. And our current government program, 2025-2029, bears the title, A Bridge to the Future. And this government program is fully aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework, 2024-2028, 2030 Agenda, and Agenda 2063, ensuring coherence between global, regional, and national commitments. And to come back to your second question very, very quickly, regarding the key challenges that we are facing, And this is where we have to admit that despite notable progress, Mauritius still faces significant challenges. Actually, according to the Sustainable Development Report 2025, Mauritius has an SDG index score of 70.3, with a positive trend since 2015, plus 5.2%. However, key challenges persist, particularly in SDG 13 on climate action and SDG 17 on partnerships and financing. And I have to say that African states like Mauritius face limited access to concessional finance, and very often because eligibility based mainly on income levels. So we have to admit that at the moment, public debt pressures and high debt servicing costs in Mauritius prevent or lowers the capacity of government to invest in key sectors like health, food security, and climate resilience. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If we can follow that example and keep it succinct, Honorable Oliver Bamenyu Agayo, what key actions have you taken? So the positive steps, and where you've experienced the challenge, what is that challenge and what are you doing to overcome it? In 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much. I thank you again for the opportunity for Central African Sub-Region to have its voice in this 12th session of the African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. I will speak on behalf of the countries of the Economic Community of Central African States and on behalf of my country, Cameroon, to say that the government of the various countries in the Central African Sub-Region have taken so many commitments to implement the Sustainable Development Goals. One, by primarily aligning them to their national development programs or national development plan. With the case of Cameroon, Cameroon aligning it to its national development strategy 2020 to 2030 to reduce it from its vision 2035 to 2030, aligning it to the agenda 2030 so that the target can be evaluated in accordance with Agenda 2030. And this National Development Strategy 2020-2030 replaces the Growth and Employment Strategy paper that used to be the development program of Cameroon. And within this program, coordination was now centralized in the Ministry of Economic Planning and Regional Development, which is presently here. And the various governments of the Central African Sub-Region committed themselves to the new United Nations Sustainable Development Goal Cooperation Framework, aimed at aligning, accelerating progress across key areas. In the Central African Sub-Region also, given the consistent and persistent threat from piracy in the Gulf of Guinea, member countries of the Central African Sub-Region came together and put in place a unified technology-driven approach to maritime security and the protection of the blue economy, with the creation of an interregional coordination center and compact framework treating maritime safety as a shared responsibility. Talking about some of the challenges, faced in this sub-region, we are faced with issues of insecurity. We understand that Boko Haram is still very active in that zone, and then we have persistent effects of climate change with flood in most of the countries in the Central African Sub-Region. And then the government is doing a lot to put in place a security program that will address the presence of terrorist attacks in the northern part of Cameroon and other countries and other parts of the sub-region. And so with these few words and other actions currently being taken in the sub-region, with the putting in place of monitoring and reporting system, Remember that Cameroon is one of the countries that will be presenting its voluntary national reviews during the high-level political forum this year in New York.
Okay.
The government brought together civil society organizations, and they had pre-preparation meeting ahead of that event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, so a lot of issues can be hamstrung by general insecurity as well, but you are doing the best that you can. A view, please, from you, Mr. Sering Falu Njie from the Gambia.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Very quickly, let me just share a few things that I have been embarking upon in my sub-region, which is West Africa, in my capacity as the third vice chair of the Bureau. Just taking up from where my colleague stopped, one of the key issues that I have been involved with at the sub-regional level has been on the issue of security, because we know security or insecurity is one of the very, very fundamental issues in East and Central Africa. And of course, if I may quote the former Secretary General of the UN, Kofi Annan, who has said that there can be no peace without development and no development without peace. So therefore, at our level, we had embarked on a strategy of establishing what we call an early warning system for human security, to ensure that we have real-time data available and also to enhance timely interventions, policy-wise as well as programmatically. Now, in order to do this, we had to establish the legal framework, that is, establish an early warning bill. We had to also do the policy framework, as well as establish the institutional mechanisms necessary to do it, and also a strategic plan to operationalize this. Then at the national level, very quickly, Madam Chair, I have 3 or 4 things to share. I'm not sure how much time you will allow me, but one of the things that we had worked on was, as per one of the fundamental principles of the SDGs and also the Kampala Declaration, which is leaving no one behind. We have, as part of our National Development Plan, a specific program which we call a pillar on leaving no one behind, which is Pillar 6. Now, to operationalize this, what we did as a country was to first establish what we call a National Social Protection entity. This also involved the establishment of the legislative framework for, that is a bill for national social protection, establishment of a national social protection policy, the establishment of the institutional framework, as well as the development of what we call a national social register. Now, this National Social Register is a database that captures household information for everybody in the country. And let me say, I think the Gambia is one of those very few countries that have a comprehensive National Social Register that is nationally representative. So with this, we also established the National Social Protection Fund, which is a basket fund that everybody sort of allows us to put together resources and be able to coordinate the development or implementation of national social protection programs. I'll leave it at that, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for that. If we can get a view now, because a lot has been said about collaboration, partnerships at a multilateral level and coordination, and you do this quite well, Mr. Leonard Zulu, as the United Nations Resident and Humanitarian Coordinator. So in terms of, from your vantage point, key actions that have been pursued that work really well, especially when we're talking about going beyond state actors, but continued impediments and challenges that can be overcome. What's your sense?
Thank you very much. For us in the United Nations, in particular the United Nations country team, our work during the course of 2025 within the framework of the Kampala Declaration was really to see where we could be of unique value to the process of SDG implementation. And we decided that in the context of 2025, we would focus on financing for development and convene partners around the issue of financing the National Development Plan number 4 of Uganda, focusing on government priorities, agro-industrialization, tourism, mining, science, technology, and innovation. So that was our principal contribution, that where we thought as a United Nations country team will be most useful. The main challenge that we faced last year during the 11th session was the loss of funding. The country team presented its budgets, they were funded, and funds were made available, or commitments were made. But as we went through the year, we lost more than 165 million US dollars by partners reneging or canceling or reviewing their commitments. So how did we respond to this primary challenge? Taking into account that we had focused on financing for development, we thought that it would be best to strengthen the coordination in the country. So we requested and obtained the task of running the secretariat of the local development partner group. And that brought together the development partners closer to government priorities, and also the United Nations closer to government priorities. So this tripartite arrangement culminated in us having a National Partnership Forum discussion, where National Partnership Forum in Uganda is the apex coordination forum in the country between government and partners. And there we discussed the concrete action that we needed to take on financing for development, which will be presented to a meeting that will be chaired by the Prime Minister of Uganda as action points to take forward. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So a big impediment continues to be the decline in overseas development assistance, but where you can pool resources is technical expertise in a tripartite arrangement. I'm now going to ask the same question, but of an institutional player, Mr. Mubarak Low. You're president of the Emergence Institute. Perhaps you could tell us a little bit about the work of the Emergence Institute, and then in pursuance of the SDG goals, the actions that you would recommend are taken, what you've observed, and how to overcome the challenges. And because we want to find out more about your work, I'll afford you 5 minutes if that's acceptable.
Thank you very much. I don't have too much time. I prepared research. I will share it with participants. Mainly, my main message is that everybody knows that most African countries will not be able to fulfill the objective by 2030. So my proposal is that the UNDP has done a big work with establishing what they call accelerators, SDGs push diagnoses, and accelerator labs. But what is remaining is what we can call the binding constraints. And for me, the most important constraint for Africa is the institutional part. If you take the SDGs, the institutional part is very weak. In fact, it's too general, or mostly talking about partnership and so on. I think we have to be very precise and use, for example, the World Bank indicators, development indicators on governance. It's very precise with 6 indicators. The OECD, even the African peer review mechanism. So my advice will be for the next round, for the SDG after 2030, to put as in the center the institutional part, because if you do not solve this institutional part, nothing will happen, because we are talking about accelerator, but it's like a runner. If the runner cannot even move from where he is, he cannot run and accelerate. So let's tackle this issue of institutional development. We have done a lot of research. I can share all the papers that demonstrate that any country who which want to emerge. This is our main research, is about how to make countries, emerging countries. Any country cannot emerge, or no country cannot emerge without being improving its institutional quality. So I don't have too much time. I will stop there. But I will share the paper. The full paper is up to 50 pages. So I will share it, at least the summary, 10 page, with Nassim and the UNECA team. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for understanding. We do have constraints in time because we've got statutory issues and declarations and other things to do later on. What I'd like to do now, perhaps also deferring to you, Mr. Lowe, and anybody else who wants to add in, is this issue of strong institutions. The Deputy AU Chairperson really spoke at length to this issue of strong institutions, whether it's, tax officers and revenue collection, whether it's treasuries and how budgeting is made, whether it's parliaments and the laws that are enacted to strengthen the rollout of SDG programs, whether it's building local agencies that can disperse social protections. I'm not sure, but which institutional or financing innovations can really accelerate delivery of SDGs? Question is for anyone who feels they've got something to say about it.
Okay. Thank you very much. I will take this one. I will contribute to this one. I think the financing innovation that we can focus on at the moment is mobilization of patient capital, in particular pension funds that have not been utilized so much in moving forward the implementation of the SDGs. For example, in Uganda, we have between 8 and 9 billion US dollars in pension funds. And last year, we had the pension summit in November 2025 that was opened by the Prime Minister, at which we highlighted this potential that exists in the country. And an example that was given during that summit that, for example, if we constructed the express highway from Kampala to Jinja and putting toll gates there, we could use capital pension funds to actually finance the construction of that highway. That was an example. And I think this is where we have a lot of potential and a lot of capital in Africa that we can look at our insurance savings and also at our pension savings and use that for our development. Thank you.
It's always been a good suggestion, but again, there are those institutional limitations around prescribed assets, but if you can work around that, we move on. Honorable Kusule Lumumba, you've also got something to say to the innovation of financing and institutions.
Thank you so much. On the issue of strong institutions, there are no particular institutions that we want, and there are no particular institutions that we don't need for us to succeed in the implementation of SDGs. We need all of the institutions, because when you analyze, if one institution does its work so well, it makes us register success in another institution. When another institution doesn't do its work so well, it makes it so difficult for the other institution to achieve. So we need, all that we require is to have a well-coordinated effort so that all institutions are aligned, working together and having unity. We need all the institutions very strong. Because let me give an example. If there is a lot of corruption in the tax agency, then it work in the other ministries that must implement for any SDG, work will not go on well. But when they do their work so well, it's important. We need the institutions that are monitoring corruption to make sure we minimize corruption. If those agencies don't do very well, those implementing, the other implementing agencies will misuse the resources, and the targeted beneficiary will not be able to benefit. So we need all institutions well coordinated, so that they score as a team.
Points very well made, even in terms of law enforcement being an integral part of that institutional reform. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I want to talk about this in the context of partnerships and resource mobilization. This is something that I actually wanted to share, which we have been doing in the Gambia, and which we are being supported by, of course, one of the UN agencies, UNDP, which is the development of what is called integrated national financing framework, and of course, development of an integrated national financing strategy. This ensures that accountability is strengthened, partnerships are built, it sets up robust and sustainable resource mobilization strategies for enhanced delivery and development outcomes. It is important that you have an institutional framework that brings in all the stakeholders together in a coordinated manner and well guided in terms of implementation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have two more questions, and this one, anybody who feels able to share, please do. Peer learning has been an important pillar of the Kampala Declaration, and it's something that's also come up in this 12th edition. So when we're talking about learning best practices from regional peers, institutional peers, regional platforms, what are these learnings that can support national action?
If I may, moderator, I would like to state that peer learning must be practical, targeted, and results-driven. And in that spirit, 4 months ago, I led a Mauritian delegation to Cabo Verde. Our friends are there, bringing together representatives from my Ministry for Blue Economy, from the Ministry of Finance, from Bank of Mauritius, and from Stock Exchange of Mauritius. And we engaged directly with Cabo Verdean authorities to learn from their experience in blue and green bonds, climate resilience, and seawater desalination for irrigation. So this was really practical and results-oriented peer-to-peer learning. And at a larger extent, this is exactly the kind of peer-to-peer collaboration Africa needs. Hands-on, solution-oriented, and immediately applicable. We must scale up such exchanges, strengthen South-South cooperation, and ensure that successful experiences are replicated around the continent and across our African seats. Thank you.
I'll come to you, Mr. Lowe. Mr. Njia first.
Thank you, Chair. I think in terms of peer learning, I want to commend the government of Uganda. I was there 2 weeks ago, and I think one of the things I saw them do is a pace setter in Africa. This, annual performance review mechanism that they have instituted. A lot of us in our various countries, we do VNRs, we do annual SDG reports. But what I saw in Uganda is something that I think is worth emulating. It is a program-based approach, not sectoral, not in silos. You have a program where you have 3, 4, 5, 10 different ministries coming together to implement a particular program. And it is done at the highest level. It is chaired by the Prime Minister, and it is cabinet ministers who come and are being held to account for what they do, programmatically as well as financially. So definitely I want to commend the government of Uganda, and I would recommend that all of us in Africa, we try to learn from Uganda and emulate what they are doing. Thank you.
Mubarak Lowe, you wanted to add to that, peer learning?
Yes,
this is Mubarak. Okay. Yeah, thank you. I think we should open up the field, not just learning from African countries, but learning from overall the word in large. In our research, we use convergent theory to define benchmark. And this, from there, you can know exactly what should be your targets? We don't use it just ad hoc, but we should do it systematically. So my deep conviction is, or my deep understanding is that we cannot succeed in SDG without controlling the process. And I don't think that in Africa or we control the process. In fact, we are trying our best, but I have defined in my research with my team a very structured framework. We use what we call DMAIC. In the Six Sigma, they use it: define, measure, analyze, improve, and control. So if you want to have result, we should have framework like this. And from there, you can also target what the best of the class are doing. We have what we call emerged countries, like Malaysia, like Korea is now what we call pre-developed country. In Africa also, you have Morocco, Egypt, and South Africa. They are the most advanced economically, and Mauritius is following with Tunisia and Gabon, Botswana. So we should do this control. This is my real advice for the next year to come, or after 2030. Let's try to set up a systematic framework to make sure that what we are doing will bring result. If not, it will be ad hoc, and if you don't control, you cannot have result. Thank you. But my paper is very clear on that. I will share it. Thank you.
Fantastic. So definitely have a template, a kind of a scorecard, and Mr. Lowe from the Emergence Institute has a paper that can be published and you can all read it. Mr. Ayo, did you have something to say to peer learning?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Talking about peer learning, I don't want to go back to what we saw in Uganda a few weeks ago, which was a very clear and good example to be copied in Africa. But I want to say that in peer learning, as Africans, we should be honest to ourselves to be able to move from policies, speeches to action. I want to share the example of the Economic Community of Central African States, especially of the Monetary Union. Because I want to share particularly in the domain of finance in this area, because for us to be able to move the agenda forward, finances are very central to the conversation we are having here. In the Central African sub-region, we have a monetary union system. We have a central bank with a single currency. We should be able to copy this kind of example to go forward to implement what the former Ghanaian president launched, the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System. The number of currencies that move, the number of currencies in Africa, the exchange rate in Africa, the rate of exchange rate in Africa, the risk of exchange rate in Africa is too high. We have over 32 currencies in Africa. For me to come to Addis Ababa, I have to change from CA francs to dollars, and when I get to Addis Ababa, I change back from dollars into the local currency here. Just the amount of money that is wasted, that goes out of the African continent for exchange rate is too high. And so we should be able to move from speeches to implement a currency that is an African currency. In Europe, within the EU, you are able to use euro across many countries. What is wrong with us in Africa? I think we should be able to adjust. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Flexibility, agility. So this last question, I'm going to ask to every one of our panelists, and I'm going to ask that you give us a simple, succinct answer, no more than a minute. And I'll just use what I think is a description of what we're looking for. So the question is, what game-changing recommendation? Some of you, if you've been able to watch the UEFA matches that are leading to the final in Budapest, will know that all that happens on a pitch, you either substitute a player, that's game-changing, one gets red-carded, that's game-changing, or a penalty kick, that's game-changing. So what is the one game-changing recommendation to get Africa back on track? Shall I start from my right, going left, or the other way? Mr. Ayo, I think you're the youngest. We start with you.
Understood. So what I advise is for every country, but it should be done country by country, to identify what I call the binding constraints, because it differs from a country to a country. But for most African countries, as our research show, is generally institutional capacity. Number 2 is human capital. Number 3 is infrastructure. If you don't solve this binding constraint, no need to talk about accelerator. You will not accelerate. So thank you.
Most succinct answer. Human capital, infrastructure, those are things you do to accelerate change. Leonard Zulu.
Yes, tax to GDP ratio increase from whatever baseline it is to at least 15% across Africa.
Tax to GDP ratio, so get more taxes into the fiscus. Are you ready, Mr. Ayo?
Okay. Creation of a regional small and medium-sized enterprise guarantee fund to help entrepreneurs who are too large for microfinance but too small for commercial banks in order to help close the missing middle gap in the African finance. Thank you very much.
That's a brilliant suggestion. The small and medium enterprises are the job creators. 70% of jobs come from SMMEs. Let's support them. Honorable Gilles Fabrice David.
For me, a true game changer would be the formal adoption of a multi-dimensional vulnerability index by international financial institutions and multilateral development banks. Because the current financing system, based largely on per capita income, fails to capture the structural vulnerabilities faced by many African countries, and particularly small island developing states like Mauritius. So integrating the MVI into financing decisions would better reflect exposure to climate change, external shocks, and global crises, and significantly enhance countries' capacity to invest in SDG implementation.
All right, so different measures of vulnerability and value that financial institutions need. May I defer to you too, Mr. Njie?
I think for me, a game changer in Africa would be if we as Africans take over and be at the driver's seat in terms of exploitation of our natural resources. I would again here quote the president of Uganda who said, when you engage with us on our natural resources, you do it based on our own terms. If we cannot leave it in the ground, it's not going to rot. Our children, our great-grandchildren will benefit from it. I think that kind of leadership, that kind of stand, where we actually are on the driver's seat, would be a game changer in the continent. Thank you.
All right, you own the resources, set the prices, take charge of your own destiny. And the Right Honourable Justine Kasule Lumumba, the leading lady. Last word from you.
The game changer would be no different from what my colleagues have said, but let me just take it a notch higher. If we can harmonize policy the way we do it at national level, to also harmonize at the continental level. Let me give an example. Every country in Africa has natural resources, well endowed, but each country is struggling on its own. So if we harmonize policy, even Uganda, if we have the vermiculite, let's get the vermiculite and process whatever element that is so precious that we can get from vermiculite. While our neighbors in Congo are also taking advantage of the gold and doing the same, while those in Cameroon are also extracting and manufacturing, then we assemble the different points into getting one product that we can buy amongst ourselves, sell to the outside blocks, but also be able to offer jobs, be able to maximize our resources, and we shall be more self-sustaining as a continent than how we are, that one goes to the other block, negotiates as a country, the other one goes as a bloc, negotiates. Here would have manufactured. We offer the market ourselves, offer jobs to our children, change the curriculum to suit the policy that we have adopted at the continental level. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Effectively, we've come to the end of this review of the Ugandan leadership of the Bureau for the 11th edition, crossing over into the 12th edition. Fundamentally, we should be going into statutory matters now, but before I yield the floor to the Bureau Chair for these official duties, is there anybody who'd like to make a submission, like to, challenge us to stretch our minds further? We can take one round of questions.
Recording in progress.
So how can institutions bridge that gap? Thank you.
Good question. Is there any other question? Yes, sir. I cannot see what the flag says. South Sudan. Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is called Christopher Nicholas, and as the SDG remain as our blueprint for the future, sustainable future, you raise, Mr. Moderator, you raise a question which touched me as well, which is you brought it with a example of football. As a coach, when someone got a red card, is an advantage for the other team to get an advantage over the other team which have got red card. So we're talking now about one man here, one man who make the decision, who is the coach. And then now let's relate it to the constitution. Who is the man here with us? It's the constitution of, we can talk about the UN or we can talk about the African Union. Once we talk about the African Union have the role of the constitution to revitalize the constitution so that all the nations should have one constitution with the issue of free trading and free movement of Africa. So with this, if we are not going to recognize ourselves as Africans, we are going to face a lot of challenges. We can address this. Every day we can come here every day and address this, the same issue, the same scenario, but we're not finding a solution for it. This is a time for us to find a solution for it, to find a way forward for it. So thank you so much.
I'm not sure whether you're advocating for an end to constitutional democracy or you're just saying the AU or somebody needs to take a bigger lead, but I'll let the experts decide. Is there another question? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I've seen you.
Okay, thank you so much. By the name of Sadia James, I'm EALA member of East Africa Legislative Assembly. I'm just, like what my brother has contributed to, the member from Cameroon. If we could really leverage on the regional integration, like in our case, the East Africa community, when we look at the Common Market Protocol and the Custom Union, the two pillars that is implemented currently, but it is doing marvelous work. When we look at the cross-border business, because if a woman is doing business and she is having a good of less than $2,000. So what is applied is simplified trade regime. She does not go through all the procedures, the bureaucracy is cut. So, when we engage with women, it is really changing their lives. This is what we want. So if ECOWAS is doing, SADC is doing, East Africa is doing, we'll find that, as a building block. So by the time we reach as United Africa, when we have already, become one in system. So we really need to leverage much in the regional integration. And I wish next time that we will have secretary generals from the regional blocks to give their experience. So with that, I'm very happy to be part. So as EALA member, thank you.
So strengthening the recs and hearing from them. We've got an opportunity for one more question, and then I'm going to close this opportunity. Going, it's gone. Okay, so there are 3 questions that have come through. I don't know which of our panelists would like to address the first question of institutional capacity. It's weak. How do you strengthen it beyond policy design? We've got the institutions. We know what they're supposed to look like. The constitutions are clear. Get the work done. How do we get the institutions to start getting the implementation done?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for the colleague from Nigeria. In fact, we have to be very precise, because if you talk about institution without designating what is institutional capacity, will not tackle the issue. If you take the World Bank indicator, it's very clear. You have voice and responsibility, you have political stability and absence of violence, you have government effectiveness, you have regulatory quality, rule of law, control of corruption. And all this is documented with figure. So you can follow and know which country is doing well or not. And our research shows that even we have done a paper on petrol and gas discovery, and the paper shows that countries that succeed in using petrol and gas to transform the economy, the difference with other countries who do not succeed, who have what they call touch disease, is institutional quality. Number 2 is human resource. Number 3 is the private sector. But I put emphasis on institutional capacity. So we have to monitor this. We have APRM, we have, why don't we put this in the center? We are talking about SDG, but nobody is talking about the failure in the institution. And it's amazing. Me, I used to be the chief economist of the government of Senegal. In fact, even the introduction of the SDG in the government plan, I am the one who chaired the committee, but really, the difference is the institutional capacity. I insist, if we don't tackle it, we'll never have result. Thank you.
Anybody else want to add to that comment about institutional capacity and giving it the right human resources as well and governance systems? All covered. Second question came from South Sudan, said in a football match, the coach has the ultimate say, or so does the referee. In Africa, who would be the coach? And would we need the AU to kind of, what would it be? Minimize the role of national governments and take the lead? Nobody wants to comment? They heard you. They heard you. They just see it as a comment. So the question was around, could we see a differentiation of roles between national governments and the AU? We need one kind of supranational body to take the lead in Africa, and maybe the AU can be the ultimate constitutional authority.
Since I work on AU and regional integration, no, in fact, I think we should have these 3 levels. You have the countries, you have the regional economic community, and you have the AU. The regional economic community, some of them are very well advanced on monitoring institutional development. So I think AU, sometimes it's better to tackle the issue at the regional level. So I think we should strengthen the REX and give them this mandate of monitoring how the country is doing regarding institution. But this is the single biggest issue for Africa for the next coming years. Thank you.
You've just made reference to the REX, and that was the third question, which is strengthening regional integration, and that we need to see more of the Secretary Generals of some of the REX attending fora such as this, that when we're talking, if anybody wants to add to that, or you treat it as a comment as well.
Well, I'm the only one taking the risk to talk because me, I'm free. I'm an expert now. I'm no longer in government. So I think even the countries, I think we should have more ministers, more director general from the ministries. This is the most important regional forum regarding sustainable development in Africa. And I think we should do advocacy before the countries for them to participate. And the REX also should be there. So I think we should have even regional forum, like one in West Africa, one in East, the same forum. We should have it maybe every year in the different REX. Thank you.
Lumumba?
I support the idea of bringing on board the chief executives or secretary generals or secretaries general of these blocks. They will add meaning only if they are going to be diplomatically candid and mention what is happening in every block. Because what happens when they have agreed as blocks on to implement something that is for the good of everybody in that block, even on the African continent, some of them leave that there, or when they go home, they shelve it and they don't do it. Then it destabilizes the microeconomics of that sub-region. Let me give an example. We all agreed under the East African Protocol, East African countries, on issues to do with taxation. But you find Uganda is implementing, and then you find Kenya is not implementing, or Rwanda. So what happens? Because of the taxation that Uganda is doing as agreed under the protocol, you find people now prefer either to shift their industries or import and offload in Kenya and then smuggle in Uganda. Then that discussion comes on, you find some falling off. So it is so difficult. So if only the secretaries general are going to be so candid, and the member states also should be sincere and have an open discussion for the good of the development of the whole sub-region. But most times what they always agree on issues, we should read the budget this day, that they do. We should be able to meet this time, that they do. But when it comes down to going into details of implementation, disagreements happen and nobody wants to talk about them. Let's have candid discussions. They will play a very good role, the secretaries general of those blocks, if only we can be candid and sincere to each other as partner states. I thank you.
Thank you for your candor. Thank you for being so candid. I think this is a good place to leave it. We want to thank Uganda for your leadership and stewardship of the 11th edition of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development, really setting the tone for the conversations we've had here in Addis Ababa in 2026 for the 12th edition, and really reiterating the need to coordinate and work well between the various data gathering research centers, with the various multilateral organizations within the UN system, and then also at the AU level, and aligning the two agendas to create a common framework for coordination and implementation. And thank you, Uganda, for having really entered us into that conversation. At this juncture, I'd like to close off this special session and yield the floor now to the chair of session so that we can get on with administrative and statutory matters around the others declaration, resolutions, call to action. However, Mr. Chair, if you'll allow me, I've been notified that we're in this digital era, and above us, they have been broadcasting a QR code. They've been displaying it. So if you could use the QR code to access the proposed declaration, read through it, so that once we get into the final program or agenda items for the day, you are familiar with it. So if it is okay with you, Chair, I'm going to ask delegates to please scan the QR code, read the declaration, and after 10 or 15 minutes, the chair and the secretariat and the bureau will then guide what happens next. But over to you, Chair, Mr. David.
Let's give a round of applause to our moderator for the way, once again, in which she expertly guided this special event, this special panel with members of the outgoing bureau. So, as the moderator has wisely suggested, you are hopefully in a few minutes, thanks to our technical team, you will be able to scan the QR code, which will land you on our key messages and the declaration to be for our 12th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. So, and in the meantime, I will ask our photographers to come close, and I will call upon our outgoing bureau for the ERA FSD 11 to stay on stage for a group picture, and at the same time, I will ask the members of the new bureau for ERA FSD 12 to get close as well, so we'll have a group picture for the new bureau. Thank you.
Thank you.
The photo.
Thank you.
Yeah. Name. So now if I can ask to our members for the new bureau to come on stage, Honorable Pacom Kosi, Mr. Bru Yao Gervais, and Mr. Salah Elga Riani to come on stage for the group picture of new bureau for the 12th session of our AR FSD.
Some of the key messages.
tell them because this is summary was done beforehand. They must do it Where is the secretary? There's nothing new on this thing yet. Nothing new. It's the same stuff. We said Apple, let's talk about the program. Now, I want to ask them what is the type, the theme there. Because the theme was telling them. When I was there, Esther. 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 Yeah.
Distinguished delegates, we will very shortly start with our closing ceremony. And for that last part of our session, I will kindly call upon the members of the new bureau for the 12th ARFSD to kindly come and join us on stage. Exactly. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, our 12th session for the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development is now reaching its last stage. We would like so far to thank each and every one of you for your presence, for your support, and for your valuable contribution to this session of our ARFSD here in Addis Ababa. Now I will kindly ask the rapporteur of our new bureau to take the floor and to share with us the key messages and the official declaration of Addis Ababa for our 12th ARFSD. The Right Honorable Justin Kazule Lumumba, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let's begin with the 12th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development, summary and key messages. We begin with the summary and key messages. So I suggest when you look at the opening session, you know what happened. We don't have to go into details of that, but I would suggest you now move to summary and key messages. That's part 3. Part 3, technical person, can we move together? You are displaying 1 and 2. Can we have 3? 3. The following sections contains a summary of the main issues, trends, and key messages, including policy recommendations arising from the presentations and deliberations during the 12th session of the forum. The key messages comprise transformative and coordinated actions and recommendations for Africa to accelerate efforts to attain the Sustainable Development Goals of the 2030 Agenda and the goals of the aspirations of the Agenda 2063 at multiple levels, and the regional's collective input to the 2026 meeting of the High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development and the 2026 United Nations Water Conference to accelerate the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goal 6, ensure availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation for all. So this was the section that contains the messages, and we now begin with the high-level panel 1, which we are calling A. Scaling up transformative and coordinated actions for the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and Agenda 2063, the Africa we want of the African Union. That is item 3. So the messages that are contained in there, the key messages, are number 3, the key messages. You have read, but I would want to hear if there are comments, improvements, so that we move together and manage time properly. Members, comments on the key messages as they are listed under number 3. Okay, then can we move on the next page? B, that is high level panel 2, unlocking finance for climate resilience and sustainable development in Africa, building on the outcomes of the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development and the 13th session of the Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. That is agenda item 4. And those are the key messages. Ignore 1 and 2 and look at 3, the key messages. Want to hear improvements, comments, additions, subtractions from you. Please, you put up your hand. Chair? Yeah, I did. Chair, is it South Sudan?
Morocco. The floor is yours.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, d'avoir accordé la parole à cette délégation. En étant la première fois que je prends la parole devant la plénière, je souhaiterais féliciter le Président pour la manière avec laquelle vous conduisez nos travaux. Monsieur le Président, donc, je voudrais juste intervenir pour dire que le document a évoqué le lien entre paix et sécurité et développement. Ceci, bel et bien, a été largement discuté lors de nos travaux et notre délégation avait fait une recommandation dans ce sens, mais elle n'a pas été reflétée dans le document, notamment dans la table ronde de haut niveau numéro 2. Donc, oui, nous avons des engagements, mais ceux-ci, s'ils sont simplement consignés, sans impact ou sans être traduits en actions concrètes, n'ont aucune valeur ajoutée. Monsieur le Président, cette délégation donc réitère sa recommandation déjà évoquée lors de nos travaux, qui énonce ce qui suit: encourager l'opérationnalisation effective du Nexus paix, sécurité et développement à travers une coordination renforcée et la mobilisation de l'ensemble des parties prenantes afin de produire des résultats tangibles et durables pour nos populations. Enfin, nous demandons que cette recommandation soit incorporée pour compléter le paragraphe D qui est dans la table ronde de haut niveau numéro 2, ou soit complètement l'inclure dans un paragraphe séparé afin de la consigner de manière explicite. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Nous remercions le Maroc pour cette intervention. Je partage donc avec l'ensemble de nos délégués que la recommandation faite par le Maroc lors de la table ronde numéro 2 n'a pas été, du moins, transcrite dans le document que vous voyez à l'écran. J'ai bien pris note. Hein. Donc, y aurait-il un commentaire par rapport à ce sujet de la part d'un autre délégué qui aurait suivi la table ronde numéro 2 et qui avait pris connaissance de la recommandation du Maroc concernant un point sur la paix et la sécurité? I don't see any delegate country. Ah, si, l'Afrique du Sud, South Africa, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Unfortunately, I would want to take you guys back to SDG 6 that talks on water, sanitation, hygiene. I believe that the declaration for WASH, the key messages that were highlighted have been watered down to exclude hygiene. And this is an issue because hygiene is one of the things that mostly impacts women and girls. And so I want that this be considered. One of the things that I'm highlighting to be considered is the issue of taxation on menstrual products. It's been an issue and it's one of the barriers for accessing menstrual products across the African region. And I think that this is something that needs to be highlighted and prioritized across the continent. Thank you.
So thank you to South Africa for this recommendation regarding SDG 6. I just want to reply first of all to Morocco. Donc, Madame la déléguée du Maroc, je vous informe que le secrétariat de notre forum a pris bonne note de votre intervention et de votre recommandation sur la paix et la sécurité qui sera intégrée. Yeah. And regarding South Africa intervention as well, Madam Delegate, I would like to inform you as well that our Secretariat of our Bureau is taking good note of your point. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. Can we now move to C, high level panel 3, achieving full employment and decent work for all, poverty reduction and social protection in Africa, taking forward the outcomes of the Second World Summit on Social Development. That's agenda item number 5. And I want us to look at the key messages. Now begin with 19. 19, number 19. Chair, there is a hand the other side.
Was it Namibia raising it? No, okay.
Yes, it was just about the page because it was not moving and so we were not following. Thank you.
So it's from 19 all the way. So then, Chair, can we move to D, plenary high-level roundtable 1, which handled evidence-based voluntary national and local reviews to drive transformative and coordinated actions for the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. We now move to 22. 22. The key messages are 22. Chair, can I move on?
Yes, please move on.
Okay, we now move to E, plenary high-level roundtable panel 2, which handled driving ambitious and integrated actions for the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063, leveraging the roles of the United Nations systems, young people, the private sector, civil society, and volunteers. So let's move to 25. 3, the key messages 25, comments, additions, improvements. So then we move, Mr. Chair, with your permission, can we move to F?
Yes, please, move.
So under F, we have high-level parallel meetings to review in-depth and showcase progress made and to facilitate peer-to-peer learning in connection with the sub-themes of the forum. That's agenda item 8. And under 1, we have clean water and sanitation, assuring sustainable water availability and safe sanitation systems to achieve the goals of the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. That's agenda item 8A. So we have the key messages. We move to C, and the key messages are 28, number 28. We invite comments, improvements, additions, subtractions. Chair, we have 2, affordable and clean energy, which is agenda item 8B, and the key messages are under C, which is number 31. Key messages number 31, affordable and clean energy. Then we move to 3, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Under that, I would invite you to key messages under C, which is number 34. Number 34, the key messages. So we move now 4, sustainable cities and communities. The key messages are under C, number 37. Number 37.
Excuse me. Hello.
Yes, Namibia.
Yes, under the one for industries. The chair was in the beginning talking about the high-level panel, so we're not following which.
So when you are talking of industry, that means it is the key messages are 34. C, number 34.
Can we go back there? The English version just flapped through.
So then, technical team, can you take us back to 34 under industry, innovation, and infrastructure? That is 32 actually, not 34, 32. 32. Continue.
The key messages.
So the key messages under 34. Okay, now.
I don't know what Secretariat is doing.
The key messages are under 34, the ones to do for to do with the industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Mr. Chair, can we get the
yes,
comment?
Was that the, which panel was that? Panel 4? Okay. I am trying to see on the issue of illicit financial flows and taxation, and I don't see that. And also on the issue of rural communities that was highlighted probably under the cities. So if it could get some attention from the Secretariat.
Do we put it under Roman 8, Secretariat? Roman 8, where we are talking about the African Continental Free Trade Area.
Not, no.
Secretariat.
I think Secretariat has to incorporate that. It is not the same as the free trade area. It was issue of the, alternatives for domestic resource mobilization, the illicit financial flows issue, and also for mining to be focal point.
So what I can suggest to our delegate from Namibia is that she sends to our secretariat by email a proposed text for your addition so that our secretariat can assess and integrate your suggestion.
Thank you.
So that means we have accepted it. What is remaining is to phrase it and be included. Is that okay, Namibia? Oh, thank you. So, can we move? We're under sustainable cities and communities. And we're looking at the key messages 37. Under sustainable cities and communities, 37. Mr. Chair, there is a hand on the other side.
Senegal.
Okay, thank you so much. So I just wanted to add that we have highlighted young people, women, and the term vulnerable group may sound so vague. How about we break that down to include older persons, persons with disabilities, and in their various intersections, because vulnerable groups are so large and some may actually be forgotten. And on sustainable cities, I also want to add about inclusive urbanization and accessible structures for persons with disabilities, because as we are urbanizing, structures, modern structures are coming up and they are not quite very accessible for persons with disabilities. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I think that's okay. We shall phrase it. It's in the spirit of access.
Yes, so this will be taken.
Access. Yes.
This will be taken on board as well.
Okay, then 5. Do we have more contributions to this? Let's move to 5. Partnership for the goals of the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. That is item 8C. Partnerships for the goals of the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. The key messages are C, 40, number 40. Number 40.
I can see a hand raised by a lady at the back. I cannot see your country name or your organization, but please, you have the floor.
Merci, je suis des organisations syndicales, je représente ITUC Africa. Sur le point 17, il me semble quand même au niveau du partenariat qu'il serait assez important d'instituer des mécanismes de dialogue social, parce que nous sommes dans le cadre d'un partenariat inclusif et l'importance du dialogue social nous permet justement, dans le cadre du partenariat, de traiter de tous ces sujets et d'avoir une inclusivité de tous les acteurs, gouvernement, société civile, organisations syndicales, toutes les organisations qui tournent autour de cette question. Merci.
Merci pour votre intervention. Donc, est-ce que je comprends que vous faites une recommandation pour modifier le texte?
Oui, je souhaite à ce qu'on ait une ligne sur l'importance d'introduire le dialogue social à tous les niveaux.
Ok, ce point me paraît recevable. Je vous inviterai, si vous avez une formulation que vous souhaiteriez nous faire parvenir, alors je vous demanderai de nous l'envoyer pour des raisons de facilité par email sur l'email de notre secrétariat.
Parfait.
Merci. Rapporteur, you can proceed.
We go now to G, plenary high level round table 3, harnessing science, innovation, and frontier technologies to scale up transformative and coordinated actions for the Agenda 2030 and the Agenda 2063. That was agenda item 9. So I invite you to number 3, key messages, that is 43. 43, the science, technology, and innovations, STIs. Comments, please. Mr. Chair, I think I should proceed.
Yes,
we go
proceed.
to H, plenary high-level roundtable, panel 4, sustaining the gains made in relation to the 2030 agenda, African considerations on shaping the post-2030 United Nations framework for sustainable development. That is agenda item 10. And I'm inviting you to the key messages 46. Key messages are under 46. That is sustaining the gains made in relation to the 2030 agenda, African considerations on shaping the post-2030 United Nations framework for sustainable development. Mr. Chairman, can we proceed?
Please proceed.
So then we go to I, which is consideration and adoption of key messages and the declaration of the theme of the forum. So I've been guided that the consideration and adoption of the dealing with the theme will be next year. So technical team, can we now move to the resolutions? This Ababa declaration on turning the tide, transformative and coordinated actions for the 2030 agenda and agenda 2063. It has two sections. The declaration has two sections or parts. We have the preamble and the operative paragraphs. I'll do the preamble is long, but just allow me read the italics. We African ministers and senior officials responsible for the environment and sustainable development, finance, planning, economic and social development, agriculture, water and marine resources, land management, energy, urbanization and human settlements, industry, infrastructure, statistics, the digital economy, science, technology and innovation, and foreign affairs, together with heads and members of delegations of parliaments and experts representing governments and intergovernmental organizations, entities of the United Nations systems, the private sector, the academic community, civil society, cultural institutions, and faith communities. We are the people who are gathered here. So I would suggest we now move, you read the preamble, we now move to page 5, under the operative paragraph, we do hereby I want us to look at A. In relation to clean water and sanitation and assuring sustainable water availability and safe sanitation systems to achieve the goals of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and Agenda 2063, the Africa we want on the African Union. So, when you read through Roman 1, 2, 3, up to Roman 10, this is what we are proposing to be the resolutions from Roman 1 up to Roman 10. Comments from Roman 1 to Roman 10?
I can see Namibia.
Madam Chair, I just want to still add the same. The Secretariat has got the statement and also the summary of our panel. What the challenge I see with the communique is that the theme says turning the tide. And in our summaries, it's like business as usual. So the issues that should have made difference in accelerating and in turning the tide is not necessarily highlighted. I see, for example, we talk about the innovative financing, and innovative financing does not speak necessarily to the issue of illicit financial flows. On the issue of tax evasion, even the chair mentioned the issue of non-compliance to multilateral agreements. And I think at least if we highlight that emphasis on coordination and compliance, or just mention the tax issue, then we're talking about something that we will do differently. Also, I think under the sectors, water is repeated too many times. Yet we are not talking about mining, and we said we're sitting with 70% of these resources with 10% investment in it. So I applaud on the Secretariat to really at least look at 2 or 3 points that will speak to the theme of them. Otherwise, we don't have to have these themes if we just go over them and it's business as usual. Thank you.
Your point has been very clearly noted as a request to be more specific in describing the items you mentioned. Rapporteur, you may proceed.
Mr. Chairman, there's one hand this side, Algeria.
Yes, Algeria.
There is in the French version, point 10, to point 10. 10, please.
Point 10. You need to scroll down.
Yeah, please.
On the French version.
French version, anyway. Just to add, développer le traitement et la réutilisation des eaux usées ainsi que la valorisation des ressources hydriques. Il faut ajouter le mot hydrique, tout ce qui a trait à l'eau.
Très bien, c'est un bon point. Ce sera rajouté dans la version finale, à savoir spécifier que nous parlons des ressources hydriques. Merci à l'Algérie. Rapporteur, you may proceed.
We have B in relation to affordable and clean energy. So I'm inviting you to B, which is page 6, from Roman 1 up to Roman 7. This contains commitments to affordable and clean energy. Let's move to C, Mr. Chairman, with your permission.
Yes, please.
And this one is in relation to industry, innovation, and infrastructure. And our resolution on this matter is contained from Roman 1 up to Roman 8. From Roman 1 up to Roman 8. We proceed, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, D, which is in relation to sustainable cities and communities. That is part D, our commitments on sustainable cities and communities, which is from Roman 1 up to Roman 9. From Roman 1 up to Roman 9. Comments?
Madam Chair, with your permission, maybe I'm just not seeing it right, but I just want confirmation that the issue of rural communities inclusion is highlighted and creation of jobs in those communities where people are. And I think maybe also the point that was raised on, even if it is in passing, the inclusion where we talk about women and youth, also about the people of disabilities or people of special needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Namibia. Our Secretariat has taken good note. Rapporteur, please proceed.
So we now move to Part E, which is in relation to partnerships for the goals of the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. And the issues are contained from Roman 1 up to 11, Roman 11. From Roman 1 up to Roman 11. This is to do with the partnerships for the goals of the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. Comments? Mr. Chairman, with your permission, can I proceed?
Yes.
F, Part F.
No.
Madam Chair.
I can see Namibia.
Madam Chair, I think the way we talk about this financing, maybe we could just also mention the importance of redress for domestic resource mobilization concepts, so that we look at other things other than taxing the poor.
Okay, we take good note of your recommendation, delegate from Namibia. I can see no other hand raised so far, so please, Rapporteur, please proceed.
So, Mr. Chairman, we proceed to Part F, which is in relation to the 32nd session of the Conference of the Parties of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. And the declaration is contained in Roman 1, from Roman 1 up to Roman 6. Members, you should remember that this is our commitment and priorities for COP32 on climate change, which is going to be hosted by our host, where we are now, Ethiopia.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman,
yes, I can see Ghana. The floor is yours, delegate.
Item 5, which says to foster equity, transparency, and trust as pillars in the delivery of climate finance, and ensuring that such finance reaches vulnerable community. I'm suggesting that there has to be a pointer on accessibility on climate finance to that pointer. Thank you.
Thank you for your intervention, delegate from Ghana. If you can, please then send us in writing to the Secretariat via email your recommended text for that item. Thank you.
Part G, I proceed, Mr. Chairman, is in relation to achieving full employment and decent work for all, poverty reduction and social protection in Africa, building on the outcomes of the Second World Summit for Social Development. And these are contained from Roman 1. It is actually Roman 1 and 2. They're only Roman 1 up to 2. Mr. Chairman.
Yes, I can see one lady, Senegal. The floor is yours.
Okay, so in this relation, I just wanted to add about strengthening secondary education in Africa, because now many young people are unable to transition from secondary education to the work life. And if we strengthen secondary education across the continent, many young people can now be able to transition from education into the labor market. So, and also bringing up other initiatives such as the TVET and other forms of informal education to strengthen more accessibility to labor for young people in the continent.
Thank you for your suggestion. Your point has been noted and taken on board. No other hand can be seen. Rapporteur, please proceed.
So then we take you to page 10, where we have paragraph 4, which calls upon participants in the Sustainable Development Goals Summit to be held in 2027 to consider and undertake as part of the outcomes of the summit the following commitments aligned with the priorities of Africa. And these are in A, Roman 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, up to Roman 11, which is on page 11. Then the next is B, in relation to initial considerations by Africa on shaping the sustainable development framework beyond 2030. The resolutions are from Roman 1 up to Roman 8. Then paragraph 5, where we urge you, members of the Economic Commission of Africa, to intensify efforts with the support of the Commission, other entities of the United Nations system and United Nations country teams, the African Union Commission, the African Union Development Agency, new partnerships for Africa's development, the regional economic communities, the African Development Bank, and other regional banks and development partners. So under that we have A, which is to prioritize and scale up support for local and subnational government through increased financing, strengthen the capacity building, and the systematic expansion of voluntary national and local reviews linked to planning, budgeting, and investment processes, acknowledging that the success of the sustainable development goals ultimately depends on delivery at the local level. Then B, to place young people, women, and vulnerable communities at the center of transformative actions to attain the sustainable development goals and the strategic objectives of the second 10-year implementation plan, recognizing that young people, women, and vulnerable communities are not only beneficiaries but also co-creators, leaders, and drivers of sustainable development, including through measures that are listed below. We have Roman 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yes, I can see Senegal. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Chair. We will send it to the Secretariat, but we would love for everybody who is in the room to hear once again the concerns of people with disability. Whenever it is written, women and vulnerable communities, we would rather that you say vulnerable communities, including people with disabilities. And wherever in the text you have inclusive cities, we would love to have inclusive and accessible cities. We're just raising awareness, but we will try as much as possible to include that in the documents. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, distinguished delegate. It is a very fair and very good point. This will be definitely taken on board.
Mr. Chairman, when it comes to C, it is to facilitate the diffusion of digital technologies to companies in the formal sector and the micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, including by leveraging and scaling up digital extension services in collaboration with the private sector. So we now go to paragraph 6, which is a call upon United Nations resident coordinators and United Nations country teams working together with the entities throughout the United Nations system at both the global and regional levels, including the regional collaborative platforms for Africa and its opportunity and issue-based coalitions, the African Union Commission, the African Union Development Agents, new partners for Africa's development, the Africa Union Technical Working Group on Agenda 2063, the African Development Bank, and other African multilateral banks and other partners. So we have, under that, we have A, B, C, D, E, F as resolutions. So the other issues to include the PWDs will run through the whole document that we have agreed.
I
Mr.
can
Chairman,
see
there's a hand.
Ghana raising her hand. The floor is yours.
Point A, looking at the areas, 6 areas, instead of food systems, we suggest sustainable food systems. Thank you.
Okay, your suggestion has been noted. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, paragraph 7.
I can see Namibia raising her hand. Please open your mic.
Can we move back a little bit? Where we talk about that domestic resource mobilization, could we please still talk about the issue around illicit financial flows and curbing of tax and the double taxation renegotiations, so that we just get that new perspective of new money that we could repatriate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, can I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
We go now to paragraph 7, which is page 13. And the paragraph is a call to the chair of the 12th Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development to champion Africa's priorities at strategic global forums, including 2026 high-level political forum in New York, and the rest are also detailed in there, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
The different platforms are detailed in here, plus the dates, the venue, and time, and the city. Mr. Chairman, I think this is what we covered as Secretariat. I want to take this opportunity to thank the ICA Secretariat that we have worked with, but also most sincerely thank you for your active participation. Your resilience is a sign of commitment that we are determined to make Africa better for our children and grandchildren tomorrow. Mr. Chairman, I submit. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you and well done, Honorable Lumumba. The forum considered and adopted as amended the summary and key messages outlined in previous sections of a present report and the draft Addis Ababa Declaration on turning the tide, transformative and coordinated actions for the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. So this marks the consideration and adoption of the following documents. So we are now on agenda item 12 on the theme, dates and venue of the 13th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. And I will now invite the Secretariat to brief the forum on the theme and propose dates for the 13th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development in 2027. Secretariat, you now have the floor. So I call now upon the Deputy Executive Secretary for Program and Chief Economist from ECA. In the meantime, the last discussions are being finalized on the date and venue of our next session of ERA-FSD. I just want to make a very small announcement, a practical one. One of our delegates left his mobile phone in the men's washroom. So if anyone finds it, kindly hand over this mobile phone to UNECA Security. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding the theme of the next session, of the 13th session, is it okay? Yes. Yeah, regarding the theme of the 13th session, as you know, this RSFD, the African Regional Forum for Sustainable Development, is the continental review, is the African review for the high-level political forum in July. So the theme of every regional session or review is directly linked to the theme of the HLPF. So I will share with the honorable delegates and guests the theme of the next HLPF, the 2027 HLPF, which is scaling up just transitions to achieving sustainable development, poverty eradication, and the full implementation of the 2030 agenda and its SDGs. So this is the theme of the next HLPF 2027. Of course, in our case, there is a specificity, is that we are working, of course, on the Agenda 2030, but also Agenda 2063. So our team, the team of the next RSFD, will also encompass the Agenda 2063. So we have not yet decided on the team. We'll work closely with the Bureau, but it will be linked to the one of the HLPF, and at the same time, of course, it will encompass the 2063 agenda dimension. With regards to the specific SDGs that will be under review, so next year, in 2027, we'll have, as for this year, 5 SDGs under that review. So our SDG 4, which is quality education, SDG 10, reduced inequalities, SDG 12, responsible consumption and production, SDG 15, life on land, and as for every session of the RSFD, the HLPF, SDG 17, which is partnerships for the goals. So I repeat, SDG 4, quality education, SDG 10, reduced inequalities, SDG 12, responsible consumption and production, and SDG 15, life on land, and SDG 17 on partnerships for the goals. So this is for the theme on the specific SDGs. Now, regarding the next session of the RSFD, the 13th session, we operate under a principle of rotation by sub-region. So this year, normally, it will have been the southern region. So we had consultations with the different member states, and in case of we don't have a final proposal from a country, we host it in our headquarters. That's what happened this year. So we are having it in Addis Ababa. But of course, the chair is from the southern region. So based on that principle, normally the next region is Central Africa. But it happened that for different reasons, it could be in another region, as long as the Bureau agrees on that. So we have a principle of rotation. We ensure a rotation, and we have a plan in terms of rotation between different regions. But of course, we consider also other parameters that we discuss with the Bureau, and we, as Secretariat, we advise the Bureau, and we take a final decision with the Bureau. So what we are looking for ideally is to have a decision by the next HLPF, means early July. The next HLPF starts on the 5th or the 6th of July. So what we really would like to receive from the member states an expression of interest from now to June. Mid-June will be perfect, if possible early June. Then with the Bureau, we will have specific meetings to, of course, from in May and early June, your embassies here, the permanent missions of the countries could consult with us. We want to have more details, more information on what it means by hosting an RSFD, what it means in terms of cost, in terms of format, all the relations, the information related to this. So we are, the Secretariat, ECA, is of course available to provide all this information, either directly to your capital or through your permanent mission in Addis Ababa. So you are invited to of course to discuss also with your permanent missions and to consult at your capital and to express your interest if you have an interest, and we are definitely ready to provide all the necessary information to either the capital or the permanent mission. And then with the Bureau, we'll communicate as in the Bureau we have a representative of every sub-region. Then we'll take a decision based on the different submissions. If we have more than one submission, in case we don't have a submission, then by default we'll host the next RSFD in our headquarters. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Nassim, on behalf of the Secretariat, for the clarification provided. So I will now invite member states that wish to do so to offer to host the 13th session of the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development next year, which is in 2027. Okay. When we were asking for questions and interventions, I could see more hands being raised. But what we will do is that if there is no position for, or no possibility for our delegates maybe to take that commitment on behalf of their government or their country for the time being, which we fully understand, you will have opportunity in the coming days or weeks to contact our Secretariat and then put forward your proposal to host the next session of our regional forum. So now we switch to item 13 of our agenda, which relates to other matters. Is there any other matter that delegates and distinguished participants would like to come forward with? Seems that there is no other matter to be raised by our delegates. So now I suggest that we move to closing the session. But before that, I would like to invite the Secretariat to make any announcement, if any, including any upcoming and future major events of the ECA. Secretariat, you have the floor. Okay. So no specific item or major events to be communicated for today. Of course, our Secretariat will keep all of us updated as and when required. So, Excellencies, distinguished delegates and participants, we are now coming to the end of our deliberation for the 12th session of our regional forum. So before making my concluding remarks, and I will as well invite members of the new bureau to make some closing remark, but before coming to this item, I now have the honor to invite you to view a video message containing the closing address by the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Ms. Amina Mohammed.
Excellencies, distinguished ministers, Executive Secretary Claver Gatete, ladies and gentlemen, we close this year's Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development with more than a set of conclusions. Over these past days, you have spoken with unity of purpose. You have made one aspect clear. Africa does not lack solutions, but the means to deliver them at the speed and scale this moment demands. That is what this decade demands. Every SDG met this decade is a brick laid for the Africa you have chosen to build under Agenda 2063. However, Africa's development challenges are deeply interconnected, and piecemeal responses will not work. And so these 3 days have led to a clear call for integrated action, drawing on the full potential of renewable energy, green industrialization, digital innovation, and regional value chains, not least through the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Running through every conversation has been the question of financing. African countries are hemmed in by tightening fiscal space, precisely when investment in resilience and transformation is needed most. This is where the partnership between ECA, the African Development Bank, the African Union Commission, and the wider UN system becomes so important, translating the forum's priorities into practical pathways for investment, implementation, and results. The African Development Bank's vision reinforces that effort, from expanding access to capital and reforming financial systems, to turning demographic growth into jobs and skills, and investing in climate resilience, infrastructure, value addition, and the digital economy. Against that backdrop, 3 insights stand out from this forum. First, plans, financing, and execution must move as one system, joined up from national to subnational to regional levels. Second, accountability is becoming the currency of development, and so we need stronger performance management, unified monitoring, and credible data so that progress can be measured and trusted. Third, the financing system must change. The cost of capital comes down to when bankable investment-ready pipelines can draw both public and private capital at scale. Meanwhile, reform of the global financial architecture, stronger domestic resource mobilization, and innovative approaches to capital will be the difference between ambition and delivery in Africa. Excellencies, friends, the future Africa is building will be built by Africa, by its institutions, its innovators, its young people, a continent rising to shape the solutions the world will come to depend on, and the century ahead will carry its imprint. To meet this Africa-led, Africa-owned future, you need a United Nations by your side that is coherent, agile, responsive, and properly funded. That is what the UN80 reform is for. Through UN80, we are clustering UN capacities around the regional commissions and tying them more closely to country teams so that knowledge and convening power will be brought together into a single regional offer. With the right policies and partnerships, this continent is ready to lead. The UN system stands ready to walk that road with you in service of the dignity and prosperity of all across the region. Thank you.
I thank the Deputy Secretary General of the United States, Mrs. Amina Mohammed, for her closing address. I would like now to call on Mrs. Hanan Morsi, Deputy Executive Secretary for Programs and Chief Economist of the ECA, to deliver her closing statement. Mrs. Morsi, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. Chair of the Bureau, Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates. It has been a privilege to host you here in Addis Ababa for the 12th Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. We convened more than 1,500 participants from 48 countries at a defining moment of compounded pressures, economic shocks, climate stress, and geopolitical fragmentation. But the message from the forum is clear. Africa's trajectory will be determined not by the constraints alone, but by how decisively we act. Progress is visible, but uneven, and in some areas, reversing. On water, SDG 6, access is improving, but safely managed services remain far below global levels. On energy, SDG 7, over half of the population has electricity, yet Africa still accounts for majority of those without power globally. On SDG 9, we see momentum, but structural transformation remains incomplete. On cities, SDG 11, urbanization is accelerating faster than planning and service delivery. On partnerships, SDG 17, financing constraints are tightening, domestic resources lag, and external flows are under pressure, while coordination and effectiveness must strengthen to deliver impact. The conclusion is straightforward. Incremental progress will not deliver the SDGs. Excellencies, across our discussions, 4 priorities stood out. First, scale and coordination. No single actor can deliver alone. We all need to work together to deliver on SDGs. Second, digital transformation as a key driver of productivity and competitiveness. Third, financing and the need to both work and deepen domestic resource mobilization, but also advance reforms of the global financial architecture to make it more responsive to African countries' needs. Fourth, structural transformation through industrialization and regional integration. And above all, a defining opportunity. Africa's young population is its greatest asset, but only if matched by investments in skills, institutions, and jobs. As we close, let us be clear. The challenge is not just analytics, it's delivery. Let's move from dialogue to action, from commitments to results, and from fragmentations to scale. I would like to thank the government and people of Ethiopia, congratulate the Bureau, and thank all partners. Last but not least, I would like to thank the whole ECA team who have devoted tremendous efforts to make this session of the ARFST a great success. Let us accelerate together toward the SDGs and Agenda 2063. Thank you.
I thank you, Mrs. Morsi, for your statement. I have been informed by the Bureau that I referred to Mrs. Amina Mohammed as the Deputy Secretary General of the United States. Obviously, it was of the United Nations. You can see how one single word can completely change the perspective. And talking of a perspective of our new Bureau, I will now call upon the first vice chair of the new bureau for our 12th session of our ARFSD, Honorable Minister Pakom Kosi, to say his closing remarks.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me begin by expressing my sincere appreciation to the ES of ECA and the entire ECA team for truly an excellent meeting. I also wish to thank you, Chair, for guiding us through this past 3 days. And thank you, delegates, for your active participation. It was really, really much appreciated. Now allow me to briefly highlight 3 takeaways that I believe are critical for Africa development going forward. The first one is transformation must be country-owned and system-driven. Development cannot be imported. It must be anchored in national priorities and delivered through strong institutions. Second, I would like to once again emphasize the issue of financing. We must rethink financing. Public resources alone will not deliver transformation at scale. The real engine is private capital, and our role as government is to unlock it. Third, regional scale is no longer optional. The future lies in integration. We must integrate. We must integrate our regional production system for us to achieve impact for people and countries. This is how we move from ambition to execution and deliver on both the SDGs and the 2063 agenda. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable First Vice Chair of our Bureau. So this brings us to an end to this session of the Africa Regional Forum of Sustainable Development, and we do so with clarity and with urgency. The Addis Ababa Declaration has spoken with one African voice, clear in its diagnosis and bold in its prescriptions. It reminds us that while progress is uneven and time is short, our resolve must be unwavering. And we have acknowledged the scale of our challenges, from energy access to water security, from infrastructure gaps to financing constraints. But more importantly, we have agreed on what must be done: transformative, coordinated, and accelerated action at scale and at speed. And from the position of Mauritius, I want to thank again all our delegates and countries of the Southern Africa region for entrusting us to assume the chair of that bureau. And I have to say that we are doing so with a sense of responsibility and humility, but yet equally with a full authority entrusted to us by our regional forum institution and by each one of you. We will carry, together with members of the Bureau, this mandate with dedication, inclusiveness, and an unwavering commitment to results. We will ensure that the voice of Africa remains strong, united, and action-oriented on the global stage. We will champion implementation, not just intention. We will prioritize partnership, financing, and innovation that deliver real impact on the ground and for our people. So let us leave Addis Ababa not with declarations alone, but with determination renewed and accountability strengthened. The time for commitments have passed. This is the decade of delivery. Together, we must turn ambition into action, action into results, and results into a better future for our people, for our African nations, and for coming generations. With those final words, Excellencies and distinguished delegates, I would like to thank again each one of you for your valuable contribution to that forum. Special thanks to the Executive Secretary and all the members of the ECA. And with those final words, I now declare closed this session and I adjourn the forum.
Pardon me, this is just a message for members of the media. I've been asked to let you know that because of the constraints and pressures of time, the press conference has been cancelled and all other information you can follow on the Indigo portal. So the press conference has been cancelled. Follow the Indigo portal, conference portal, and all other information will come to you that way. This is for members of the media. Thanks.
You're focusing on this.